Now, this is a scrim I would not miss for the world, man. This is a big one. Pleasantly surprised today. We gotta lock in. Game one has already begun. Of course. Making sure I got the right post. Twitter's live. Discord is live. Let's get in here. Let's get in here, boys. Robots. How we doing, brother? First one, I believe, in the chat, the YouTube chat. Brother Broad. Big day today. If you check the title of the streams, it should say Optic versus Shopify. This is not a drill. Fatal Magi. I'm not baiting you. It is legitimately Optic versus SR today. Hurry up! You pissed off at me already. How we doing, Viltrumite? We finally get a tiebreaker this week. We might finally get a tiebreaker. This is the conversation going into Arlington. This is the final time that they scrim each other. The results of this scrim will set the precedent. It will be our conversation going into Arlington. This is a big deal scrim. We've got 3 POVs. We got Last Shot, Formal, and Legend for this one. Last Shot is in the HQ, the Toronto HQ. They are all together in the same room, calming together. It's the best case scenario for SR in a scrim right now. And they're going to be locked in. Optic's going to have some competition, some serious competition today. I hope you guys are ready. Legend was up at 4 a.m. doing money twos. Well, that's his fault. Lock in, Legend. I broke down some of his gameplay recently. Man's been playing lights out. He's putting work in, and I'm confident he'll translate it. We're going to start today with Formal's POV. We're in live fire. Oddball. Optic currently down 30-59. Expect a grueler. Expect a bloodbath. They got in the drug server. They're on the Toronto server, yeah. Did they? He's on 39 ping. Yes, somehow they pulled the server. All 4 of them in Toronto are pulling the server, probably to my server. It's a me server. I'm 30 minutes away from Shopify's headquarters, bro. All right. The music ends, and it is nothing but Optic and Shopify from here on out. We got a big day today for the record, guys. I don't think Optic are the only team scrimming today. There's probably other scrims. I don't think I'll be able to cover them. There's a Forgehub tourney happening today as well. We'll probably make a transition from this to the tourney if the tourney's still going after this scrim ends. Safe to say, we're locked in, though. This is getting my full focus. We're going to swap POVs every game between the 3 of them, but of course starting with Formal. Gunny and Eclipse? Okay, but I mean, there's priorities. I got priorities. And immediately, we're freezing on the broadcast the moment the freaking broadcast, like, bro, come on. All that preamble for nothing.
Yeah, top tower one. Nice, nice.
Ball's weak.
On Google Chrome. It's looking very framey right now. I'm hoping that sorts itself out.
Okay, nice.
There we go.
Hey, top tower, so done.
He's
Good ball.
There's script. What do you? Oh yeah, because everybody's watching.
Back up.
Get off matchmaking, you grinders. This is all that matters right now. 2-3 hours of dedicated high-level Halo. The highest level Halo you're going to witness, bro. These 2 teams are tied in wins, right? Take the tournament wins, put them aside for a second. Just in raw matchup, like in games. 33 apiece, right? They played 66 games. They are tied 33 apiece. Last time they scrimmed, they tied 7-7. If we see one team definitively pull away, it'll be an interesting dialogue coming into Arlington, no doubt. And speaking of pulling away or pulling up, look at the scoreline right now. Optic finds a tie. Can they keep it locked out on the setup here too? Clash is coming in. Cycle. Row 2 first to drop. 3v3 right now. Last shot with the kill on Formal. Cycle dead too. Optic with the numbers advantage. If they win this fight, they could get the ball and they might be able to shut out the round. We got 1 minute to go. Optic now taking the lead with 20 seconds. Enemy spawning from tower through dummies in a second here. Formal, can you cut it off? Oh, he calls it. Cycle with the wrap out to Nest. Beautiful denial shots out of Formal. 10 seconds to close the round. Optic from a deficit. From behind. It's looking like they're going to find round 1. That's round. At 99? Formal mailing the air?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Celebrating maybe a little too soon there, but nice, confident round out of Optic. When we tuned in, they were down by 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm going bottom end.
They pulled it all the way back. The vibes are immaculate. How could they be better, Jay? Welcome, guys. Welcome, everybody, to the chat. Broke, Rubik's,
One training.
Kong,
Don't
Kona,
on side pit, in the vent.
Kiark.
Frosty week, mid.
Amazing rivalry. I agree.
Turn.
Noble, Corey. How we doing, guys? Hoy, welcome. Lock in. I know it started. Look, man, you're here for Shyway. If you want to watch Formal by himself, you could do that.
I got stuck. One screen.
If I take my time, I take my time. I'm dedicated now.
Nice, bro. Stay alive. Aping your top mid.
Yeah, they came back from, it was like 33 to 60 when I tuned in.
That's one shot sniping, guys. That's one shot sniping, row 2. That's one shot row 2 sniping.
Roll 2 coming out with the sniper off the opening strat.
Sitting there.
Yeah, good comms out of for me to find his location. Roll 2 might be forced to play that. He didn't play it. Legend nuking it with an A that he gets cleaned up.
Okay.
Will likely be collected by a member of Optic.
Yeah, I think one's playing on us, you guys.
Renegade kill camo in the comms.
You should be like dummies.
Appreciate it,
Ball, we going
Viper.
up. Cycle hidden twice.
Gotta look sharp today. It's a big day today. This is my champ Sunday. I mean, without tournaments, this is our champ Sunday now, bro.
Nice, man. Gonna be on you guys close. There's one more John. Coming here.
Yeah, you go where you want, Corey.
That's one money. He's A pies to screens, I think. Yeah, A pies screens now on the nades.
Don't you hassle me? Don't you dare hassle me?
Weak, cycle.
Nicely done. Cleans up cycle. Formal solo here. Bound coming in with a pinch to help him out. The Bound should have the cleanup. He does. Royal 2 now dead. Beautiful lockdown by Optic right there. Renegade calling out the scamming already. Bound with max damage and Formal finding the execution. Almost getting 2. Last shot with the Challenge. Big door. We'll stop him in his tracks, but Bound with the wrap on the ball, bringing it to a tower setup here. Liker, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Bound might have an advantage to rotate the ball to B if he feels it's a good idea here. He's lost his teammate on the left-hand side. He might throw it off.
Wait, I'm looking for the guy.
Yeah, dropped it off the map.
Frosty.
Great shots on Frosty. Formal's pacing is looking immaculate today, bro. That upward flick, right? The timing on his shots, it's every single shot is intentional. It's focused out of Formal. He's looking real precise today. I'm not going to miss a scrim. It's first game. It's 0-0, guys. One round in. Optic won the first round. We've just begun. At least 14 games today. At least like 2 to 3 hours. Game 1. Game 1, 0-0. Formal looking for Frosty here. Not quite hitting the head that time. Renegade with a good pinch should be able to clean it up, though. Does find it. That might be a burn camo. Formal with the ball collection, 46 now to 5 as they are pulling away heavy. Optic right now. Formal calling that spawn of Frosty back A right there with all the chaos going down in cuts to be able to have that awareness and snap onto small door. Catch it off spawn was huge. Optic right now with their comms and with their pacing, they're on top of SR. Looking like an uphill battle for them. Formal's on fire, bro. Yeah. And just raw damage he's putting out right now. He's making it easy for Optic. It's safe to say the whole team is kind of locked in. They're working well together. That's a full team wipe for a second, though, right? Good opening for SR. Found the other one alive. Trying to find an answer. Dies solo. Which is going to stagger Optic on the approach. Renegade? He got stuck. Renegade got stuck. At key door.
I'm flanking up right now.
Formal got to get back to form. Bro went ham, not playing Halo in the offseason. Let him get the form back, I guess. Yeah, I hear you. This is the first game. Renegade can pinch and help Formal here. Formal trying to keep the snipe in play. He's got 2 shots.
He's gonna back up.
Ops to switch to Bandit to clean up the kill. Saves the sniper cycle, doesn't find it. Optic holding ball here. Renegade bound up in front of Formal. Formal doing everything he can just to stay alive with the one remaining. Bullet in the snipe. There it is. Could be pushed out nest here too. Yeah, done. There's nothing he can do. His whole team dead. Legend the last one alive. Gonna jet out and quick. It looked like he hit a G slide off the panel on the side of the wall or something. He came out fast. Scrim score 0-0, Sam.
Watch out, Pilos. Nice.
SR had an advantage in round 1. Optic brought it back. They took it. And SR now climbing back with that tower side hold. It's staggered. It's scrappy, though, right? That's a play ball with 2 dead right here. Camo coming up in 10 seconds as well. Lunchbox on top of it. Formal can get a couple seconds, but you have to drop this ball and shoot. Yeah, he's getting shot.
And pillars too. Ball guy.
Optic staggered right now with Camo coming up. Formal trying to tell bound. It's his Camo. Yeah, Legend's got it.
They put ball down. I don't know what they do. Looking over there. Cut, cycle.
Legend got the MVP last year for a reason, right, Ben? I do think it's his all-around individual ability that makes him that MVP player. From slayability to movement to his OBJ efficiency, he's super well-rounded, and he's arguably the hardest kill in a 1v1 gunfight. Straight up 1v1. Having an excellent day, Scoot. Welcome, man. Today's a good day. All right, we're blessed today. We are blessed today. After this, we got a Forgehub tourney as well.
Let's go ball. We have help on the strong.
Renegade on the approach. Good backup from Legend here. Renegade does die. Legend does get the pick here. The G slide in, find the guarantee. He will likely die after that, though, if he can get it. Good bait and switch out of SR. Making it difficult for Legend. Legend staying up in the back of Turbine, forcing SR to overextend and giving Formal a chance to execute. And Legend does die. There's last shot with 2. Last shot with an answer. He can G slide this and toss it off the map. I love this rotate out of Formal. Yep. 100% dead. No trade found.
We have snipe, guys. Sure.
Optic being extremely difficult to kill, though, in these fights, right?
I'm going back to A. I think they're pushing.
It's that tag team holding hands, but baiting and switching effectively off each other's angles.
Absolutely, one's green somewhere. One is Rat to Keter, and one's one shot Nay. Keter Frosty, the ball guy. I don't know where he went.
He's trying to get with snipe, yeah? Renegade with snipe.
That's playing your corner, I think.
Minute 23. Optic up by 12.
I need a key.
Depending on how Renegade uses that snipe in the kill feed, could dictate their approach here. First one to drop is Royal 2 on SR. Frosty with the ego chow out. Formal not going to find the face. Frosty will shut him down. He gets cleaned up by Legend. Legend with 2. That's last shot that down for the count. 81 and counting with Optic with a pretty healthy position here. They will get pushed. I'll only get a couple seconds. They're going to continue to push out tower side.
I'm playing Keter. Keter guy went out, I think. Screen here. Weak roll 2 on you.
A snipe control still be held by Optic here.
Roll 2, absolute screen.
Somebody in the small door with it, Renegade.
I said that screen. One shot screen, John. One shot screen's killing.
Dude, it is chaos on the screens, man. 45 seconds as well as we're running out of time here. Only down by 10 seconds for SR. Cycle with a massive double just punched an opening. Camo coming up here as well. Formal's got positioning to deny it.
Watch your ball. Frosty.
But can SR get out with it? Where's Cycle? Cycle got that double. Yeah, he's hiding in small door. Comes out with another kill. SR starting to win the team fight here. They get out with Camo.
With Camo. One's a small door too. That's a small door.
23 seconds.
Ball guys, Camo. I spawn behind ball, guys. I'm behind the ball, guy.
Is Royal 2 going to be ready for this? Yeah, Formal with the cutoff here. Huge cutoff out of Formal. Shuts it down at 82. Looking for Frosty now as well. Frosty going to whip the sticky. Looking for a second. Formal with patient movement and accuracy there. Finds the cleanup. Last shot now dead 2. It's a triple for Formal. Spawns could be A or A plat. They can just play for time with 2 seconds separating them. And 8 seconds to close the game. Optic can win this. One push for SR, maybe, through Keter. Formal with the pre-nade. They'll lock it down. And Optic off a wonderful spawn. Yeah, perfect execution at a Formal, knowing he got that spawn and pacing his shots without dying for free, right? Frosty trying to find a sticky to trade it. The way Formal walked that down and avoided those trade opportunities, that was key. Yeah, God spawns happen, though. I mean, we've seen this so much. It's going to happen for Optic. It's going to happen for SR as well. It's how you play off the opportunity you're given that matters most. And safe to say, Optic did what was necessary to take the first game. That's game 1. Optic are more comfortable on Oddball than any other game type, in my opinion. So seeing them, if they were to lose that, that would be an interesting dialogue going forward in the scrim. It's the other game types like, Slayer, like Strongholds, especially anything on Recharge versus SR, where Optic really show room for improvement. So we'll see if that's where SR starts to bring it back in the series. Assault as well, any of the bomb game type stuff. Very challenging for Optic. When it comes to Oddball, though, I expect them to pull away. That spawn, if that's happening, there's a couple different variables that are taking place that would make that happen, right? It depends on where everybody is in the map at the frame that the spawn happens. It depends on who's shooting at who and where the action's going down, right? There was gunfights going down at A plat. There might have been somebody with a sight line towards B or something. There was clearly stuff going down towards cuts, right? Formal spawn being in mud in that situation is not impossible, right? The only way to know for sure is to pause the game at the frame the spawn happens and try to figure it out, basically, in hindsight. Anything Fortress, I'd say, is heavily favored SR. Yeah, anything Recharge, anything Fortress is pretty heavily favored SR based off what I've seen. Now, Recharge has 4 different game types on it, so it is a very important map to play well. And generally, SR plays that exceptionally well. Optic were dominant on this map early in the season. As the season's progressed, they've started losing games on this map. They lost to SSG. They lost to FaZe here. Even Nemesis took a game off them in scrims. They're coming out with an early flag pull off the opening, though, and Renegade with a snipe here. It might be a flag cap from the opening strat. Optic with a flag cap in less than a minute. He'll find a trade on Frosty. And this map, I think, could go either way. Just showing Optic with recent inconsistency here. They could also dominate here, depending on what kind of version of the team we're getting today. We watched Formal Game 1. I'm going to swap to Legend real quick, because we've already on board with Optic here. Let's see a Legend POV. He will likely be picking up flag throughout the game. We're going to go to last shot for Game 3. Welcome, guys. I'm going to be more focused on the game than the chat today. I'm going to do my best to converse with y'all, but it was safe to say this is a high-profile scrim, man. Buckle up. Stay a while. Get your snacks out. Let's have some fun with this. Damn right I'm happy, bro. You guys should be happy with me. Lock it down, baby. How's it going, Zane? Welcome, guys. This is my joy right here, bro. This ain't work for me. This is play. Legend coming out with a trade with Royal 2 here. Numbers advantage SR until Renegade and Bound find their picks. That's some good defensive play. They're pushing out his sidekick. Renegade dies to cycle. Does he play the snipe off the map? Golf shirt, what? Legend looking for a shutdown in the OS here. He's an important man in the map here. He's going to flank instead. Likely give up the OS.
Okay, one top left, one's our, 2 top left, one's our hut. 2 top left, one's our hut.
What does he do? Yeah, rocking a hard place. SR with the OS, going to put the pressure on Optic here. Forced to play defense. Good pre-nades into flag. Legend looking for any sort of damage he can get to remove the OS. But Royal 2's positioning is excellent here. Locking down hut. Nice answer at a Legend, but not enough to get the kill. That'll be a guaranteed flag at a Shopify off that OS pickup. And it shows you the key to success on this map. You get an OS. It gives you free reign to jump out the window, get to flag, tank important damage while you get to the easy part of the run, right? If you make it through underpass, that run is done and dusted. So controlling OS is going to be so important for Optic on the next one. Renegade falls off the map somehow. SR might be advantage state once again. They're putting pressure on hut. Controlling hut in advance of the pole is important. It forces Legend to spawn where he's spawning right now because they're pushing out hut. Good shots at a Legend. Going to shut down Cycle. Still got players in his base to deal with. Frosty with the sniper. Going to make this difficult for Legend. He'll drop, blamed by Frosty. Bradley's popping off. That should be a guaranteed second flag for SR in less than 2 minutes as they pull away. Last shot still taking faces in the base. Frosty's still not out of ammo. They pick up their snipe as well, so SR has 2 snipes now. Depending on how many bullets Frosty's got left in the hut, he'll get pushed up by Bound. Headshotted Bound as well. Frosty's POV is nuts right now. Cycle with a headshot on Legend. And Optic are getting rinsed in their base, bro. Holy shit. They're getting decimated by both snipers. Frosty's got to be out of ammo at this point. But Cycle's still going to be a nuisance. He's up in the window. F-Flag is moving. Optic already staggered. Bound dead. The only thing Legend could do is OE. This is likely game over, bro. That was clinical out of SR. That's a powerful answer, bro. The OS dropping on the cutoff. They get OS, and they drop in front of Legend. They know exactly where to anticipate them. That was an absolute shutdown, bro. That was a shutdown. Yeah, imagine Frosty's POV in that game. How many headshots he just hit back-to-back. Go check that in theater or something, man. That was some flawless sniper work. Bound chowed him for the 1v1 there, and he was still hitting headshots, right? Bound knew he was in hut. He pushed him out. Frosty completely shut him down, gave enough time for Cycle to get the second sniper. Cycle hit his shots too, right? Cycle didn't miss a bullet either. Yeah. The capability out of Shopify when they activate is frightening, bro. It's freaking frightening. Some damn good Halo. It's 1-1 in the scrim. If you're just tuning in, we're on game 3. We're going to go to last shots POV. SR locked in so hard, safe to say I'm coming out inspired. I don't know if we got the comms out of last shot. He's got no webcam today. He played with webcam and comms yesterday, showing me he's got a little more focus on this scrim this time around. Last shot's audio is generally lower than Optic's. Having no comms is unfortunate, but I do want to include as many POVs as I can. Oh, bro, my bias is like actually automatic, bro. What the fuck? It's 1-1, bro. It's 1-1. That's funny. All right, last shot POV. I was doing so good, bro. I was doing so good. All right, last shot. Thank you, Ryan. Come on. I'm like telling you guys it's 1-1, but I'm putting Optic up in the scrim. That's fucking funny. All right, last shot with a perfect strat over to Shock off the opening. Nobody denying this man. And they've already got hill control, and they've got a coverage over the entire map. As they push Tram, Cafe's going to open. The first spawner who died could spawn there. There it is. So last shot with his awareness to trust his team to push out the remaining spawners and to come back and look for a spawn kill on the open spawn he's aware of in Cafe. Finding faces. Renegade will drop here. Nice little G-slide off an angle in the front of the truck. Straight to dip. Cleans up Formal as well. This guy is cooking. Almost finds the face up in the Cafe. That shot will go down on a 9-second, 10-second despawn timer. Unless it's out of ammo, looks like it's off the map. Last shot spawning here. Formal deletes him in a 1v1. Tells me that Optic have pushed out snipe side in the map. Formal aware of the open spawn and loop, and he comes in with a pinch here. Formal looking for more. Formal ripping Royal 2 and U1-2, winning an important 1v1. Legend, Bound, they're trading. We got 2v2 on the map here off last shot spawn. Cycle with 2 with an answer. Legend with a quick double beatdown. Last shot 2 spawns back-to-back, getting called out in his spawn location. They're ready for him. Yeah, is Cycle's POV live, though? I think it's just last shot. I'll watch anybody I can get to. Optic can now flip the map in the spawns. Last shot spawning in the worst position. You don't want to be spawning in Tram for this hill. It's difficult to break from this position. You want to flip the map to Sniper and get high vantage up on S4 if you can. And that's Optic's positioning currently. He's spawning in Cafe now, meaning they're putting pressure on Loop. Sorry, I'm tripping. I'm completely backwards. The colors are confusing me, bro. SR have a lockdown on the map. They're green. Shopify, Optic is yellow. Okay, bro. Yeah. I don't know. SR got the spawns they wanted, despite the chaos going down in center map. Keep in mind that this team is color green today. Immediate transition to the second hill here as well. Double hit out Cafe. Nice use of the G-slide right there. He jumps and angles to the rock on the right-hand side in the corner. Slides out past the door fast. Gives him some evasion opportunity. He's got a sticky in the back pocket. Denies one. Good evasive movement here, too, with the help of Cycle. They clean it up. Frosty with a pinch on Cafe. Will flip the spawns to Sniper. Assuming they got a block on the loop, which I think they do. Repulse in the back pocket just in case. This is looking real comfy for SR. Remember, Shopify are in the Toronto HQ sitting side by side in a LAN-style setup right now. I'm not sure what Optic circumstances are. We know they're in Texas. Are they sitting side by side? I don't know. But it's a good, comfortable position to be in for a scrim. 22 ping right now for last shot as well. We were wondering whether or not Toronto's servers were being pulled. There's an East Coast server, I think, close to Toronto that might be pulled, considering all 4 players are in the same place. Happy Sunday, Halo BR. With only 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, that's some efficient Halo out of Shopify, bro. 2 hills back-to-back with plenty of time to go. Optic going to do what they can to fight for this side of the map here. They're spawning Cafe. Last shot with the wrap through back hotel. Going to play slow and look for an individual fight. I like this up on the upper ledge. Stays within the sight line of his team. He got audio cues for the players pushing out from Cafe. And a positioning advantage for an easy kill on Formal. Yeah. Good patient gameplay. The time is in their favor as well. With the 2-0 advantage, they don't have to apply pressure to Optic at all. They can let Optic come to the hill and then work them once they get there, right? Continue burning clock. That's money for SR in this situation. Not really a ping difference. I'm not sure what the... So the ping difference between Optic and SR is what I'm saying. Like, Formal was playing on 40 ping, which is uncharacteristic for Texas, right? which means that they might be pulling the server closer to Toronto because 4 of them are in Toronto currently. Look, in the end of the day, I'm not gonna use it as any form of dialogue. I'm just letting you know the circumstances right now. You guys can take whatever you want from that. Cycle to 1v1 with the hotel here. Ooh, Formal does kill him, though. That's big. Still spawning in snipe side of the map. Gives them an easy opportunity to defend the hill. Direct angles to Cafe. So similar play to what we saw previously. Appreciate you, Deva. Welcome, brother. Optic pulls servers almost every scrim. That is facts. Because they're all located in Texas. This is a little different. It could be, you could say it's a taste of their own medicine, maybe. A little bit. I don't know. You get enough people in one location and maybe the servers pull the other direction. Sitting side by side is greater than kill cam? 100%. Yeah, if you know how to use it wisely. Frosty Royal 2 are super effective in that environment. Last shot doing anything he can to make things difficult for Bound. And that's enough of a delay to get an assist on that pickup as well. Optic do come out with the hill, though. 2 minutes 25 is plenty of time for Optic to bring this back. Playing off of disadvantageous spawns consistently, though, right? SR making it very difficult for Optic. They do wrap through loop here. Clean up on Formal. The whiff on the sticky. 3v3 right now. Frosty not going to spend much time in the hill. Once again, if they can play some time throughout this, they will. It might not be a bad idea to play for hill in this situation. It's kind of up to the team. But it's looking like they're focusing on slaying, on controlling spawns, and keeping out of the hill off this 2-1 advantage. Thrust is up here, too. Camo coming up as well. Last shot is taking hill for a second. Okay, so they've changed their mind. Loop might be open, so he's aim, sightline blocking, watching it just in case. He predicted wrong. Baum was behind him in yard, and he comes out with an important kill. Optic might get spawns nearby. That death cam is looking for the spawn in loop. There it is, right?
This is the way.
Ben, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
This is the way.
Optic now with a positioning advantage for this 3v3, but they don't have shot control. Hiding in the corners here as well. Good play out of Legend, who almost dies in the 1v1. That'll get cleaned up by Roll 2. Optic still doing what they can to anchor that side of the map. Frosty's currently pushing out Cafe for a pinch through yard. We'll see how Optic fend them off. He spawns in yard. Interesting. Renegade Formal to get their picks. He's going to get overwhelmed in a 2v1. Try to isolate one pick here. Beautiful peeks at a last shot, taking minimal damage. He's got the help of Frosty up above, but the pinch out of Bound and Legend will find their picks. 1 minute left in the game here. Optic finally getting some time. It's been a scrappy hill. The ideal scenario is to be able to spread out and give them limited spawn space and attack them the moment they spawn, right? But SR they're having quick vantage to rotate off their spawn, right? They're kind of freely rotating, telling me that Optic isn't getting the time that they need to get the positions they want to put pressure on them immediately, like once they spawn, right? Renegade with 2 kills. He hits a wall kick off the side of the wall there. There's a wall kick that you can hit. Last Shot's one of the few players in Infinite that actually use the wall kicks properly. Renegade defeats him, though. Should win this scrim off the screen looking at. I don't know. I think it'll be tight. Either way. It could go either way. 45 seconds. Last Shot with another wall kick out through yard. This whole area of the map has invisible blockers that you can kick and jump off of. And Last Shot going to showcase a few of those. He does it often in his gameplay.
30 seconds remaining.
Optic running out of time to make this happen. If they fumble one more push, it might be GG's. They got to be really careful. Royal 2's positioning up on S4 is going to make it tricky as well. Last Shot got a whiff of the S1 spawn here. They need to make sure they're holding hands and they push out their lanes carefully, Optic. But they're fighting at a disadvantage. Formal the first to drop. Now a numbers advantage here, SR. Renegade looking for an answer. He'll likely die. Legend with a pinch in yard. Big pick out of Legend. That's a thrust that dropped in the hallway, too. That's a camo out of Royal 2. The camo from Royal 2 is going to win them the game. Yeah. I was not aware he had camo. Excellent lockdown out of Shopify. And Optic were not quick enough to find an answer, right? Every time we saw Last Shot spawn in a disadvantageous position, he was able to rotate either through bottom mid, through the benches to posters without taking any damage, right? It tells me that they're not posted up in Cafe. They're not posted up on glass or top yellow, putting immediate damage on SR. They're just giving them the freedom to get back to the hill to fight them again. So it's either Optic aren't quick enough or SR are doing such a good job at staggering Optic in the fights that they don't have the numbers that they need to get the positions that they want. So they're just kind of getting what they can, you know? Either way, the pressure is clear on last shot's POV. He's fast,
Okay.
bro. Back to
No,
formal.
no, I'm talking about when I was in the hill.
Oh. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I gotta get these weapons, bro.
2-1
Dude, 20
Shopify,
seconds,
they
bro.
take the lead.
Like, we gotta stop making fucking plays like 20 seconds ahead, bro. These
Yeah.
guys are literally just playing off weapons 20%. That's it.
Optic didn't have the
You get a
camo in the
single
end.
camo in the game.
They didn't have the shock throughout the game, right? The shock control was a big part of the puzzle for sure.
Strongholds.
Odie-san, you probably missed game 1 because Formal looked incredible in game 1. So we'll see how he does here. Recharge is a weaker map for Optic.
You guys are in here?
Going from that loss in Strongholds, or sorry, Solitude King of the Hill.
You should go for it, man.
Solitude King of the Hill is a good map for Optic.
And then
Losing that and then playing one of their worst map game types. Rough position to be in.
Split it.
Did they forget it happened and just kind of move on, right?
Roll 2, 1 shot bottom
Up your
A.
weak, up your weak, up your weak, up your weak.
I did not burn it. Did not
Optic
burn it.
have never beaten Shopify in this map game type, I don't think.
We're gonna burn it.
It'd be a first if they do it here.
Let's go, let's go. Yeah, they have a shotgun me, they have a shotgun me, okay? They have a shotgun me. I'm watching half hold.
Bro, almost getting spawn sniped. They're so ready for it.
They're pushing, I think.
Legend somehow split spawning it. Yeah, Formal calls it they're pushing A when he sees Legend spawn in gold, right? If you see your teammate spawn across the map, that means the enemy is on top of you. It means it's not safe for a team spawn.
One time, one time.
Glass and bottom tower, glass and bottom tower.
Formal having that awareness makes that spawn across the map a power position, right?
Let's keep on tower, guys. Top tower,
He knows he's getting pushed. Legend makes a perfect play. And they got to lock down an AB off the start here.
Yeah, I'm on. I can't hold cross every switch. Every switch with me. Switch. Go ahead.
Look at the cap, look
Hold
at the cap.
crosses, hold
There's
crosses.
no bottom mid.
Which is good. They got a full wrap in the map.
One's glass now.
Yeah. 2 players in A, 1 player top at ledge. Legend is hiding bottom gold with audio
Bigger,
keys.
Frosty weak.
You can get a pinch on Frosty in this situation if he picks up off the comm.
And one's long two.
Do not take unnecessary cross-map damage when you're holding down this setup, right? You got to be healthy so you can fight in your doorway. He gets hit by a nade, he's in trouble now.
Mid-bridge weak, last shot weak, mid-bridge.
Risky to open fire on last shot. Last shot comes back for the chow. Last shot has the awareness to know that player is weak off of comms. Formal giving up his positioning. Last shot was smart enough to come back and clean him up. So bank nades to break through A. He will likely die for this. Yeah.
Scam. One's going A cat, A cat to B, A cat to BR, A cat to
Minus
BR.
scam, low key. If you play too fast off your spawn and try to force it without team help like Formal just did, and you fail, then now you leave your team at a disadvantage to break the hill afterwards.
Bottom main tower.
Kind of fortunate he's spawning gold here though. Legend with a pinch. Nicely done.
See you on.
3v3. Bounty's helping the hill. Deletes Frosty. Icy shots out of Formal. Camo now coming up.
Let's play camo.
Yeah. SR has positioning advantage to get to Camo though. They're spawning at C.
One shot make it, C5 weak also roll too. You want Camo weak, guys.
Formal trying to reposition into Void World too while finding Camo at the same time here. Camo's getting out. Once again, Optic missing the Camo. This could be a bane if used wisely.
What's up, Dara? They're pushing long, man. One smoke. Here, top tower, walking A cat weak, A cat weak, one of B. You one shot.
Nicely done.
Top tower, roll 2.
He could go for a 3-shot beatdown, but Cycle was not ready to return a beatdown, so he might as well go for a fast double beatdown in this situation. Come out with a guaranteed kill.
NBR me with camo. That's camo. That's camo and BR. Camo and BR.
He's probably pushing.
Backsmack hit a last shot on Renegade.
Upward also, Cycle weak.
4v3 SR. Great cross match shots out of Formal. Elite's last shot as well. If you can trust anything out of Formal, it's just raw accuracy, right? His damage ability, his headshot consistency, higher than just about any other player in the league right now.
Come down.
Why players never sprint with camo if they know they're safe? They do if they know they're safe. It's situational, right? If it's a 4v2 and they know they got an advantage, they will start probably moving faster with
Two
camo.
weak, last shot, one cycle and 2. One's on C, John, one's C. My push first.
That said, there are death cams in Halo Esports, right? The comms are really high level in 4v4, so if he sprints and reveals himself on a death cam, it might be too much of a risk to be worthwhile, right? Because those comms are going to come through, and the spawners will know exactly where to look for camo when the moment they spawn, right? So that could be part of the dialogue too, is like, do I want to let that guy see me on death cam?
One shot frost in the church.
Call out my position.
They have shock.
Once again, Formal with icy accuracy, right? He paces himself on the final shot. Deletes Frosty. They got an AC hold here. Renegade gonna push up B.
Rotate him once. Nice.
4G risky routes, yeah, that too. More direct routes into combat. It might not be necessary to sprint because you can take a center map lane.
Top right, so.
A faster route to the destination. Optic somehow on top of SR. Can they hold this though, right? The real key for Optic is if they can maintain their momentum and control the maps throughout the game. They failed doing this versus TSM just recently. They had a huge advantage on TSM, and then seconds later, the whole game flipped and they lost it.
Pushing him. I'm going gold.
Guys, stop here.
I'm going gold, guys. I'm on battle. I'm on grapple.
Ready, ready.
Guys, in A, guys, in A.
They're slow playing this out the pipes.
Go door, roll 2, one shot.
SR is aware of the fact that Formal has the camo, right?
One shot ballad, roll 2.
They're sticking to the perimeter map here.
I'm turning on the BR bank pit.
World 2 will come back for the chow. World 2 saw kills bound in pipes. Formal aware of it, looking for the kill here.
Shock down top red.
Yeah, you're turn right one shot. He's hell and then he's one shot.
He will trade it. Will Optic get spawns nearby? With that rotate, they might.
Get gold.
Yeah, this is big.
Half on, one
Formal
gold.
telling Legend to get into gold so he can
L2,
spawn
L2,
Formal
L2,
nearby.
L2 Frosty.
In a position to help him out. He might spawn top gold here.
Nice
No,
kill,
A.
nice kill.
Or C, sorry.
Don't worry about one.
One shot bottom red. Nice.
Bottom tower, one shot, roll 2. One shot bank pit, absolute roll 2. Bottom tower, one shot, going C. Bottom tower going on the stairs, one shot, roll 2. 2C. Above
Now
you,
with the
down,
cleanup.
above
Gotta
you,
be ready for
back there.
BC hole for Optic.
We're hitting it.
Legend get aggressive, hitting out A. Yeah, Bound can come back. Bound coming back with a pinch here.
Bottom
Flash shot now dead.
One shot C.
Renegade getting aggressive C. They're pushing everything at the same freaking time here. The coordination is going to be tricky.
Piper, yeah, Piper.
They're not going to succeed in A. They still got BC. Renegade. Formal going to help him. Nice. 3v3. Somehow they secure A too. Optic on top of the map right now.
L1 last shot weak. L1 last shot weak, guys. Still one last shot. 2 shot. Okay, L2 weak last shot. We have like a B guy.
Ready? Yeah, I'm trying to kill too.
Still back class. Still back battery.
Legend should be able to clean this up. Formal does not need to die to
Last
that.
shot, dead.
Risky peek.
Village also.
He's trying to
Back
hold
tower,
his
back tower,
attention,
back
so
tower,
Legend
back
has a guaranteed kill. But last shot with a
Okay,
beautiful
let's pick a kill here to kill.
close on that. Formal dies unnecessarily.
2 weak Frosty. One C Frosty.
Yeah, bottom B.
One pair dead. One more on C was weak Frosty. We got 1 shot, 2 shot C, 2 shot C, 2 shot C, 2 shot C, right side.
Advantage state SR. SR could take the map if Optic gets snowballed here. They gotta be careful. Yeah. Legend dies as well. No cleanup is. Yeah. Perfect kills coming out of SR with no trades. Optic do not want to lose the map in the situation. Camo and Shocker coming up. Important 1v1 with last shot. Last shot with the late jump. Cycle with the cleanup.
One's long, Siki.
Killing Cycle was important there. He's got a double dilemma here. Legend going to get pinched on the right hand side. Frosty coming on top of Camo. Renegade trying to shut down Camo. They're giving up Camo to SR at this rate.
1 shot bank pit, roll 2. 1 shot bottom tower, roll 2.
Frosty finds the angle to kill Formal, right? What looked like a 1v1 became a team fight. Frosty is bottom mid somewhere with Camo. Found the BR headshot, saved Royal 2, and deleted Formal early. SR bringing this back off that Camo pickup. Beautiful peeks out of Formal. Cycle might win this. Oh, okay, nicely done. That nade throw was risky at a Formal, right? They nerf nades. The time to throw nades are longer now. You got to be so careful about when you choose to nade.
Only one guy A. He's probably hiding. I spawn C. Help him, Bam.
Yeah, top A.
On C, you guys, and Siki.
One shot back in.
One shot on C.
Great damage out of Formal.
One shot C, black guys.
He's
Two
helped.
guys in front of me.
He's got nobody who can help him in this situation. He's completely solo for a 2v1. The thing about SR is they're so good at playing off each other. They don't let you win a 2v1. Somehow Formal going to come away with it, though.
More T, spot me.
Ready. C play weak.
Tower, last shot weak. And one's behind me.
See a double. Leaves a name behind. Bound with a cleanup. Bound to 1v1 right now. Bound does not shut down Frosty.
Only one guy now.
Renegade wrap to A to 1v1. He will get pinched by a second by Frosty. Yep, pre-nading it. Here comes the pinch. Legend with a cross from C. Gonna shut it down. SR still kind of holding the map here.
Nice. Cat cycle weak. 2 cat, cycles 1.
Formal's awareness of his teammates' locations and the comms is so key, right?
It's okay.
Finding the right target and avoiding the solo fight.
Right here. Another one made.
Too dead. This is big for Optic. They're gonna get B. BC hold. They can bring the map back if they don't die. Roll 2 dead. Nice. Pinch out of A. Last player in A. Legend fighting them. Cool. Spawns in C. They're already spawning in C. Yep. Camo coming up. SR has positioning to fight for Camo. Optic. Legend on top of it. Legend looking at it. Cycle already dead. They're staggered. Numbers advantage. Do not die to this Formal. Roll 2's a one shot. Legend could lock this down. Bound watching it from gold here too. Legend kills last shot. Somehow they have Camo. Legend gonna jump on that. 1v1 back stacks. Royal 2 kills Legend. That might be Camo.
On B guys, on B, top tower weak, John, top tower weak. One shot trippy box.
Damn, bro. Is that Camo or is it burn? I don't know.
One more trippy box, 1.
Roll 2 ego challenge out the doorway. Cleans up Formal from top A.
They're gonna be an A.
You're going to lose A, 4C. We're at 189 to 180. It's a freaking grueler, bro. Grueler to the finish. I can't even talk. Can't take your foot off the gas for a single second, no. And you got to be completely on top of spawns throughout the game and on top of your teammates' comms and locations in the map. Choosing the right fights. This is a good team fight opportunity. Bound gets stuck, though. He trades it with last shot, 3v3. They're going to need help in A. Formal needed to save his shields to fight A here. He might be in trouble. Renegade with a wrap. Player top A goes out the front door.
I'm trying to fight.
He's gonna get pinched from Turbine in a second, too.
Trippy weak. I'm beginning push.
Turbine, there it is.
Hell on top A. Hell on top A. Hell on top A.
This is just a mixy position to be in, bro.
Okay, two guys are catch.
Optic took too long to kill that player at A. If Formal took too much damage from across the map, they could not collapse on Frosty.
Pushing.
I'm long.
I'm gonna cut.
I gotta.
Yo, A cat back there. One shot top A. Roll 2 absolute.
Bound should have a pinch here, but he's gonna get 2v1.
Top A weak.
Bound might die to this without a trade. We'll see.
Weak bound. I'm dying.
Bound dies without a trade. Formal dies without a trade. They're getting rinsed. No. 220 and counting. SR, when it matters most, they're starting to pull away.
Watch this out. Watch this out.
Optic getting caught out in solo fights and 2v1s, right? And dying like unwinnable scenarios. So you can see it happening before it happens.
Hell. Frosty weak. One's on me.
Somebody hiding in A, bro. It's GG's. 236. There's no stopping this at this rate, bro. They're two dead staggered. Renegade trying to get the B. He's got no choice. He'll die here. And SR with, once again, a freaking clinical performance. With 5 seconds to close it out. They can't even go for camo.
Neil's Frost absolute.
2-1.
Once again, I was just giving the game to them, like we're making them stun red. Like we have to block fence.
When did we do that?
Like when the camo, when we killed the camo.
I should have left it.
Oh.
I was trying to go too sneaky.
That's why we never think about spams, dude. It's always the same story. Like.
This is the way.
Full Z, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
This is the way.
Legend says, we never think about spawns. It's always the story. Damn. Optic fought hard in that one, though. It was close all the way up to the 180-point mark. And then SR, once they got a lock on the map, Optic just kind of failed to bring it back and meet the same energy that SR had for him, right? The way that they play off each other, Shopify, it's extremely difficult to deal with. Optic need to make sure they're on the same page with everything they do, but also executing it perfectly throughout the game. They're constantly flipping spawns, holding setups, right? There's a lot going on that you got to keep tabs on. Sometimes when they have an advantage, the camo's coming up as well, so it adds like another layer, a dilemma for them to work off, right? They'll have like BC and then camo's up. C positioning is actually a good spot to be for Shopify. Even though they're not earning time, they got good sightlines to deny camo, right? So Optic are like, do we push and like give up our spacing and our spawns and whatnot in hopes of denying them off camo, right? It's like a tricky dilemma to work with. It's some damn good Halo regardless. We're going right from that to Fortress. Is it Fortress Bomb? This could be rough. This is Legends POV here, and then last shot. Gonna be watching double the Optic that we do Shopify just due to the number of POVs.
Hit her low right. They hit her low right. I mean, go. Hit her low right. Our flag base to our flag. Our flag, John. On our flag. Looking for you.
SR be the final boss. They are looking like the final boss, aren't they? Yeah.
Up tower.
You know, there's a chemistry vibe that you get when you listen to them immediately. They already sound like good buddies, you know? When you're winning, it's easy to have good vibes, but there's just something about them as a unit where the chemistry just seems unmatched.
There's one cycle.
As people, not just like outside the game. You know what I mean? Bomb planted within a minute, bro. Bomb planted 30. Oh, nice headshot, but thrown off the map. Last shot's got an answer. That sniper off the map. And even though Legend gets that kill, that's last shot winning that exchange, right? It's so important that the sniper's not in play for Optic.
Up tower, right side, John.
Sniper's on our spiral. There's a sniper on our spiral.
Optic with an uphill battle here, man.
Our spiral sniping.
I'll ring through with Frosty.
The scary thing about this is, depending on how the scrim goes, it sets the precedent for Arlington, right? Our conversation coming into Arlington is colored by the results of this scrim. Let's go, George. That is just damn good Halo. My God, 18 months. Welcome back, brother. I appreciate you. Right? So Optic, if they lose it and they lose it definitively, it's quite the dialogue coming into the tournament versus had they not scrimmed and it was remained tied, right? The dialogue would be different. Or on the flip side, but it's like you take a risk by playing SR at all.
Keep the bomb there.
Yeah,
I still believe they'll regain.
I'll ring through.
They're already got capping it though. Formal bound, get important picks. That's good defensive play right here.
Here's west ring too. One's at the bomb too, last shot. I'm melting it. It's like half off. It's like half off.
Optic have had trouble both prioritizing rotating the bomb and getting their kills at the same time. Makes it difficult for them to get a bomb plan out. He's getting pushed out tower here, Legend.
Weak to be. Bossy. One shot.
Yeah, yellow outlines on Fortress is a tough combo.
You went low, Sabri. I can help you, bro. I'm here. He's low.
The Optic skins are actually old skins, like Season 2 Halo, Optic skins, but they look sick with the whole team using them. They're cross-core, I believe, so they're using new armor pieces, but with old Optic skins. Legend's survival movement is kind of nuts here, right? He's using late jumps off the back, like threatening his own death, basically, to lower his altitude and make his survival, you know, give him options to avoid nade explosions and survive by kind of late jumping off the back of that platform. Optic wants to get into deficit, though. The bomb's in their base. Sniper's up. Bound on top of it. We'll see if he can make a play with it. Formal does get a kill. 4v3 Optic. Can they get the bomb out of the base and do it quickly, right? Team skins, I believe, are coming out in summer, is what I've heard from Divian, who works with HCS. That's like what the target that they seem to be aiming for, but no confirmation.
I'm just gonna shoot this thing.
Yeah, shoot. Wait.
Sick. Was that was the enemy sniper, right? He picked up the enemy snipe, waste ammo off Optic's comms, and then hits the G slide, quick scope, cleanup for the trade in the final bullet.
He's weak still. One shot back like roll tip. Back you. Our porch.
Optic need this OS, man. Once again, keys to success here, right? Win the fight for the valuable resources in the center of the map. The sniper is one thing, but the OS control is going to give them advantage to push with the bomb. They're already at a deficit here. Lash's going to do what he can. The movement out of cycle or last shot, whoever that was, with the repulse out from the corner, manages to both stay alive and distract, making it easier for SR to win that fight with no trades. Optic once again in trouble here. Royalty last shot coming out with picks. Renegade going to throw the ball out towards courtyard. It's immediately caught by a member of SR as they take it in for a plant. He's got a bad angle to stop this. This is likely a point right here. Yeah. 2-0 already. They got to pick a map that they're more confident on just to get some momentum back in their favor, Optic, right? They went from recharge Strongholds to this. These are like Optic's worst map game types. GG's? Bro. Oh my god. What do you even say to that? Belt to ass? What? As a fan of Optic, man, that was a rough one. That was brutal.
Just feels impossible.
I don't know either, dude. That's impossible.
It's now 4-1. SR Optic.
That's so fucking impossible.
That was the fastest Fortress bomb I've seen in an Optic matchup before. Yeah, I've never seen them beat that quickly. I expect to see more competitive matchups as we continue the scrim. We still got plenty to play, so welcome, guys. Hugs. Hugs in the chat. Regain, chat. Regain.
He just hits it every time, dude. He hits it every time.
We're going to go to last shots POV. Oh, bro, it's Streets Ball. Streets Ball is an excellent regain map for Optic, though. I low-key want to keep watching Optic, man. Now that they're losing as badly as they are. We got 7:30 hanging out in the YouTube. Welcome, guys. Please like the YouTube stream if you're hanging out. Sub to the channel. We got Arlington in a week, and I'll be watching Arlington from here as well. Same content, even more energy, if you can imagine that. It's my stream, my rules. I want to see Optic bring it back on a map they're confident. We're going to go to Formal. They also have comms, which is entertaining.
Sitting the team down.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
There's two watching ball. They're going for ball, I think.
I'm gonna ball.
I'm looking right now.
That's another room. Bedroom, then.
Swimmer. Plants with two shot tires, last shot. Tires shoot, last shot. Let's guys be done. Tires. You can tires. Be done, last shot. One shot PD, last shot.
Game 5. Or 6. Game 6.
One shot, last shot.
This Scrim is
I have a
blowing by,
camo.
bro.
One's main up now, top main up now, one's dead end. Two guys on camo, two guys on camo. They have to be something like that.
Yeah. I mean, Optic coming into the season had a lot of weight on their shoulders, a lot of expectations on them. Shopify kind of in the opposite position, right? It looked almost as if they got kind of shafted, Royal 2 and Frosty, considering the caliber of players that they are. When they ended up with Cycle on last shot, kind of a question mark in their potential. We didn't have expectations for them like we did for Optic, right? And it gave them sort of a pressureless route to number one.
Let's go. I'm looking right down. Top PD, man. Top PD and marking me. There's double
the energy out of these young kids, right? Like on Shopify, Cycle and Last Shot, who have never won a tournament before, looking for their first win. They got to be hungrier than just about anybody in the lobby, right? SR is absolutely a dream team now, but we didn't know that coming into the season. SR coming out with 22 points off the start of this game here too. Optic fight downhill.
Agent weak. Last shot. And one shot, I think. One shot for one shot on me. Cycle.
Formal with a double dilemma here. Cycle going to be impossible to kill. See the repulse? Clean up by Renegade.
Cafe, last shot.
Formal avoiding last shot, staying alive long enough to get the back A here. He can't get his hands on the ball. The ball will reset if they don't touch it soon.
One shot purple, last shot.
They got to touch the ball and do it quickly so they can get a setup in A.
Still there,
Good cleanup. Nicely done to Formal. There we go. Some time for Optic.
Should we help each other on this push, guys? Yo, I have a smoke.
Formal on 40 ping. Yeah, they got more ping than Shopify, suggesting that the servers have been pulled because all four of Shopify are in headquarters in Toronto, in Shopify headquarters, which is interesting.
Damn it, man.
Formal giving up ball to play for camo. Shot the Shroud too late, right? When you shoot Shroud, you're stuck in an animation. And he did it because he thought he was in the clear. SR took full advantage.
One shot, we can leave.
That's the overall KD in the scrim right now. Minus 20 for Bound, minus 24 for Formal.
Frosty, one shot laundry.
Are you tracking KD as we go?
Laundry. Another one, laundry bottom A. One shot main up. Do that, guys.
That's a good 3 dead right there, opening for Optic. Despite the slays, they are coming back in points. They'll take the lead off the setup.
One back, you can sit tires or something.
Heaven Ledge is a good spot to sit to hold the setup here. Yeah, Frosty ready for it. He's hard aiming, hard scoping Heaven Ledge. Knows to anticipate Formal jumping up there.
Arcade, plants weak, two shot.
Renegade gonna have to play this ball likely in a second. He does not opt to play it. He's gonna trust he can win his fight here. They're fighting 2 individual fights. They gotta either win them or team. Yeah, Renegade loses his individual. Formal now dies to a 2v1. They gotta find a way to link up or something, but that was... You know, that's like a you gotta win your 1v1s kind of moment right there. Renegade could have played the ball as well, and he opted to not play it off the map and trust his ability to win that fight with Royal 2.
Cafe just shooting spikes.
SR gonna take the lead now.
He's gonna run purple.
Nice.
Rail, yeah, market.
Legend can push out drive. No, he pushed out trash here.
Market, be pillars.
Formal staying alive long enough to help him out in the gunfight to guarantee it.
He's still ready.
Looking over his shoulder here. Frosty getting in C, bro. Frosty feeling so confident he wrapped the whole map into C.
Okay.
He will die solo for that. That might give Optic a chance to fight back. They're getting tagged from multiple angles here. Double child. Hold hands once again.
Hit him once.
Cycle bottom mid ready to clean him up. Cycle with 2 with the help of Royal 2. And now the last alive, Renegade. Can he find a single kill? He will. Nicely done. Won't find Cycle though. 3v3 and camo control for the second time out of Shopify as they continue to rinse Optic. If this keeps up, I might actually change over to Last Shot's POV for round 2. It's a clinic once again for SR, bro. Nice try out of Formal. Would have hit that headshot. There was camo, bro. Holy shit. The jump scare, the power of camo, right? Frosty can roam around the map and clean up any damage Royal 2 puts down.
Try to kill purple guy. I'm looking around.
83 and counting. If they can't shut it down here, they're in trouble. 2 dead right now. Good stagger. The ball's going to get played out the bottom mid. Formal does not catch it. Looking for Cycle.
More red room.
Red room gets a cleanup. That's Royal 2. They delayed enough time for the 2 players who died to be already spawned. Looking for defense. Yep, on P Street, likely.
Yeah, commando.
Man or Frosty one.
Yeah, I'm looking next to it.
Spawns open in PD A side potentially. Unless they all team spawn in C, they might be.
Purple weak.
Cycle is moving fast, bro. G slides out P Street knowing he's got an advantage in that fight. Very quick to identify the Formal was solo on the lane, too. Legend dead here, too. Try to get bound, get their picks, they'll trade it out. SR have a spawn advantage to get the ball and collect time here.
Nice.
Let's go two.
FPD me.
Spawn PD, spawn
Nice movement at a formal.
Balls one, roll two absolute. Balls absolute, guys. One back at weak as well, last shot. MPD weak, last shot.
Damage and movement. Should be able to pinch last shot with their advantage here. Legend does trade
Yeah,
it.
tires.
Frosty and tires. Renegade looking for the 1v1. Will find the pick. Nicely
I have
done.
a smoke for this
Optic
next camo.
time
I have a
here.
smoke for this camo.
Oh, he's proper.
Nice, nice. I have a smoke to the camo.
I'm lucky.
I spawn B, bro.
No,
Where to-
No, I got two.
Legend spawning B is weird,
Yeah, I have
right?
a smoke for it.
Ivy.
Yeah, they're looking at PD just in case that spawn is open and
I have a smoke
split.
to
They're
camo
two
back.
dead though.
Da-da-da-da.
Camo coming up. They're
On
likely
camo,
going to give it up
they
again
have
here.
it, benches, have it, benches. Frosty has it. One
They've lost 3 camos
Two
back to back
right,
in this
two right,
round.
Weak Shyway, weak for
One more PD, one more PD. One's gonna be right on camo. There's two right, I think on John. Two right, I think on
Frosty, I think, has it. Free reign through center map.
No, one's cafe hiding.
They got to figure out where he is.
John. Smoking John, smoking John, smoking John.
82 is Optic do take
Dead, I got one.
control. Big kill and last shot. Frosty camo back A. That's yep. And
PD
getting
one shot,
pinched.
PD one shot,
No
ball
beat down with the ball here.
Ball guys one, and one is camo guy.
Pinch out. Oddball might be able to find a pick.
Back
They
P's
rotated back
hiding, I
A
think.
here.
He's just hiding.
Camo could be
Camo,
heavy.
camo,
Yeah,
side,
for PD.
Two PD.
Ego chows the hell out of it. Finds the trade on Frosty. There's camo.
PG,
Optic at 2 up right now.
Be sure, John.
Last shot with the cut down. Last shot on the stairs. Nice help from Renegade. Formal doing not even challenge last shot, right?
Yeah, two cafe.
Renegade taking full advantage of the distraction. He's dead here.
Frosty's weak.
He's got to get pinched from Legend. Out through bottom, A, good cut. Legend with 2. Legend with 3 is massive at 99. At 99, Legend with a triple kill off the help of Formal.
Only one guy.
That might be enough to win the round. Oh my God, Sock, thank you for the follow.
Planish.
5 seconds. They could get pushed out. 3v3.
Might die.
He might die to nades. 99.
I died. Grab it.
99. No. Grab it, bro. Grab it. No. What? What happened? Did he pick it up and drop it?
Oh my god, dude.
All good. One left.
He picked it up and dropped it. You have to hold it for a full second. What the fuck was that?
One red, I think.
One shot.
Red. Drive with soccer.
I can't believe what I'm
Commando with
witnessing,
soccer.
bro.
Commando with soccer. When
They did all that work just to drop it at 99.
Should be tips.
One shot, Tim.
He didn't hold it for a second. Generational fucking troll, bro. I can't believe that. How does your mental not check now? How's your mental not check coming in round 2? Did Bound panic? Was it Bound with the hot potato, man, bro? Butterfingers.
I'm going back to with Camo.
That was a bad fumble. We gotta forget that happened and move on.
Alright, backhand me.
Now, that's not the first time that they fumbled a situation where they should have won the round, right? In the open tournament that they lost, the last open
One's
tournament,
on the minute.
they
Roll 2 shot.
like they couldn't defend the ball at the end of the game, right?
Yeah, two on the shotty.
They fumbled a situation where they had a clear advantage. Similar to that, but even worse this time around.
There's 3 purple.
Reaper, bro. I'm B.
There's 3 purple guys. I'm just guarding ball.
Heaven.
Optic with 15 seconds off the open.
Yeah, minute. Frosty weak. You don't make Frosty. You don't make Frosty going right.
And despite the fact that I'm mentally checked, I'm hoping Optic's not, right?
We're weak, Bound. And on spikes.
Getting help with Bound here off the pinch.
One more purple was weak.
Bound, can he find a second?
The ball guy.
Quick ball rotator to SR. Bound going to chase it down here. There's 3 dead though. Bound's alive. The only one alive on Optic right now.
I'm trying to play one.
I think he's chasing.
One's a laundry. Is 18 man hit spikes.
Imagine that in grands, bro. Oh my God.
More was tires, Frosty. I died to
That'd be
bottom C.
Door.
Hell, driveway.
Everyone check is. Oh, wait.
One shot driveway.
Good 2-player hit on driveway, but the nades come in and do damage to both of them. Camo coming up in 5. They need 1 camo. Optic have not had a single camo the entire game. Can Formal find an opening for it?
ATM roll 2.
Good pre-nade into the 5. Roll 2 ready for him.
One shot ATM,
Roll
roll
2
two,
turns
absolute.
around,
ATM,
pre-fight,
ATM,
knows he's
amazing.
getting chased, finds the win in the fight from down low. Ready to give it the trade. Roll 2 still mixing. They got camo. Optic have camo. Roll 2 still chasing him, bro.
Pretty shorty.
I'm looking right, bro.
Legend just roaming with camo completely solo. Once he gets revealed, he could die alone here. Yeah, he's dead. By the time Formal gets there, he can't do anything.
One check FA last shot. I'm Bulldog 1.
Lunchbox is in the comms. I'm just too
number one.
loud. Lunchbox voice is lower than the rest of the comms in this stream for some
One cafe,
reason.
right? Roll 2.
One laundry. I think one's laundry.
Yeah, laundry, tires, and shot. Last shot. One shot, tires, last shot, absolute. Just pushing in tires. One shot.
I'm here, man.
I just heard him there, but he's getting drowned out by other people's voices. Formal spawning into a disadvantage every time, right? His team, he's dying before his team does, and then when he spawns, his team's already dead.
One shot dead end. Nice shot.
Last shot with a push out to PD on the map, cleans him up. Legend with a nice double for an answer here, but he does die to World 2. Optic spawning 2 up right now, 2v2. Spawns in C for SR. They might have a chance to push them out here, as they do have perimeter space this time. Bound already dead. All played out center.
Top out Frosty.
Formal gonna save cycle.
One shot top C valve.
Frosty wins it off the balcony. That's 3 dead. All of Optic off the map. Ball set up once again for SR.
Going A Scrim now.
Try to kill the B guy. Try to kill the B guy. I'll push over with you. He's Ivy, Frosty.
Drive it.
I'm looking right.
It's looking grim off that loss
Balls,
in round 1, man. It's looking grim.
Ball guy's gonna win. Here.
It's hard to believe now, you know?
Weak as well.
Gotta see something miraculous out of Optic.
Laundry also, roll 2.
2:45 is still plenty of time on the clock to make something happen. They got the first camo. Can they find the second? That was Lunchbox right there. Camo in 5.
One shot ATM
Frosty once again winning the 1v1. Formal miss with some uncharacteristic, bro, misses.
On camo now.
Because Frosty wins that 1v1, SR now have an advantage state to pick up camo, and there's not a lot Optic can do about it. Frosty's still alive, bro. Frosty! He gets out to trash, perfectly nades Formal, and now he dies to World 2 because of it. Frosty does get cleaned up. Camo, I think, might be picked up by Optic. We got a lot of size coming out of Formal right now. I'm hoping they lock in.
He's back.
I don't know if like it looked like you'd have to go back and check it. He might have missed. Frosty winning the fight with Legend here.
Big cycle, half.
Typically in scrims, Frosty is not the top performer, but when it matters, Frosty activates, right? And I could see him turning out to be the MVP. We'll look at the stats after the scrim, and I'm very curious to see. Is that 25 kills? I think.
I'm hitting Ivy.
75 and counting here at Optic, fighting off a large deficit in this round.
Balls weak, guys, cycle. Maynard also ATM cycle.
Ping advantage is in the favor of SR. They're in the HQ. They're beside each other. There is a slight advantage in that regard, but
one shot up C-Valve cycle.
You know, it still doesn't change the fact that SR are looking better right now.
Two shot, 2 ATM.
Frosty turns up when he's needed, yeah.
Also weak.
This might be game over.
Well
timed pinch at a last shot. Knows exactly where the spawners are. Finds 2, right? This guy's zipping around the map. You see how fast he's moving. Coming out with 2 kills here. 93. Legend going to drop World 2. Frosty with another pick. Holding the stalker. That is a GG's. And off that fumble in round 1, they could not get it together in round 2. Hard not to be kind of checked off the results of that first round, man. That is a 5-1 scoreline in the scrim and Optic as it goes on. SR pulls away. Bit of a frightening result so far. We still got plenty of games to play. We're going to go last shot POV now. I don't care what the map is. I thought that might be the regain for Optic, and I think it would have been if they just clutched up that one round of ball. But after that, I mean, who was the top Slayer? I didn't get a chance to see it. If we got a chance to see it, guys. Frosty had a lot of important kills. The stalker control at the end, I think, was massive for sure. It's 5-1, bro. No, so right now, all 4 members of SR are in Toronto, and they have a lower ping than Optic does currently, because I think so many of them are in the same place that they're pulling the server closer to the East Coast server near Toronto, basically. So Texas is close to a server as well. I think it's 2 different servers, I think. Formal's on 40 ping, last shot's on 20, last I checked. We can see what the next game looks like. It was bound to pick up the ball and dropped it, I'm pretty sure, yeah. I don't know if that's like nerves or something, right? Is bound one to get nervous, though? Doesn't seem like the type. In such a chaotic scenario like that, though, it is, you know, it's 99-99. You got to get 1 second on the ball. Score is 5-1 right now, Arthur. We're going from there to Collie, bro. We need Frosty's POV for this. No comms on SR's POV. See 22 ping versus the 40 ping for formal, right? So it suggests that the servers are being pulled over to, closer to Toronto right now. I can't get Frosty's POV because he's not streaming. If at some point I have, like, observer privilege, I don't want to bother these guys, but, you know, eventually maybe we'll cast it properly. Fireblood, thank you for the YouTube follow. Welcome. We're on board with last shot in Game 7 right now. SR pretty confidently winning the scrim. This map is Frosty's playground. He was arguably the best player in the world at Coliseum. He's got some of the best clips in the world on Collie. So he's very comfy here. I love that movement at last shot, though, despite being last alive. Look at him move, right? Gets into their base, wraps all the way around to the front, near the sightlines of his teammates. Does get cleaned up, but causing chaos here for Royal 2 and Frosty to pick up off of. That's 2 dead. Frosty in a 1v1 up on top of rocks. He does find it. Renegade coming out with a rocket kill on the feed. Might be in their cave. Last shot looking for it. You can watch anyone's gameplay through theater mode after the fact if you have their GT, but if you want to actually like properly observe it, they need to let me in the lobby as an observer, right? I'm not saying it's the lag. I'm not blaming lag on anything. Hopefully you guys are not talking to me. I'm just showing you the ping difference. Chat might be saying things. I don't know. They're coming out with a confident flag, though. Optic looking to plant this first one. And it looks like they will go up with a 1-0 advantage. Cycle with some positioning up at elbow here. We'll see if last shot can pick up off him. Nice G-slide up the street quickly here. Cycle kills Bound in a 1v1. Royal 2 needs help. Crazy play at a Royal 2 coming back through the silvers, trying to find a cleanup. Why, just watching whoever's POV I watch is what? Yeah, slated to lose. LVT goes into the lobby as an observer. Exactly, yeah. So if I want that, the pros have to allow me in the lobby. And the objective of these matches are practice, not content, right? As much as we're having fun with it and making content with it, the teams, the only thing they're trying to do is practice. We're lucky that they're streaming it at all, you know? Cycle completely solo. Will probably die before last shot gets there, unless he finesses his life, which he's currently doing. Dead to formal. Last shot now solo as he pushes up here. Got to be careful. Frosty with an important kill across the map. Last shot, not ready for Legend, pushing out the sniper lane. That's the risk of being in that position with no perimeter support, right? Legend gets free reign up that perimeter lane behind last shot. And Optic might be able to pull away with the numbers advantage they just had. Rocket control once again with Renegade holding it. That's, I think, 2 in a row at Optic. Coming out with the kill on Cycle here as well. Optic off the advantage, might have an opportunity to pull. Roll 2's the last alive, getting Ego Child out the window. Last shot snapping on 3 different locations as he's doing anything he can to deal damage for SR to get the cleanups. Bound with 2 on the feed. Cycle up the sniper ramp here, already getting pressured. Optic coming back with a vengeance in this game on Frosty's map, bro. Guys, I can't, realistically speaking, let's drop the conversation about cursing, caster cursing, anything, okay? I have no pull. No impact on the results of this shit, okay? It doesn't matter what I say. Don't you dare put that on me. I don't want to deal with it. That was 2 big kills out of form, by the way, in the kill feed. With the sniper control. Form with another on a Cycle. Low key, though. If he keeps popping off, I'm going to get pissed and I'm not watching him. That's 2-0 for Optic. SR in an uphill battle. A little unexpected, given they've never lost this map to Optic, I don't think. Renegade with a good shutdown with a nade. He's coming up through the elbow here. Last shot has a death cam on him. And he'll continue to call that out. Optic pre-nade? They're looking at each other, bro. Optic trying to clear the cubby beside them, thinking somebody's there. Last shot getting to witness it all from the death cam. 3v3 right now. Great shot in the last shot. 2v2. Renegade out the window. 2 shots in the body of Renegade as he does try to chase him down. The nade gets stuck in the floor. Deal damage to last shot. Doesn't matter, though. Cycle coming out with 2 picks. Royal 2 watching the elbow. With the help of last shot, they might be able to have a pull opportunity here. That happens sometimes. That's just the geo in this game, bro. It's unpredictable. Especially on some of these Forge maps. You never know when it's just going to get caught in like a random, you know, surface. Formal with another big kill on Cycle here. Roll 2 in the back of the base. Nice patient play at a Renegade. I don't know if he had just spawned there or if he was waiting there. Anticipating the push onto the flag. Cleaned up by last shot, though. Good damage on a bound, but the team shots out of Optic looking a little bit stronger here. They got the catwalk control. 1v1 bottom mid. Cycle? Cycle finding it on Forgehub. Flag taken, though. Well, it happens. Straight out the center of the map here. Rockets now up once again. Renegade has had 2 rockets back-to-back. Can SR get some coverage on it? Cleaned up by Cycle. Royal 2, I believe, has the rocket launcher. Cycle with 2 as well. This is a good advantage state for Shopify. They can convert this into a pull if they play it wisely. Yep, Royal 2 with another kill. Rockets held by somebody on Shopify. I think it's Royal 2. He's currently pulling the flag. Spawns have to be in cave here. Last shot with the cutoff. His teammate Frosty up on the pyramid. Where is Optic? They can't find the lane they're approaching from. Bound with a kill on Royal 2 somehow already. And Formal and team playing patient off their spawns, right? Somehow Renegade has the rockets. What the hell? They find Renegade on bottom mid. I guess I missed the pickup. Last shot getting max mileage off that rocket. That should be a guaranteed flag for SR. With 6 minutes on the clock here. Because they're starting to come back in the game.
This is the way.
Thank you, Dwayna. Welcome. Appreciate it.
This is the way.
SR on a stagger right now. 2 dead. All 4 up for Optic. Got to make sure they get a trade before they die if they can. Frosty going to slow play it up snipe side. Flag pulled. Formal coming out the elbow. No window with flag. Bound with an opening kill on Cycle. They got top rockets control here too. Roll 2 Frosty. Good trades. That'll be a flag return opportunity. Frosty with another. It's advantage state now for SR. They got intel on somebody rockets. Absolutely nuke Renegade. Spawns on elbow are open right now. There could be a player here. I like this. He can jump off that rock and then jump up. Yep. And go around the ledge here. This side of the map is asymmetrical to the other side. You can't stand. There's like a little ledge that you can't stand on there that you can on the blue side. And it made it difficult for last shot to approach the elbow. But he still got away with it. This is from Zara, I think, or H&M Eagle. Sure. They're getting out with a flag. I think there's a sniper on the floor in front of him. There's a sniper on the floor in front of last shot he didn't see. Not that it matters. They're going to get 2 flags in this raid. Less than 5 seconds here. There it is. Pick it up, bro. Pick it up. Do we see the same thing that I see the snipe in front of him? We seen that, guys? He's so locked in looking at the opponents. Trying to do the reconnaissance for him. Sniper despawns. Last shot's just so locked, bro. He doesn't even need it. This is getting risky for Optic as it continues. Last shot just absolutely cooking and making 2 back-to-back. Same rotate. Off the rock, up for the clamber, and then around the wall here. Great high vantage point. Vichal at the elbow. He's got advantage state and positioning on anybody who pushes out the elbow. He can bank nades off the floor like he's doing. Late jump around the corner. Formal and Optic trying to fend off last shot, but the rockets coming into play now. It's going from bad to worse, bro. It's going from bad to worse. Somebody wrapped through. He's going to die, though. Frosty going to cut him off in the... Yep, Frosty kills Renegade, who overextends. With a desperation pull, hoping to throw off the attention of Shopify. Legend and Bound get kills. Legend joins Renegade to get a touch on the flag, killing Frosty as they run it through the sniper side of the map. Somehow, 2 members of Optic are fending off Last Shot and Royal 2 long enough for that to happen off his POV. Bro, I thought Renegade was alone in the base, right? Dies to Frosty, but Legend very quickly went up the snipe lane, picked up off of it, pulled the flag, all while Last Shot was fighting on the elbow. Kind of crazy. Good looks out of Optic. They finally get a win. And a little bit of momentum maybe back in their favor, and they win on a map where they typically struggle on, right? Formal has talked about this in the past. He said we got to work on Origin. We got to work on the spawn knowledge on Origin too. Slayer especially. So we'll see how Slayer goes if they play it, but it's good to see a win at Optic there. That's a start, yeah. Now you want me to stay on Shopify, yeah? And Shyway watches, whoever he watches loses, bro. All right, if in the end, Optic lose, you guys can let them know that it was my fault. Because I was watching their POVs. Okay? It's not Optic's fault. You can let Formal know I said sorry.
How do they play top? They just something wrong, come on.
Game 7.
Sure. I think one does like late play cuts or something. I'm not sure what that kid does.
Big door, big door.
The hell, Fred? Legend POV on live fire Strongholds. Optic had a very competitive game of recharge Strongholds up until about the 180-point mark before SR pulled away and dominated the map. Renegade coming out with snipe off the opening strat, not going to hold it for long. Might be a key to success for Optic in this game, though. If Optic didn't get the win right there, would have put your SR jersey on? Oh. Ready to betray them immediately. Land predictions. We'll save the conversation about land for after the scrim while we look at stats. That was a crazy late jump at a legend right there, by the way. If you crouch before you drop off a ledge, you can lower your altitude before late jumping, and he just barely got a peek over the top of the sandbags for a shot there. You gotta walk off, hold crouch, and jump within the window of time that you have to late jump before falling to the floor. Beautiful shots on Camo and a legend with the eyes there. He'll find it, but not enough to get the kill. Optic gonna collect C as they trade it for A here. SR still holding advantage state with that Camo control. Who has snipe? I think it's Frosty with snipe in the back pocket. Legend with the jiggle P gonna find it. Sniper out of ammo, I believe, as they do drop 2. Renegade with access to B here. Looking at A spawns. His teammates on the screen. They gotta be C. Yeah. Formal calls his spawn at screen, so Legend immediately averting his attention over to C. They'll trade A for C. He's getting tagged up from pillars. He's in trouble. Beautiful positioning at a legend, but that nade, he thought it was a frag, right? The way he sat in the corner of the pillar there was a good way to stay alive. Royal 2 off the G slide. Finds the second, though. That's the double for Royal. Oh, my God. He thought he had a frag. Yeah, he naded himself, which forced him out of his safety of the cover that he had. That was the only thing keeping him alive. Unfortunate. Roll 2 first to drop here. Not want to die for free. Last shot with a good trade to bring it to 3v3 here. Camo in less than 10. Formal gets a backspack on Cycle. Formal with an important 1v1 fight on Frosty. Should be one shot here. Sticks him. Repulse Sticky sticks Legend. Frosty narrowly coming out with a trade there. Renegade might have the Camo. He doesn't G-slide out with it. The Camo down on the floor. Getting baited here by Optic. Can they keep the Camo in play? Formal on top of it. Royal 2 getting in the mix here. Frosty up in the big 1v1 here with Frosty. Nice execution at a legend. Find the shot through the pillars. Legend now with Camo. What does he do?
That's Royal 2 right now.
I don't know what you're talking about, Rat.
That's Royal 2 weak. That's Royal 2 weak. Weakness. One shot. Double double me too. Double me too. One shot pillars. Royal 2. One shot pillars. Royal 2. Pillar. One shot. Let's go. You guys can go B. You guys can go B.
1-2 series last weekend. What are we talking about?
Don't me door on you. Don't me door on you. I spun up. Royal 2's out some more.
Y'all just inventing fan fiction about me in the chat. Feel free. All good. Optic hold now BC here. Split in 2-2. They got 2 on C side, 2 on B here. Working off each other. Legend can pre-down the cycle. The shots from the back of A, though, finding that team cross. Yeah. Legend is super important part of the puzzle here. That's snipe control by Renegade, though. Renegade on this map, when he's locked in with a sniper, could be the game changer Optic needs to take this. Great damage onto Frosty. That's 3 dead for SR and an opportunity for a trip cap with Frosty the last alive, giving up his positioning on C. Hits the jump. I've been seeing a lot of pros missed this jump recently, right? It's good to see Legend coming out when it matters most, right? Finding the chow on Frosty off the tower jump. Optic with no timing to get to a trip cap. They do hold on a BC. That'll get pushed out by, I believe, Renegade. Yeah, Renegade's still holding snipe. Legend trying to figure out who he wants to help, right? Renegade's still solo back tower. He likely will die. Oh, he's got QT. Nice cleanup at a legend. Renegade has the freedom to roam as if he's 2 players when he's got that QT, right? Just the mileage that you can get with it. Renegade gonna work off Formal here. The team cross to guarantee the kill. Formal with the cleanup on Frosty. He will get pushed out back B. He's gonna need some help. Camo coming up in 10 seconds here as well. Legend can't afford to leave his team isolated, right? Doing all the damage he can before he wraps back to camo here. Renegade gonna come back for camo too. Okay, they're gonna give up B for camo. Yes, Lunchbox on the comms right there. Play for camo, right? Bound coming out with the second camo in the game. Optic have had camo control so far. Maybe third camo?
Okay. I'm right side already. Fuck.
I'm trying to IGL this, but you're going to be taking C instead of B this, right? Instead of jumping right into hill, he's wrapping up back tower and clearing tower. I like this play at a Legend. Into a wide flank. Late jump off the back of the box. That's the only way he could hope to stay alive, right? He avoids the nade coming down from the floor, and that jump will connect him with the other side of the cover, but his opponent knows to look for it.
I got fight. Maybe.
Good G-slide off spawn, right off the turbine, straight to A, but last shot's ready for him. 2v1 now in last shot. Great reposition behind the screens. He knows he's getting pushed out from back tower. Legend's awareness is insane, right? The little micro decisions that he goes through to cut angles and isolate sight lines. Well, one shot in the exchange keeps him alive long enough to make things mixy, but SR still holding on the map. Somehow Optic have the sniper despite is a Renegade the only one alive right now, right? Can use the banks off spawn on the turbine. He's going to get double child out key door in a second here too. Frosty dead to Renegade. Renegade the key to success for Optic if he can find a play with that sniper once again. They got to get a hill.
Three guys outside. One guy screens going key door. Key door going cuts now. Psycho is cuts.
Map count is 5-2 SR right now. 5-2 SR.
Top tower, going down the ramp. You guys coming C, nice shot. One's on the ramp, on C, and top tower.
Trying to get dropping with sniper here. Not sure if there's ammo in it.
I'm trying to hold B, but...
Legend kind of an awkward position here solo. Cutting as many sight lines as he can.
Watch out back B. I'm again this time.
He's a huge nuisance for SR right now, right? Beautiful play as a solo player. Finds a body shot as well. Bound with an easy cleanup because of it. Bound looking for two here. That sniper's down at pillars. Renegade with a pinch from C plat can keep Bound alive. He dies. Bound with a trade. That sniper might still be in play on pillars. I'm not sure if it had ammo. Yeah, they're rotating back to it. Bound dies though. Getting tagged out the back. Last shot with 2 on the feed. From the perimeter of the map, can Legend get anything? That's 3 out of last shot looking for an over. Legend, the most difficult kill on Optic, but it doesn't matter. 177 count here for SR. Optic once again fighting for disadvantage. 2 dead. The moment Legend spawns, he doesn't have a lot to work with, right? He's got to play off Renegade. Renegade with 2. Evens the odds here, 2v2. Gonna follow him up in Rat Tunnel. Chios. Nicely done. That was camo out of play. They're doing all this just to fend off SR, not to take map control, right? That's the issue. SR putting so much pressure on Optic. Frosty is the snipe in the feed here too, 3v3. It's making it difficult for them to even get anything going, bro. Getting tagged out mid and dummies at the same time. Doesn't find the kill. And Optic dropping like flies at 220. Is that Royal 2 with 20 and 11 as he holds scoreboard there? Royal 2 with a 2.0 nearly KDA. Popping off and pulling away from Optic. They can't afford any mistakes. Double chow out big door. No survival for Legend in that fight whatsoever. I don't know if he could have slow played it an A and anticipated that, but what do you do at this point? 237 and counting. They're getting outclassed in Strongholds. Getting outclassed. Oh, you're correct. Yeah, Legend's ping is 27. I don't know why Formal's is 40. Right? So everybody's got different pings in the lobby, and it actually probably is more like closer in line than we might think. Optic are not playing in an HQ. They're playing in different locations. Like Formal is at home right now, as you can see. But I'm not sure why it is that he's got a 20 ping difference versus Legend in a different location. But in Texas, right? They're both in Texas. Let's see what the next map game type is before I decide who I want to watch here.
No, I feel like we're not listening to each other.
Yeah.
Y'all are wild, bro. Like, obviously Optic doesn't want second place, but this idea that anybody should change off either team is fucking nuts, bro. This is the highest level Halo we've ever witnessed. There's no trading out anybody. These teams are locked in for Arlington. And I'd be very surprised if Formal makes any team changes before the end of the year. Pretty sure both these teams will stick together the whole year. The issue with Last Shot POV is there's no comms. I wish we had SR's comms, bro. They make the match more exciting and they give me more to pull from when we're talking about the action. FaZe and SSG might change if they underperform like significantly, but once again, we talked about this. Like, if you were to make a change on SSG, who would you put on the team? And would that suddenly make the team better? Because I don't think you can put anybody on the team that would suddenly level up the team, right? You're making a lateral move at best. You're taking a risk, if anything. You're looking at 4 world champions already. Maybe they don't quite have the chemistry that they need to contest the top 2 right now. But to suggest that putting anybody else on the team would suddenly make them better is like kind of crazy. SR won Strongholds live fire. It is currently 6-2 SR in the scrim. They have won both Strongholds maps. There's no more Strongholds in the scrim. It's hard to imagine Eco and Stellar splitting up, considering they are the longest standing high-level duo still in Halo Esports right now. It was surprising seeing Snakebite and Royal 2 split to begin with, and then Trippy and Lucid, right? It's hard to imagine Stellar and Eco making that switch again. So it's like if they did drop somebody, which I don't think will happen, I don't know if it would be either of those guys. Optic, I believe, have muted their comms. They're having a team talk right now. It's good to have you guys here with me. We got over 800 on YouTube, and we've got 350 on Twitch. Welcome, everybody. Please feel free to follow. Currently, we have 1,634 out of 1,700 subs. Doing what I can to smash records and build a thriving community here. Put Halo on the map the best I can with my limited resources, bro. I'm just having fun. But I appreciate all you guys hanging out. We are less than 100 followers away from 22,000 on Twitch. We are almost at 63,300 on YouTube. So if you're watching on YouTube, please sub. Robeers, thank you for the follow. We're going to be looking at Scrim stats at the end of the Scrim. We've got Halo Data Hive for that to see who's really popping off. But yeah, support means a lot, guys. This is essentially my full-time work now. I've been watching Scrims every single day for at least 4 hours. Rambler, thank you for the follow. And then when I'm not doing that, I'm coaching or trying to make YouTube content, right? So if I can earn a livelihood for myself making this shit, then I'm a happy camper, bro. But there aren't any Halo content creators? What do you mean? Oh, I know what you're saying.
Or take our time on breaks, bro.
There you go.
Don't fucking rush it.
Yeah, try to have the rotation, like, bro, give it up if they
Recharge King of the Hill. We're going to watch Last Shot POV.
Like, the rotation is so important. Like, every time they get the hill and then we have to break again, like, that should not be like that.
1,700 subs. Can we do it?
King of the Hill.
Got to get some gifters. Living the dream. I love what I do, man. I think, what's the quote? Let me give you the quote. Hold on.
You're breathtaking.
Jamie with 10. Let's go, brother.
Breathtaking.
I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. That's it right there. It doesn't matter what it is that you do. It's the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. In the pursuit of a goal that you deem worthy, meaningful. As long as you're in pursuit. The journey is the success, right? This right here is success. That shit resonates with me. Anyway, game 8, bro. Let's lock in. The Great Journey. Yeah, hell yeah. It's also a Halo song. Beautiful shots at a last shot from Tower off the opening strat, dealing max damage without dying. Casual wisdom drop. It's by Earl Nightingale, who's, I believe, a motivational speaker in the early 1900s. That's his quote. That's his quote. Yeah, good to be here, guys. 2v2 right now as they take the hill. You want gold side control for this hill. So last shot looking to jump there. He whiffed the jump. Now he's in trouble. Having gold as your anchor helps secure spawns nearby. You want the enemy spawning in either A or C. Ideally, you're set up in a way that ensures that you're ready for those spawns, right? Generally, what we see is A control to gold with C side spawns. So if you're spawning in C here, they got to push out the map. Last shot just dealing max damage on anything he can. But Optic with a good lockdown off this first hill here. Matchup has been convincing on the side of Shopify, but we've had some good competitive games. It's 6-2 right now. Whichever POV we watch loses according to chat, so could be 6-3 in a second. We're locked in today, Samantha. I can't read chat as much as I usually do, but yeah. I love seeing you guys here. Optic coming out with a just about uncontested first hill as I watch Last Shot's POV. What the hell is going on? 3v3. Camo coming up in 5. 2v2 now. Is Last Shot going to push out back silo? A shot collected by Optic here. With Camo coming up, can Bound find the headshot that he needs? He drops Last Shot to no shields in one shot, right? Which tells you that he hit 2 out of 3 of the burst on his face. He didn't get a perfect headshot, Bound, but he got a mostly headshot, putting Last Shot to no shields off one hit. Beautiful wrap. I like the decision to hide here, right? He's got no teammates to help him out. He's just going to sit in the corner off his grapple rotate, wait for the team to come into the fight before he chows as well. Okay, we'll be on long haul and sneaky in a second here, too. I'm surprised they're not already in the fray. Renegade got a beat down on Frosty. That was it, right? He could have been hiding on the box. Renegade looking for 2. Damage in a legend. He's got a grapple in the back pocket if he needs it, but that's a good cleanup. One might be in his C-plat already. It's Royal 2 challenge at long haul for the last surviving player. That's Bound who's dead. They will be spawning pipes here with Frosty occupying tower. Yep, bat ledge right now. He's got a shroud and a grapple, depending on how he wants to use it. Shock is about to spawn here too. Royal 2 going to try to get access to it from top gold. Spawns out are going to flip towards A side of the map for Optic. Big 1v1 fight that Legend comes out on top of. That's a huge 1v1 for Legend as he punches an opening. It might create a team spawn nearby. Unless he's under pressure. Nice lockdown by Cycle. Optic should still be spawning A. You don't want to be spawning A for this hill. It's an uphill battle. You're forced into the sightlines of gold. Or into the bandit of Last Shot. This guy's just too clean. Besides the ego chalic is why not. That's important damage that his team should be able to collect easily. Although, as I say, a Bound getting mixy. Okay, he dies for it. Risky gameplay at a Bound, but what could he do as a solo man? This guy's too good at the game, bro. I think when it comes to MVP conversation, Last Shot is at the top of my list for the year. And I think all it will really take is SR to win tournaments for Last Shot to get the popular vote for MVP at the end of the year. At the rate he's headed, right? His POV is different, man. Now 1-1 is SR to take the hill. The A anchor for this hill is important. You want to be spawning in A. It gives you easy access to Turbine. Optic does have camo, I believe. That was Bound up bottom mid. Frosty will be in the conversation too, but Last Shot, in my opinion, has a new kid factor, right? Frosty's been around for a long time. He's been an MVP for a while. Back in Halo 5, he got the MVP for the entirety of Halo 5, something like that, right? He got an award at the end of Halo 5 in 2018. Last Shot is a new kid. He's 19. And just because he's like, you know, he hasn't had the accolades, I feel like he's going to attract those accolades a little bit more so than Frosty might in the popular vote, you know what I mean? Frosty's popped off more when it matters in tournaments, I do think. But I could see Last Shot stealing hearts this year. I don't know. We'll see. And what really matters is tournament performance at the end of the day, so we'll see. If Frosty pops off as hard as he has been, then he could take it. You can make an argument for anybody on Shopify getting MVP. Or on Optic if Optic start winning. Cycle does perform better in scrims. In raw statistics, Cycle actually does more than Last Shot, interestingly. We don't see Cycle's POV as often. Last Shot streams on a regular basis. He's got more of a platform that he's been building. Yeah, he has been winning FFAs. Last Shot has won. He won the World Championship FFA back in 2023 before he, I don't know if I want to say started his competitive career, because he did play with some lesser-known teams for a bit in the open bracket and showed some clear progress before he got scouted by, there's like talent scouts, apparently, according to Miquin, some longtime Halo competitors who saw his gameplay at a LAN tournament and said, this kid's really good. Keep tabs on him. Placing in top 4 at the end of last year with Pure, right? Yeah, at the rate that he's headed, the speed that he's improving at, he will be in conversation for best in the game if this keeps up, for sure. People are already saying it. I like that cut with the G-slide. Camo coming up. He both cuts off his rotate and gets the camo at the same time. Just about to cap out this hill. That A spawn might be open. Yeah, last shot not seeing spawns on that, right? If there's an opponent sitting on Mangler, then the spawn opens up in A because he's given up turbine positioning, right? So there was a team spawn that happened, likely in A in that situation, that then shot last shot in the back and gives Optic hill control off that team spawn if they hold it. If you see somebody in Mangler like that, you don't have a lockdown on A, then expect there to be a team spawn. You got to come back and wrap and look for it. Optic have a chance to maybe save this hill at 1 minute 40. It'd be a huge shift in the game and give them an opportunity to play for slays and time. You don't hear a lot of people saying that last shot's in best player conversation, Andrea? It depends on which circle you're in, I guess, you know? It's like, with people that I talk to, last shot's, or people who come into my chat as well, last shot's in the conversation for best player. But there's a few others, obviously. They still locked down the hill. 1 minute 37 on the clock here, and it's bad news bears for Optic, because with this time, they can start burning more of the clock and make Optic have to work for it. Any source of control here, right? Cycle with the shock, guarding, last shot up above. Formal manages to snap through the sight lines in long, isolate the kill. Cycle finds the cleanup. That's going to flip the spawns over to A once again for Optic. Though they are pushing up pipes, it might give them team spawns nearby. C spawn here for last shot tells me that they're going to push through, go up pipes to gold to take long haul in a second. Last shot opts to push out A with his teammate. Nice quick thinking out of Shopify. They're flanking the flankers, right? Instead of waiting for Optic to come at them from gold, they push out A and they get behind them knowing where they're spawning and where they're headed, right? That was quick thinking out of SR. And now they have control once again with 52 seconds. Optic could get a land buff and could get a buff with the crowd as well. Yeah, the first major is the Optic Arlington major, right? So I expect there to be a big Optic presence there. I expect them to show up and bring their A game. It's hard to win at this rate, bro. 30 seconds. Can't get flanked if you flank first? Yeah. If you know the flank is coming, and then you outflank the flanker like that, that's some fast, high-level Halo. $18 seconds to close it out. Safe to say it's another clinical performance out of Shopify. And I guess I'm not caster cursing anybody, huh? That's a 3 dev for Optic as they close out the game confidently. What were the slays there? I didn't get a good look at it. I have no doubt that SR came out on top of that one. Wow. How we doing, Chad? It is 7-2 in the scrim. As the scrim continues, the stat line is getting worrisome.
Yeah, no, I was sitting BR with camo and I said 2 cross, I killed 1 and then...
Remember Optic coming out of the scrim, or before the scrim, sorry, we're tied in game wins, right? 33-33.
I feel like what they do
that has changed now. If they want to tie the scrim, they have to win basically every single game going forward, right? Typically a scrim plays about 14 to 16 games in that range. They got to basically win every single game if they want to tie the scrim by the end of it.
A, like, I don't know. Whatever.
This is the way.
Like,
This is the way.
Thank you, Sabucks. Welcome.
in this some match, like, obviously we played really bad, but like most of the matches...
We're trolling a lot of ones.
Yeah.
Oh, that is just good Halo right there. That is just damn good Halo. Oh my God. Risky. 9 months on a 4-month streak. Let's go. Welcome back, brother. I appreciate you. We're going to go back to Formal's POV here on Aqua, I believe, Bomb.
We're not pink.
All right, we're back at it.
Fridge, last shot.
It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Right? If Optic can showcase some endurance in this, still fight fire with fire when they're down at a deficit,
I'm from base with him.
it'd be a pretty good tell of what they're capable of on land. But they go 4 dead off the opening strat. Switchy, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome.
Guys, gonna be crossing.
That was a fast 4 dead. The bomb's already in their base and they're playing defense here.
Our shrooms and our P-jump weak.
Our flag weak cycle. Down. And once camo guys. Wait, that's camo guy. There's 3 guys in our flag. There's 3 guys in our flag, bro.
Yeah, off that execution on the opening, they got camp. Look at the freaking conga line, bro. They got 3. Single file line in the top of the base as they plant the bomb again within 40 seconds, bro.
I can go back to this flag.
This is insane out of Shopify.
Our Peter, last shot.
Shopify scrimmed TSM yesterday, and they came out, what, like 11 or what was it, 15 to 1? Something crazy.
And here, royalties 1.
And SR just looks so confident in that scrim. I'm seeing an energy similar to that versus Optic right now. It's frightening.
Got the flag? I'm in the drone, guys. I'm in the drone.
Might try to P. Go P, careful.
Saw Optic's or Formal's combo glitch on him the other day.
I traded 1 in the flag.
He couldn't charge it with his game, sir. It's good to see that working as intended.
3 dead. Wait, 3 dead. It's got 4 dead. Yeah, just hold. I'll come down.
Let's go, Dr. Hoochie. Welcome back to the way, brother.
That is just good Halo right there. That is just
damn good Halo.
Oh my god.
Damn good Halo on the side of Shopify.
What's flag you done as well?
Optic.
P1's on weak.
Optic having some trouble here, bro.
Fire down.
Trying to believe in the regame.
Let's go 3-2 on me.
Touch it on.
No more shocks on this map. Instead of shocks, we have Threat Seeker in Car 2. Threat Seeker is actually kind of a cool addition to the map. It's helpful when pushing out util. There's a lot of advantageous spots you can sit in util to wait for your opponent, and it's a good way to clear your corners without actually clearing your corners.
P2 somewhere. Bottom mid.
Shoptify. If you're on YouTube, smash that like button. Radiant's been goated in shouting that out. I appreciate you, Radiant.
What's up, card? Drop any weak. Weak on you.
Please help this out in the algo.
There's in front base.
Trying to get more people exposed to damn good Halo. Splish Splash with the 2-month resub.
Damn good Halo.
My god. I'll have limited time to earn exclusive emotes in my hype train. I got a hype train. Let's go. Love you guys.
One's our gen, I think. Our gen Frost right now. One more was card 2 somewhere.
2 dead right now. Cycle gonna even the odds a little bit by killing 1.
Last shot was car side. Car 3 last shot weak.
Bound, got a turn for last shot here.
PT1. Car jump.
Trying to get with the kill and cycle. Bound with a trade on last shot. Gonna give Formal an opportunity to push out the map. Somewhere in blue shrooms trades it.
And PT.
One first, Loki. Last one first, be careful.
Just hitting flag on me, guys. Ugly Frosty, 2 flag on me, flag on Frosty.
Come on, let's go.
Shrooms, 1 shot.
Somehow kills Frosty. Doing everything he can to patiently place that final bullet, right? Frosty coming out with an early beatdown. Formal taking advantage, but not enough to get any spacing on the map here. You have to 4 dead the enemy team to get an opportunity to properly rotate the bomb, but it's tricky to do. Shopify pulling that off in the opening strat gave him a huge advantage off the start.
The gen spawn as well. One shot the gen. Last shot, leak the gen. One shot, last shot, the gen.
Nice win on last shot. Numbers advantage Optic as they are moving the bomb. Formal going to collect the combo in the back pocket here.
One shot, come in, roll 2. 2 guys come in.
No way. Royal 2 somehow living that. Formal coming in with the bank dates. Royal 2 sitting on the base of the stairs and crouch. Beautiful damage at a legend right here, doing everything he can in the back of the base to pick up off of it. Coming out with trades here. Renegade does have camo, so at the very least they earned a camo off that exchange. They will give up their bomb plant opportunity for now.
Cycles weak the gen cycle, and twice.
One's like the gen.
Hi-oh, last shot weak. Him twice. He's really weak to gen. In the left, John. Again. Flag the gen also, I think. Read that. Let's get back. I'm looking on car. Break to car jump, watch out Frosty. Car one shot, top car, absolute Frosty.
Should hopefully be a cleanup on Frosty here. Nobody with positioning to look at it. Legend looking for Frosty finds it. He will get pinched out in util. I'm going to try to help him out. Gets deleted by Cycle. 3v3 right now. Somebody is slow playing the bomb. I think it's Renegade. Through the util as they look for access. Now I reset.
Behind me your base, guys. Behind me your base. And they're tabling me or something too. They're pink door. One shot frosty. Dead. I'm one shot. I died to their fridge.
Cleaned up by last shot. The consistency at a last shot to find a headshot like that off his fridge spawn, right? Formal is strong siding, sliding, looking down. He finds the headshot specifically to kill him around the corner.
Go down. Yeah, same people. Frosty.
Renegade occupying P side of the map here as they got two pushing up util. It's a good setup for Optic to get an actual plant in the bomb. They've struggled to do this many times.
Frosty, really come commando, guys. Really come commando.
It's got to be clinical. Renegade with a pinch through fridge side. He will make the spawns mixy as he's pushing up, forcing them in the back of the base here. You got to be careful how much pressure they put to every spawn at the same time. They'll split it util. Somebody could spawn in util if you put too much pressure on fridge. They're okay. Coming in with the plant here. Advantage Optic. They got a good shutdown. Watching util just in case. Renegade spawning fridge. Legend gonna hold off on util. Formal with a sliver to get it. They do. That's 1-1. Good work out of Optic, occupying space and not dying for free. They finally do get the plant there. You got to be so careful with opening up util when you get aggressive. It works out. They didn't split a spawn. Well, it's not necessarily bad, as long as everybody knows how to react to it, right? Renegade gets a new vantage point to pinch through the P door and clean up fridge, which could lead to important kills that earns them squad wipe opportunity, right? So it's not bad that he's pushing it, but you have to be cognizant of what that does to the spawns. If it's coordinated at an Optic, you can make a theoretically bad strategic play a good play, if that makes sense. He's still front base. Formal can he get an angle though? Renegade get a pinch from back base here. Looking for Frosty. You got no ammo. He has to place it. He needed to hit a 5-shot there, right? Frosty comes out on top. Good attempt at a Formal. Legend with a fast cleanup. Good listening. Face and Optic. Oh, that was back in like open tournament. Yeah.
Chasing one, just 1 or 2. Dead. I'm looking for base. On the nades. On nades, we'll try Frosty.
Frosty revealed Formal's location, I'm pretty sure. He might get beamed. Yeah, he should not expose himself.
They're also cycle weak. Cycle one shot.
Nice win on cycle. Walks him down. Beautiful double out of Formal. They punched an opening through util here. If they've got the bomb, they can rotate it. Top mid control. Renegade hold down top mid, looking for the cutoff for P2. Royal 2 slides in. Renegade keeping his presence low on the pillar of top mid, giving Royal 2 the false sense of confidence that he could push out P2. Right there. Last shot going to get rinsed out front base. Optic should be playing this. They do. That's a 2-1 despite losing the fight. Optic do what's necessary to get the plan. Holy shit.
You can stay in the base.
2-1 Optic with 5 minutes on the clock. They definitely have a pressure advantage in this game.
Fridge back to fight.
I like that patient play at a Renegade this time. Did not expose his positioning on top mid, right? Royal 2 thought he could get that flank there, and he didn't see Renegade initially. They got to pick up the energy for sure.
Camo is walking down our position.
I know, Bandos, yeah.
Camo is walking down our position.
They can gun together. We know that they can. Just one step at a time, right? One plant at a time, bro. As Camo cycle. Big win from cycle, but should get locked down by Optic. See how quickly they swarmed and sure Camo dies. Nasty sushi. Thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome. 4 minutes to go. Important fights in the base here. Any kill that they get in the base is a win for Optic. Even if it trades.
One shot time mid. I hear. One shot time mid. Nice.
Bomb's still there though. Resetting soon.
P1 cycle. One shot.
Good damage on cycle. Damage on the last shot here too. That gives an opening to Optic to push up back base, clear it out, maybe collect the bomb. Royal 2 loses the bound or wins against bound somehow. Cleaned up. Last second touch. That play at a last shot to keep the bomb in play. Formal was going to let it reset on its own. He's forced to now rotate it. I like that rotated a Formal that was slick. He didn't drop the bomb as he rotated, right? He kept his positioning unknown to Shopify. He hit a G slide, picked it up, and held it the whole time. The moment he's got bomb and he's holding it, he's off the radar. Or off the ping, right? You can't see him.
One dead. E2, they're street. Last shot.
Our front base. P1, our side.
Our picture also.
Formal patiently playing the same angle. Beautiful awareness on comms, bro. Executes 2. Looking for cycle as well. Formal starting to hit shots here, bro. 3 minutes to go. Optic controlling the game.
Watch my jump behind me. I'm watching Scrim. Watch me for camo. Two.
My God, the G slide, bro. The coordination as they fly out the window together. Optic ready to defend it, though.
One shot.
Not going to kill last shot right away. 5 seconds to camo. He's got a double dilemma. Cycle and last shot will challenge from both angles in a second here. This is going to be tough. Formal fending off the young guns, bro. How is he alive? The fade back jump at a top mid. Insane movement to dodge nades and stay up. He just fended off cycle and last shot at the same time. Got out with camo. He's dead here.
One shot or gen roll 2.
After all that, bro, roll 2 found him immediately.
One shot gen roll 2, one shot. Our gen, guys, our gen.
2 minutes to go.
Weak.
Legend with some positioning and util should be able to come back and collapse.
Where's the flag?
Should be a guaranteed pick off this pinch. Nicely done.
On nades now.
They might win off the timer if they can keep up the defense.
Top car and the engine. Top car and
Top car, guys, our vet.
I'm ending. I'm streaming on YouTube. You can always go back and watch the VOD on YouTube. This all saves as a VOD, right?
He's in our gen. He's like our stream or something. Our stream or something, guys.
It's okay if you missed it. 1 minute 40 now. They're holed up in their base, still playing defense. They need to flip the momentum here somehow. Renegade is wrapped to the other side of the map here. Taking a solo fight that Formal cannot contribute to. That bomb is now rotating. He's got protection of Frosty as well. And coming up through the car lane as well. Getting pinched from multiple sides. Optic in trouble here. They got to get trades. Last shot with a kill without a trade. 2 remaining members of Optic in the back of the base. Going to gun this together.
I'm playing for that top mid guy. We're actually looking at our gen.
Nice cleanup on Frosty.
Our gen weak. I hit him twice.
Shots to the last shot. That player is likely weak in the back of the base. Bound needs help. Bound deleted by last shot. Formal comes out with a trade, but that's an advantage stay for SR. Big kill center map. That ball's going to move. Deleted by Cycle. 5 seconds to reset. He's got an ego. They will touch it. They will touch it. Touch it keeps the bomb in play. 1 minute now. Renegade with a wrap through car side, looking for a peek on the gen. Royalty does kill it. All 3 members of Optic swarming gen to work together here. Last shot top mid with an angle. Formal can't afford to chow it aggressively. He'll die to the firing squad. Nice bank. Is it enough to get a pick, though? Up to the bridge. Bro! What is happening? They're getting nuked. Numbers advantage, SR. With 30 seconds to go, they might push it out. They got combo in play here, too. Jumping up on first to get the angle. The 2 remaining players are going to work together to find this Bound up the window. He pre-nated him. Bound, can he save it? They got us with the bomb out. They throw it out. Bound throws it out with 21 seconds. That was huge. Roll 2 dead. Formal. Formal ices up and finds 2. They're winning the tug of war now. They got to push him out. Still a big important 1v1 happening in the base. Less than 10 seconds. Yeah, he's saying throw nades at it because they might try to alley-oop it. That was good. That was good. Holy shit.
Nice, guys. Shit.
Ooh, that play at a Bound was big. That icy double at a Formal was big at the end, and then the comms to make sure that they're just nading the ball. Don't give them any opportunity to pick it up and throw it to the teammate in the window. They have to work so hard to fight them off in the end, though, right? Like, Shopify was getting freaking scary there.
Damn, that was fucking war.
That was war, yeah. You got to work hard to beat this team. You got to work real hard to beat this team. 7-3 now. Haven't seen Legend in a bit. Got nearly 900 on YouTube. Let's go, YouTube. Can we break 1,000? I think we can do it. Please like the broadcast, guys. Let's get this up on the algo. There should be more people watching Halo, bro. This high-level competitive Halo is way too entertaining to have such a small fan base, you know? We're way too niche, bro. I understand that maybe the, you know, better decisions could have been made. I wish this game was rolled out in a more polished state, but yeah, when it's going as it should, it's safe to say it's what movies is made of, man. High-level Halo, there's like nothing like it. Need this on PSN, hell yeah. We keep saying that. The next Halo will be the one. The gameplay in this game is actually good. It just, you know, just needed to meet the demand with the supply when it came out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna watch your race.
I don't know, but when I go front base, I just get melted. And like,
No problem, Gunfighter.
You guys are jiggling again? When you should like walk to it?
Bro, wait, why don't you guys like double G sled into ring, like Bound?
Yeah, if you want to avoid the ads on Twitch, you can come by YouTube. We got a large audience in YouTube chilling.
Well, 2 snaps across, so be careful.
Or you can sub on Twitch. I would appreciate that too. We're trying to get Prime subs. If you guys have Amazon Prime and you're not using your Twitch Prime sub, that is a way that you can support me for free. Link your Twitch account How does it work?
Okay.
Find a way.
Okay.
Please Prime sub to me.
Approach big, approach big.
Doesn't cost you any money if you have Amazon Prime.
He's homie. He's far. I know him.
No, man, it's
So
also-
coming out with the OS here.
What's up, no, man?
That's an immediate pull off the OS pickup. It's going to be hard to lock this down for Legend. Look at that run at a cycle 2. Getting denied by roll 2. Perfect shots from up above. He couldn't put a lick of damage in a cycle. Bound does find it last second. That flag just meters away from a capture, though.
One's a push.
Well, maybe you want to start doing this? It's just something I enjoy. I think all the storylines this year coming out of Roster Mania has gotten us as a community more excited for Halo Esports than we've ever been. Right? We're locked in with these new teams. We want to see how things go. There's more rivalries. There's more storylines than we've ever had. So I think that brought me to watching scrims even more than I ever have. You know? So it's been fun. That was a quick flag out of SR. SR's opening strat win rate is so high, bro. They play beautifully off their opening strats. They did the same thing with Aqua, coming up with a guaranteed bomb off that opening strat. Another flag pull already. Legend deletes Frosty. They're at a numbers disadvantage. Gotta find a way to cut this up. He slow plays it Armor. He's baiting it.
Two guys to the right.
Watch basement, nothing chill left.
They're just watching this cross. They're literally watching this cross. Cycle. You kill the ring 3 guy. Kill the in ring weak. Back flag. Once they're in ring 2 is weak cycle. I don't know.
Play on legendary difficulty, 100%, bro. The freaking nightmare difficulty doesn't even exist. It's so hard. Grim Reaper, Demon. Grim Reaper. Nicely done. Legend. Speaking of Grim Reaper, in their base behind the enemy lines, right? On the elbow, waiting for the flag to get up. That's an OS player once again. So that's 2 OSs back-to-back controlled by Shopify, making it very difficult for Optic. They do have a flag pulled. It returned on its own. This is difficult now. Formal tell him bound to fight tower. Legend last second. He can't save this. No, he can! He's better than I thought. This guy's a god. Perfect 5-shot on the Frosty from behind. Saves it last second. They'll flag back base and we'll get touched. Can they get to it and save this before it happens? Formal with the kill on Royal 2. That was the person on the flag, I'm pretty sure. So it's stalled in its tracks. It will auto-return. Legend has to make some sort of a perfect wrap through the map to join the action. They capped it, bro. They somehow capped it. Optic has advantage state in the base. They might be able to rinse this and get a pull themselves. They got to pull it. Renegade. Renegade is one shot with a bit of a late pull. Spawns up in spiral now. Legend might chow that. CVP2. Welcome, brother. That should be a cap for Optic. With 8 minutes 50, they are still in the game. They can't afford another mistake, though, right? One more cap and it's GG's.
I think he's left.
What's up? How you doing?
Good.
This map should be 5 caps with how quick the pacing is on it. Interesting pull from Legend. Oh, deleted! He thought he had a counter flag pull from the back of the base, but Cycle with the reaction speed ready to catch him and find his face. Optic at a disadvantage now as well off that play. Legend playing low base here and coming up from down low to avoid any sight lines if they have tower control, right? Look at this wrap. That's a beautiful wrap. If you're at a disadvantaged state like Legend is, he plays low map and gets behind them, knowing that Optic is occupying the right side. Touches the flag he pulled initially and pulls it out the courtyard. Wow. Crazy movement of Legend. Finding Frosty here too. Advantage now Optic off Legend's god play, bro. Yeah, if you want to get max value as a solo player, the way that he just jet through bottom mid to get the touch, the double, looking for Royal 2, do not die to this, cleaned up by Formal, that's 2 flags for Optic. Top tier gameplay at a Legend right here. Unreal. They're still holding control in the base. They got a sniper, I believe, as well. Big fight going down in the tower with Bound. Bound dies to Cycle, now leaving Legend alone. He can, he's repulsing, he bumps the roof. He could maybe G-slide 180 repulse out of that, you know, but he'd probably die either way. Optic at defense here. We're back to even state.
One shot porch, or porch weak. I don't know what else shot me, but one's our porch.
I wouldn't be surprised if Brower's got this on record right now, right? Some content.
Go tower weak, guys. Go tower. I ring you also. One tower and you're done, I'm done.
What? You couldn't even find a back smack because they were hugging the wall so tightly, right? sitting right beside each other. This is going to be tough for Optic. They've got a bit of a perimeter of the map. They can't drop for free here. Renegade trying to push out that player on tower. Does he win the fight? Legend from down low. Beautiful wrap from Legend. Finds Cycle. He hits a G slide from the ledge above and then carries his momentum into a second slide. His chain slide off the floor, right? Which gives him a fast slide off the floor off the initial momentum from the G slide above. You don't see that tech very often. There's only specific areas in maps where it actually works. That gave him the route to mid-map to cut off Cycle, and now he's in their base. Yeah, it's a chain slide. He's connecting two slides together by sprinting in the air and hitting slide a second time the moment he hits the floor.
Archer still, guys. Archer still.
We'll see. They've got defense on it. They got good positioning. Last shot. Legend with a huge 5. Can he save this? Renegade on top of return. Renegade on re. Should have re. Last shot coming out with the OS pickup. Isn't going to be able to stop that return. And Legend's still creating chaos in the back of the base. Good damage on the Frosty. Frosty with sniper here. He's got to find a way to isolate him. Frosty will likely wrap to the elbow. And look for Legend on this spiral. He's got to watch out for Frosty here. They have 2 snipers if that's the case. Formal calling out Cycle with the sniper. Frosty has sniped somewhere as well, I'm pretty sure. Frosty coming in with a beatdown. There he is with Renegade as well. He finds 2. That's going to be GG's maybe. There's 3. They're all dead just about. Found the last one alive. Dies the last shot. That will be a pull. Frame perfect. That's a big cutoff though. Nice shutdown on last shot. Frosty with the sniper. Sniper reball somehow sticks Legend. What the hell? Or kills him with a plasma. They can't afford to die. The 2 snipes in play are going to make it impossible for Optic. Cycle bottom base. Frosty waiting bottom mid. Renegade is somehow on the other side of the map. He's the last bastion for Optic. If they do get through bottom mid, Renegade could cut this off. Renegade died. Legend has no choice but to wrap quickly. He's dead here. GG's. GG's. Renegade went 3 and 12. Legend went 21 and 11. Legend played lights out, and it wasn't enough, bro. That stat line out of the team looked insane, man. All over the place, right? Optic giving up 2 snipes in the end of that game was the deal breaker, right? Like that was the dagger. You had Cycle bottom base with the sniper. You had Frosty bottom mid with the sniper. They got to find a way to lock down and control the snipe, man. Renegade got shut down. Yeah, Renegade, if he doesn't have a snipe in his hands, he's getting shut down like that. I mean, how do you win, right? 8-3 now.
I don't know how the fuck he just heard me right there at the end. That's just crazy. Oh my god.
Yes, onward.
Yeah. I sound like death cam or something, but.
Recharge Oddball is a pretty good regame map for Optic, but Recharge is a comfortable map for SR. Let's go to last shot. Just throw like random Halo music in the middle. I love it, bro. All right, last shot POV. Man, I want the Scrim to look more competitive by the end of it. I'm hoping Optic still find a regame, but it's just looking very difficult, bro. That was a sick opening. I mean, holy shit. Perfect pre-nade. Shuts down. Not quite. Bound does win the 1v1. Nicely done. Hits that angled G-slide through bottom A. Perfect pre-nade, right? And then cleans it up. Hits the box. Hits the G-slide off that too. That's how you start on the map. They get a ball hold off of that opening. Everybody else doing their job despite him dying. Did he skip the Shroud? I think he didn't pick it up. When you pick up Shroud, there's an audio cue. I'm not sure if his intention was to avoid getting heard. 18 seconds for SR here. Open A spawn. They could be A. They could come triangle. He's waiting all the way in the back of pipes for an early angle. Reaction advantage. Finds one. There's the A spawner. He's got 2 nades in the back pocket if he needs it. And backup support from SR. How do Optic play this? 3v3 right now. We're going in. Oh, no. What just happened? He got beat down punched him in the ass, and then he went up into the air over his head. That's a good way to chow that angle, though, with the G-slide out the turbine, right? Late to the party? Hardy, yeah. I mean, it's been a grueler, bro. Good to have you, though. Hope you're doing well. That was a quick 3 dead off that play, too. In the corner. We're going to lose this. Last shot plays in a much higher sense than formal, yeah. I believe he's on 477 with a 15 aim threshold, which is not too many pros play with 15 aim thresh. Bound does as well. It means his aim ramps up super quickly. And he's playing with 0 dead zones on the Razor controller as well. So his aim is very snappy and hard to control, but he controls it very smoothly somehow. Having a high sense like that, if you control it like this, it gives you a lot of flexibility. 477, 015-3. Yeah. Yeah. On a 1,000 pulling rate controller, right? With Hall sticks. Formal should win this. Unless last shot's got back. You know, the reaction at a last shot to win that fight on Formal is nuts, bro. He like pre-fired that. He kind of knew where he would go and then shut him down before he could even think about shooting him back. Sick G-slide right there. Lands and walks out to the edge of the box. Hits an angled G-slide out to the doorway to cut out the 2v1 and stay alive. Give his team an opportunity to slay the entire roster. That's 4 dead for Optic. A spawns. Watch A. Yeah, when you spawn gold like this, they're definitely coming to A to tower. What's up, Robert? Frosty going to bring the ball back to the center of the setup. And bait for last shot to get damage. From top long here, too. TMR controllers. I haven't tried them. They look cool, though. My God, bro. This guy's impossible to kill. Until Formal finally finds him. Goes back for the repeat, thinking he'd get away with some damage there. Last shot secret with the Razor. He has an assignable button that can lower sense on aim. Super twitchy with settings. In a fight, his aim is super steady. He has a clutch that reduces the sense. Does Razor have that feature on this controller? I've heard of that feature. On an older Razor. That's super interesting if true. That shit might be meta. Yeah, so Razor has this technology that can slow down your sensitivity on a button press. So if you're hitting important shots like long range or something. I didn't even consider that. That's actually kind of big brain, bro. So he can whip around with a high sense, and then when he needs to lock it in, he holds the clutch down, holds a button down. That's just something to ask him about. I don't know. I would definitely want to hear what he says about that, if that's true. Yeah, I didn't know that the Razor V3 I didn't even think to do that on the Razor V3. So I mean, one of the biggest difficulties with controller is controlling your sensitivity that you're given, right? Like with mouse, you've got flexibility on any sensitivity depending on how fast you're moving your arm, right? But with controller, even if you're moving your thumb super quickly, you're still limited by your sense speed. So it kind of simulates the effectiveness of a mouse, I guess, in that case, if you can slow down your sense on a button press. Thing about it is it doesn't take away the players, like it's not doing anything for the player, so it's in a gray area, right? It's like when you ban something on a controller, you ban it if it takes away the need for the player to do the thing, you know? So like if you have macros that input a sequence of buttons for you, that's cheating, that's banned because it's doing it for you. In this case, it's still operating within that area where like you are doing the movement to get the shot, right? Even if the system can give you a slower sense for an instant, that's a crazy rotate. I mean, what? The gameplay is nuts out of this guy, man. Hits the nade G-slide out to the doorway, drops a second bank nade, and then picks up the new nades before coming back into the fray with Cycle here, 79 and counting. As he's looking just too good at the game, bro. Takes away the need for a player to adjust their aim? No, I mean, you still have to adjust your aim. It just gives you the... It might give you a more comfortable sensitivity, like in the moment, but you still have to make the aim adjustments. It's not aiming for you.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
What's the best controller? It's preference. But, I mean, that feature on the Razer sounds pretty attractive.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Shot caller. We have the ball. Ball dropped. Nearing victory.
There's an art to it. Yeah, I could see you, like, letting go of the clutch and then snapping back into very fast sensitivity and losing control maybe as a result. I don't know. But the potential of that sounds pretty insane. I'm not going to lie.
We have the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball.
That should be round at this rate. 95 and counting. And as this scrim goes on, it's just pulling... SR is just pulling so far away, there's no room for a comeback, you know? Assuming this scrim goes to 16 games, there would be like a chance to tie it if Optic somehow wins everything, but there's no way the scrim's going beyond 16 games. Like, SR have won this scrim with the way that this has gone. And that is a hell of a precedent to set for Arlington, right? Optic need to find some heat, at least at the very end of this, to make it competitive. Watching Last Shot's POV, though, it's like, wow. Account for D-scope while using it? Sure. You don't think it's really a preference about controllers? It's a preference within a range of controllers. Like, you don't want to be using the generic controller, especially if you're not clawing or use... Like, you know what I mean? Like, there are a lot of controllers that offer advantages... and then it's preference amongst those controllers that offer advantages, right? So there's the GameSir, there's the, what's it called?
Enemy has the ball.
Not thinking of the Razer. What's the one that Sparty's using? I use Battle Beaver currently, but yeah. Gambit, the Gambit controller or whatever. Which I haven't tried. Yeah. Victrix Gambit, that's what it's called. Trying to get with a big win. Cycle off the numbers disadvantage. Rotating ball towards tower. Actually throws it out to Mangler for a bait here. Flash shot gonna help him out. Up above now. Should be able to 2v1 Renegade with Cycle. Tries to jump in front of the nade. Renegade finds him. For 74. That's a good deal. Yeah, but even on a regular price for the Razer, it's 100 US with the wire for the wired version. Pretty attractive. The series is 8-3 Shopify. Oddball is the game type where Optic tend to be strongest, so you would expect them to be very competitive. Recharge is the map where I feel like they're the weakest on all game types, though, just about. So, it sort of leaves an opening. Though Optic have already lost Streets Oddball today. None of their game types are looking strong anymore. SR is just that good, you know? Today, at least.
Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming.
Yeah. I use a Battle Beaver controller. I like the paddle design and the feel of the Battle Beaver. That's the one thing I don't like about these other controllers. The Razer doesn't feel as good in my hands, but everything else about it is pretty great. Gonna rat to A to block spawns in this area. Give him a setup, right? It's a nice fast rotate. And it caught off anybody who challenges him from tower here, and he already hears Legend down low. Legend with a big 1v1 win. A shutdown, nicely done. Gets cleaned up by Cycle, though. Optic looking to take advantage here somehow. We'll see. It's just been a slayer, this one, right? We've only got 2 minutes left on the clock and only 26 points for SR. Not a lot of OBJ work done in this round. Yeah. Some of the games definitely, like, a couple different decisions made. They're very winnable for Optic. We just got out of CTF. That was pretty narrow, right? 3-2 CTF on Fortress. That ball, like streets, that's going to weigh on your conscience. They have work to do before Arlington. Renegade with a remote debt. Killing Royal 2 with a remote debt. Killing Renegade. That's a camo pickup by SR behind last shot somewhere down. Mangler stairs. I think it's Frosty with it. Yep, Frosty with camo. Going to wrap the ball for an easy pickup. Renegade looking for him. Not going to find anything here. Getting completely caught out isolated. I'm not sure if he split spawned A or wraps through down low. That stagger is going to make it difficult for Optic to even push out the map. They kind of have to wait, right? Down in bottom tower here. Last shot will take advantage of that. He knows his teammate will pinch it from bottom mid, right? Frosty's got advantage from the bridge. Frosty with the cleanup. Everything they do together. Rarely do I see these guys have to play a full solo 1v1 from any sort of disadvantage. Good flip out of Optic, though. They should get advantageous spawns around the ball. Yeah, that'll deny them and maybe give Optic a rotate with the ball here. Back to gold.
Enemy has the ball.
Try strats and scrims they wouldn't normally call in their... Yeah, sometimes, maybe. At this point, though, right before Arlington, it's hard to imagine that you're trying something, like, too wacky, you know? Especially versus Shopify. Like, I assume you come in with the intention of playing your hardest and just, you know, doing anything you can to win this scrim. We're less than a week out. Renegade typically dies the least on Optic, according to Scrim stats, so keep that in mind. If Renegade's getting shut down, then yeah, that is maybe a big difference in the stat line with this Scrim versus others. Renegade generally has the highest KD in the lobby. Bound tends to die more than anybody else in the team. Renegade tends to get the most kills with low damage, less damage than his teammates, because he cleans up a lot of kills. Why is Optic not playing together? I mean... Put yourself in this lobby for a second. Like, you're looking at these POVs, right? Like, Last Shot's POV is insanely clean. SR are playing so well together that it's hard to play together if you're Optic. Like, right there is some good team play out of Optic, but the amount of damage that Last Shot just did as a solo man, making Optic think twice about how they want to play off that camo. He's got good intel on multiple players here. Bound with the ball. Does have space. Finds camo across the map and almost kills Formal, right? Like, this guy's coming out with laser beams. Teammates now spawning. You'll push together. Formal with the camo jumps out, finds access to shock and a big kill. What can he do with the shock rifle from Batledge? Frosty with the pinch here finds Bound. Formal getting left alone now with the cross from C-Plat from down low in the batteries. He finds the headshot. Formal now dropping to Frosty. He finds a trade as he dies. Good mileage off that life from Formal. But the game is now over, bro. They got no time. Holy! It's 9-3 in SR and Optic Scrim. The tightest matchup that we've had all year, and now SR are pulling away right before our first major. Thank you, Bro2. Welcome. It really shifts the dialogue and the expectations coming into Arlington. I can just imagine what the casters will do with this information, right? They're going to have their predictions coming into the tournament. I can see the expectations and predictions shifting a lot just based off the results of the scrim, even though scrims don't always dictate. Like, one scrim doesn't always dictate performance definitively. But it will definitely change some minds. Optic have to just kind of take what they learned from the experience and pay it forward with vengeance at Arlington. That's all they can do. And lock in with whatever's left of what they've got here, right? They should have a few more games.
Don, have you looked up the GPS for tomorrow for we have content?
What's up?
Have you looked up where we have content tomorrow? Like, not at the HQ.
No.
Making sure you guys all know.
They have content tomorrow.
Oh, you should look up too. Assuming Sabri will go with you, but it's not at the HQ. It's somewhere else.
It's like downtown.
Roughly how tall is Walshy? He's about
like
6
20
feet.
minutes from me still. It's like not really downtown.
He's shorter than him, and I was like, no way. He's six.
And
He's like
spot.
maybe 6 feet, maybe a tiny bit over 6 feet to 6'1" in that range. He's around my height, 6 feet at least. Got your Gorgonzola. Okay, I'll do my best, man. No cursing. No problem, Kudo. The casters are very tall. Keep in mind, like, Bravo's like 6'4" or something. West is like 6'4". They're around that height. Onset's got to be 6'1" or 6'2". Scherzy's like 6'1". They're all like pretty tall. A lot of them are pretty tall. Yeah, Clutch is a big dude.
Yo, let me think of something.
No, it's not 6'4".
Anonymous,
I don't think. I think he's like 6'1" or 6'2". 6'2" maybe. They're big guys though. Yeah, they're big guys.
He's close as fuck to you.
And Royal 2's the largest of them all,
Oh,
bro.
right.
Royal 2 towers over him at 7'6", bro. Got a killer Stallone impression. I don't. Who told you that? Who told you that? Maybe I could. I never thought about talking like Stallone. I have to go listen to him for a second. I see you, Kuda. No problem. Optic still giving comms? I hear.
Left. That's the case.
Wristwatch. It's a Citizen. I just got it at a mall before a Halo event 2 years ago. It's called Citizen wristwatch. All right, guys. I don't know. Go to an event. See for yourselves. Who cares? Who cares about their heights? It's about the gameplay. It's not about the height, okay? It's about... Did you guys see that post about like shorter people play Halo better or something? Because the time for the neurons to like send signals to your brain, to your hands or some shit like that, it's like faster. Like your neurons fire faster to your hands or something. I don't know. It's funny. I don't know. I think it's like just chemistry and being on the same page is probably the biggest problem for a lot of these top teams, because as you get higher and higher at the level of play, like individual skill is definitely a standout with SR, but their chemistry, their vibes together, their ability to play off each other is like what I think really sets them apart from every other team. Is they have the individual skill to win their 1v1s, and then they've got the timing and the team play to just like, you're never finding a scenario where they don't have help.
King of the Hill.
Come see me at an event.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not a short king myself, but respect to the short kings out there. Formal POV.
I'm going to push that, but I'm just going to be green the whole time. I'm not worrying about roll 2. Roll 2, let's go bottom mid.
Hill incoming.
Yeah.
Embrace tyranny. Seize and control the hill.
That's fine. That's fine. Bottom mid.
King of the Hill live
Watch
fire.
a big door, watch a big door.
I'm dead.
You got it, Spencer. There you go. 5-2.
No.
Enemy team.
No.
Some bottom mid, bottom mid.
I'm bottom mid.
Camo 10.
Yeah, I think Wyatt's around 6 feet, right?
Two guys, too much.
Hey, Pat's like right now. I'm in my chase speed for sight.
That's what it.
Lucid is also
There's just in the other round.
6'1" around there, right?
Shoot on me. I'm turning.
Over 6 feet, probably.
Cuts, one cuts.
Optic coming out with a sniper off this opening strat. Cornwall has it in the back
One shot, bottom
pocket.
mid.
Somehow
Middle
doesn't
one
hit the
shot,
shot.
middle
Get a
shot,
repulse
back.
there too. Frosty will collect it and get out fast.
Still there. Okay, using that.
Yeah, Frosty's gonna get out. Uses the repulse to get up in the vent. Not gonna find the kill. That's Renegade with the sniper. Nicely done.
Camo over.
In the tube, I think.
No, it's 9-3. Can we update the series if possible? The series is 9-3 SR.
Those guys? Close.
Where are all these hit? They're not. I'm just pointing out some of the taller guys.
Let's
Come on.
Yo, Ness, last shot. Weak last shot, bottom Ness. One hill too. He's just sitting mud. Watch out mud.
I have no
Mud
idea,
weak.
guys.
Not weak anymore. I'm bolting. Hit him, dude.
Despite the control of the sniper there,
Just hold tower, speed, hold tower.
yeah, they got to give up that hill and try to set up for next. SR completely locking it down, deleting Legend without a trade here too.
Watch over on tour.
Legend laughing at this point. He's laughing.
I'm flanking pillars.
Too big.
It's the most challenging scrim Optic I've ever been a part of, without a doubt.
I'm three, let's go. Probably going top with combo.
Cut on you.
Cuts.
Look at you.
Nice,
Time.
That's
It's fine, guys.
They're gonna be green.
Yeah, he just grabbed quantum.
I'm trying to block him.
Someone rush my mud. Someone rush my mud. Nest with quantum. Training with quantum. Nest. Training with quantum.
I have your mid. I have your mid.
I'll give you blue.
One training with quantum.
John, come back. John, come back.
I'm done.
No, Nest with quantum, guys.
This can mid. I have this can mid.
It's quantum is on Nest. It's quantum is on Nest.
Yeah.
He's gonna quantum back to me.
You can go time it.
He quantum Nest. Nest. Frosty.
It's good lockdown on the hill for Optic here, though.
Fuck camera, guys.
He's got coverage on tower behind him. Almost a peek here.
Come in cycle in the vent.
Camo coming up in 2 seconds.
Dropping anything.
Legend need help for this camo. That drop, he will likely wrap to Keydor, you'd think, right? Keydor.
One shot Novi, roll tips.
Cycle kills Legend off that wrap to Keydor.
Okay, one shot Novi, roll tips.
Well, picking up the camo, right? Cycle so quick with his movement right there. He got out. Gary, I am not. But that's okay. You can spread your info. It doesn't matter. But that is fault.
I'm going over there.
Guys, one shot tower, one shot out.
Okay, tap in that sprint freak.
Just stretch for it, yeah.
One shot green, John, one shot green.
Sprints. Why is Sprints? I'm looking in the hill.
He'll weak shot Frosty. He'll 2-shot Frosty.
Yeah, I'll get Sprints.
You want time in for snipe. I should stay alive, man.
Optic staggered now as well. Gonna be hard to push the hill. A snipe control from SR. They're gonna have to cut their losses at this rate. Give up the hill. Yeah, Renegade try to jump out. Deleted by Roll 2.
Go back.
That's 2 hills back to back as they fight from a deficit once again. There's this compilation factor that sort of kicks in.
Screens.
You would think over time as they continue losing, it just gets harder and harder to get a win, you know? And easier and easier for SR to continue winning.
Yeah, big hiding right here, Joe.
The momentum between these games and the scrim. I feel exhaustion, you know, a little bit from Optic.
Concrete tape up.
Yeah, they somehow flipped it out last second and got the sniper.
Touch now, one shot, last shot. But also weak. Good to pop a few guys, cycles one.
Good patient shot on a cycle. Got a numbers advantage to reach out the hill, but somehow Royal 2 wrapping. The big door finds the clean up bound with the trade. Snipe control once again as Frosty hits the plane and knocks bound as well.
Gonna be on a west pushing, guys.
Frosty looking insane right now, bro.
On a west two.
Not missing with a sniper, denying both angles. Cycle with 2 on the feed, leaving Formal with no team help as he makes his way out spawn here. So when you watch it from Optic's POV, the speed at which they get thrashed, bro, right? Like they're spawning into disadvantage. It's hard to work off your team. Especially when you're giving up time and it could be spent rotating on the map. SR aren't even giving you time to hold on the map too because they push you out themselves. Sticks that? Not quite. Pound trying to win the 1v1, dies to cycle, right? There's always a helping hand over the shoulder right there. Now get cleaned up with a push out through the turbine.
What's up, man? I think.
One shot.
Cycle on A plat as he wraps it back to block the spawners and cut off the extension from B. Renegade now going to drop as well. They're getting rinsed left and right. It doesn't seem to matter where they go or what they do. Cycle and Royal 2 going to get their fights. Formal once again spawning into disadvantage.
Yeah, pot two.
Yep, the moment he comes up, he's getting double challenged on both sides. Perfect pre-nades, not even an opportunity to get a trade. It's just like flawless at a SR. 4 and 12, 3 and what were those stat lines that I saw? They were ugly looking. They were not looking good.
Two mid. I'm mid, weak cycle, tires.
2 dead once again as Formal spawns. Camo control right now as well. So he's got an uphill battle. 4 members of SR up plus camo.
I'm dead, I think I'm dead.
He's getting nuked by perfect nades through top mid. 3v3 now. No, there's no team like Shopify in the league. There's no other team like Shopify in the league. Thinking that they need a team, there's no better team Optic can get than what they currently have.
Top mid. Cycle weak, top mid weak. White box, guys.
It's just today, SR are the better team right now. And as the series goes on and as they keep winning, you can see the friction sort of, remove itself from the equation. Like it's getting easier for SR to play better is what it feels like. Nearly capped the 4th hill. 2 minutes 43 on the clock is enough time to make a comeback here if they fully lock in and play perfect Halo. They do have snipe control in the tower. Renegade on white wall, watching the door, listening for A plat as well. He can't help him with A plat. They got to look at the same thing together, bro.
Pillar just walked out at me, Pillar, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. Like that just didn't go well. I don't like Renegade's positioning on white wall. If he moves up into A plat, Formal can't help him. He should be like back B. If he's back B, he can help A door. He can also help pillars. Maybe I don't know.
Green weak last shot.
They're just not. They're not fighting the same things right now.
Green last shot, guys. In the tube last shot.
That player rechalls on Formal. He comes right back into the fray. He's got no options. 2 dead once again. That's GG's. That was insane, bro. That was a clinic. Oh my god. I like contention. Damn good Halo is Halo that goes down to game 7. It's Halo that's back and forth every single game. You don't know who the better team is. You don't know the victor. SR playing damn good Halo. Optic struggling to match the intensity. So overall, I don't know, man. It's not the damn good Halo I was hoping for. It's going to be tough to regain. Impossible, I guess, at this point. The scrim is nearly over. Yeah, that sounds realistic, Zach. Let's do it. Mr. Beast, he's a small fish. We're going over to Aqua CTF, which is a confident map for Optic.
No, maybe P jump.
You did P jump from down. Okay.
Legend POV. Yeah, I am getting that energy from Optic right now. Is now that they've lost as many games as they have, and they know that the scrim is lost regardless of how it goes. It's like there's just a sense of exhaustion and of like wanting it to end. You know, like let's just kind of regroup and try again another time. Sort of thing is the vibe that I'm getting right now. Making it increasingly difficult to get a single win when you know that SR is just, they're locked in, they're feeling good, you know? And it's going to be impossible to flip that feeling because they know that regardless of whether or not they lose a game, the scrim is theirs. You know, it's just like, they're just fighting a losing situation. It's just difficult. I mean, like when a series is over, it's like you have a chance of winning a series until it's over. You know what I mean? But in a scrim, the scrim can be done because you know how many games you're going to play before it's actually done. So that's kind of the territory that they're in right now. Anyway, Legend POV right now, game 14. 10-3 scrim at a SR. Yeah, hopefully a lot to look at. VOD review and whatnot. Original Phenom. My God. First time Prime sub. Love to see you, brother. Thank you. Welcome to the way. Sitting at 1625. 75 away from 1700. Appreciate all you guys hanging out.
From base. Fuck.
Good damage at a legend, but absolutely nothing you can do. That's one flag already. Look at the G slide out the window. Doesn't even care if he dies. Passes it out to a flag or a teammate on car 1. Frosty with the collection doesn't get out with his life. Legend should have an opportunity to shut this down from center map. Camo coming up as well, though. Opting to prioritize Camo over getting the immediate return here. I couldn't quite read that. Thank you, brother. P12. Nice. Should be able to get the return safely here. Optic, I believe, do have the camo in this situation. Well, I better learn how to read it now. How do I say? It's like pi? P12 is. Bro, thank you for the prime sub. Give me a nickname or something. I appreciate you, man. Welcome to the way. Thank you, man. Priest. Oh, that makes sense. Fuck, I see it now. My bad. Priest, I see it. My bad. Welcome, Priest, to the way. And then I swear immediately, bro, and his name is Priest. My bad, bro. Welcome. Thank you. Appreciate you, chat. Hey, let's go.
Watch it go on this.
2P side. 112 flag.
Look at B2.
Cycles on flag.
Alright, Scoot, thank you for hanging out, man.
I'm just swinging, guys.
Getting pushed out, yeah. Opting to overextend through the map here and hope that Optic get the defense. Royal 2 calls him on the extension, cuts him off, and deletes him immediately. They're so on top of Optic, it's scary. They're not even letting them get out with any kind of counter advantage or anything. Coming out through car 1, Royal 2 somehow finding another pick from the util. Good shutdown on the flag carrier. That will slow it down. Ready to jump it out center map to get a touch. Can he get the full return before somebody jumps on it? You still got a player bottom mid. Camo coming up here. Control from car to pink side. Legend gonna push out P2 likely. We got comms he's listening to. Last shot got an important double kill. Legend's not sure how to fit in the equation. Ends up giving up. He hesitated too long or something, right?
Perfect, dude.
They have camo somewhere. What's up,
He wanted to clean up a kill, but nobody gave him an angle. I wonder if he should have just just gone straight for P2, right?
Dude, car 2 one shot, row 2. Like,
Gotcha, baby. In the middle of the scrim, bro. Shut down a royal 2. That'll slow it down. Legend will potentially get shot in the back here. Seems to have intel on util. Cutting off last shot again. Going straight in the back base instead of getting the return right away. He's playing for a defense here. Should be able to get Reno. I'm surprised he's not pulling it. He should pull it. You think somebody of Optic could come back and maybe get the return for him while he pulls the flag in that stagger? Nice patient play. Getting max mileage though this fight. It doesn't win the 1v1 fight though. You think, John?
More flag on me, flag on me, flag on me, flag on me. He went out front to car jump, pro too. One shot table. Two more table. 1-2-1, 1 to P jump.
You want our shot or P jump?
Okay.
P jump 2, I think.
I'm just doing.
Ooh, the jab step. Not gonna get out with the fight though.
Flag on me. I got flag.
Yeah, it'd be hard not to lose composure at this point in the scrim when you look at the scoreline. And then you think they're streaming, and you think of the high expectations that people have on them and the chat messages and whatnot. Like, even though I'm sure he's not looking at that, but it would be hard to not, you know, lose composure a little bit. 6 minutes on the clock here, still only 1-0. Optic still in competitive territory. Renegade lingering in the back of yellow, looking for an opportunity to pull it. Camo coming up in a second here. Legend looking for a kill in back blue. He wins the fight, but Camo's going to get collected by SR at this rate as he dies from Royal 2 from behind. Bound looking for Camo maybe. 1v1 in courtyard, big kill from Bound. Can't quite shut down the flag. They opt to run the flag through tight in the perimeter lane of car, right? Instead of taking it bottom mid into Bound's sight line, they go for an extension on the run and guarantee the capture. Nicely done. That's a 2-0, but Optic have camo control. Nice shots at a Legend. They don't have the flag. I'm tripping. I thought they planted it. Legend narrowly went living around the corner. Util spawns are now open. Yeah, they'll beat him to the flag. That sucks. He might have had to do the skill jump, even though he was open to angles. I don't even know. I don't know what he could do. Now it's 2-0. The words of Kendrick Lamar, there's no big three, it's just big me. Damn. Misplay there? Who, Legend? Hard to know what to do there. Does he cut and try to block util and force them fridge somehow, from, while already being on P side? Like, I don't know, he's in a limited position. Spawning of util gives him direct access to the flag. Frosty, with the help of Royal 2 from behind, cleans up the fight, right? They've always got the backup plan. There's more. Last shot with a kill on Formal. Up on P2, gonna force Bound back. He's the last one alive on the team, looking for the peak on car. Yeah. Royal 2's stick accuracy so clean, bro. Even if he didn't get the stick, he's still killing him from behind.
We're going our shrimps now. Our shrimp cycle.
Formal gonna try to cut this off. No trade though. Cycle with the kill. That will be a flag pull. Flag pull out util. Nice safe pull direction from SR, knowing it might be risky to take a courtyard in this situation. They get more time to make this mixy and avoid more angles through the car lane. It's getting crazy though, man. They might be able to save that. Camo coming up here. Oh, he's playing defense? Yeah, I mean, it ain't looking easy for him.
Push on big side, push on big side. P2 with camo, P2 with camo, one's P1. P1 to our pink jump right now, Frosty. One is P2 with camo, guys. Our P jump Frosty. Let's go. P2 somewhere with camo. I'm not sure. It might be our fridge. I have no idea where he is. Here, I'm looking at it.
Yeah,
window 2, window left as well.
He's car jump, cycle coming.
Interesting decision to even try to shoot Frosty there, right? Like,
P2 bound, P2.
with Royal 2 waiting to kill you. Tricky situation to be in. Keeps pushing out the map, trying to find some sort of a flank opportunity for a flagpole, but they keep shutting it down.
To the window, bound to the window, jumping out P side. Two guys P side window, back to you. One's are down 2, John. Are down on the Haggard Street,
To the flag. One more guy in the door.
Bruh, die.
They want a car.
3 minutes now. Renegade a time to make an impact here. 1v1 Frosty. Frosty with the Gandhi hop up the doorway, right? Doing anything he can to prevent the headshot. You see how much you shake when you mash crouch like that? You see a lot of pros pulling that off towards the end of a gunfight. Renegade with a pinch out util. Might have an opportunity to get something going here, but last shot with an opening pick. Last shot trades it for 2. Damage in his cycle. He's going to get pinched out P Street. Cycle can linger up on car 2. I like that cut from Legend. Avoids the eventual flank coming up P Street. That flag has been pulled by Renegade as well. Legend keeping Renegade alive. Nicely done. As he comes out, the fridge spawn is open. You got 2 up in the back of blue. Yeah, P2. That's the fridge spawner coming up from fridge to P2 to clean up Legend. And then cut off Renegade on his wrap here, too. Legend getting preoccupied with those players back. Blue, it might have made more sense to just escort Renegade and try to guarantee that he gets the flag through the map. Yeah, no, I see you, Ken. I mean, if land looks anything like this, then shit. I mean, we're in trouble, yeah. This is SR Scrim, hands down. There's no, you know, can't look the other way on that one. Just got to regain despite it. That's the risk with taking this scrim at all this close to Arlington, is it's the only information we have to work off of for our conversation coming into the tournament, right? So now the dialogue coming into the tournament is not, oh, they're tied in games, it's 33-33. Now it's like, SR just slammed them in the last scrim that they played, you know? That's our dialogue coming into the tournament now. And Optic got to face that pressure. Even though it's the Optic Major, and I'm sure they're going to have a lot of fans on their side, give them a chance to get a regain on land. You never know how land will go, but yeah, this right, changes the conversation. 43-36 now, yeah.
Just gonna play time. You wanna push fridge, someone? PT1. One shot PT roll 2, guys. One shot PT roll 2. One shot PT roll 2.
Nice. Damage under Frosty as well, but with 30 seconds left, there's no winning this, bro. It's 11-3. He's getting out through util. Every major is their major fans-wise. Yeah, that's probably true. Though I think things are a little bit different this year versus past years, right? You got more people who are fans of different orgs and players, maybe than we've had in previous years with Optic. You're going to see more SSG fans, I think, this time around, SR fans. 44-36, yeah.
All good.
That might be the end of the scrim. Yeah, formal done. Wow. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our Optic SR scrim. Final score, 11-3. Holy shit! Splitting Optic fan base can be better for Halo overall. I mean, having different fans at different teams and players is good for Halo. Just having any sort of popularity around Halo is good for Halo. I think the roster mania situation has been good for us, yeah, overall. But damn, that's a performance. Is it the HQ buff out of SR? They're just that good. They're that diffy. Yeah, there's no kind of, I think, fighting the result of that scrim. Optic got to get themselves in their own HQ. They're not going to play each other again until Arlington. That's the last thing that we have to look at going into Arlington. We'll likely see maybe 1 or 2 other scrims, I assume, but I don't expect them to scrim again before Arlington. Let's see the... this is not fully updated. Ramo with the Prime sub. Chat, I hope you enjoyed it, though. We had fun with it. Welcome to the way, Ramo. I appreciate you. There was a lot of high-tier, exciting moments in the scrim today. I wanted it to be more competitive. That aspect I'm not happy about. I'd like to see, contentious Halo. I wanted it to be like a 7-7 again, Like, I don't want to know who's got the best chances of winning coming into. I wanted to see it as competitive as possible, but Game Ward, thank you for the follow. I think it's safe to say that the narrative is going to shift, like the dialogue is going to shift now with that scrim. We'll look at the final tally with the kills in stats. It says 10-3 still, so it might not be fully updated. I kind of want it to fully update. This is Halo Data Hive right here. There you go, 11-3, updated. We're going to take a look at the stats. $975 kills for Shopify coming out of that one. Ooh. Over 100 more than Optic. Not surprising considering how many games they won. 1.1 Spartan numbers in KDA right there. 117. Out assisted them by 100 as well. Top kills in the scrim today. Royal 2 with 271 popping off today. 205. The highest KDA, next to Cycle. Cycle with a 1.94 KDA in the lobby. In kills, the only one who was hanging, just in kills straight up, is Legend. Getting the second most kills in the entire lobby. Does that make it a little better? Legend with 247 kills, barely going positive in the scrim here. Frosty coming out with 235, Cycle with 240. 152 assists at a Cycle is a reason why his KDA is 1.94. Raw KD stats, though. Royal 2 coming out on top with 1.32. Best accuracy in the lobby today is last shot, and that's usually the case. Nearly 66 accuracy for the whole scrim. With a 1.84 KDA, that was a pretty damn good one out of him. 160 assists, the most assists in the lobby today. See the assist leader, last shot. The damage dealer today is Cycle. Cycle has pretty consistently in scrims had the best statistics overall. He's looking like the MVP. Next to Royal 2 with the insane amount of kills that he pulled off. But the overall stat line, damage, assists, KDA, over 60% accuracy, over 3,000 shots fired. Cycle is insanely consistent. We don't get to see his POV this time. Yeah, bad day overall for Optic. We talked about the momentum aspect behind the scrims and the fact that you kind of know that it's over, like, statistically before it's done, right? So, like, once they get to the point where it's, like, 8-3 or 9-3, it gets easier, I would assume, for Shopify to continue winning and harder for Optic to regain composure. Optic have never been beat like that before, right? So it's really going to test your mental, put you in a very different position coming into Arlington. And you could see it. You could feel the exhaustion and see the exhaustion coming out of some of those players towards the end of the game. They kind of wanted the scrim to end, right? Like, that's the difficult thing about these scrims. Like, in a series, you fight your hardest till the end because you really don't know who wins a series until the series is over. But in a scrim, they knew in their minds it was done before it ended. Cycle is the engine of SR IMO. Cycle came out with the top support player of the year last year with the most assists, I think, of the entire HCS, something like that. His stat line is crazy. He outputs an insane amount of damage. He works off cover extremely well. Well, Last Shot is a much more mobile player than Last Shot. He rotates a lot around the map, and his kills are more stylish, I find. Cycle is a peak freaking fiend. He's always playing efficiently off cover, and he's got a very similar kind of Last Shot level accuracy and flexibility, right? But from safer positions, which allows him to output an insane amount of... It's like a different approach to Halo that both of them do successfully, and it's like a yin and yang in a way. It's kind of how I see it. The Formal coming out with 173 kills in the scrim. That's the lowest, so definitely not an ideal win for Formal, man. 0.7 KD, 1.26 overall KDA. His accuracy was good, and it usually is. His damage numbers is typically where he shines on Optic. He had the second most damage behind Legend, so he still kind of maintained that. He generally has the most assists, and he does have the most assists today on Optic, but his kill number is lower than usual. He had the most deaths tied with Bound today. So yeah, Formal not quite executing as many targets as we're used to seeing him execute, right? Getting shut down a little bit more today than usual. Renegade generally has the highest KDA in the scrims that he plays. He comes out with 210 kills. Renegade got shut down in a big way. I'm not used to seeing Renegade have slays at the bottom level of the scoreboard like this, right? Like, Legend definitely rose to the occasion, but Renegade got shut down. Maybe even more than Formal. Because Renegade generally has the highest kills and the best KDA in the lobby, and he came out with a 0.9 and a 1.38 today. 68,000 damage. He's on the lower end of the damage with his team because he's normally executing players. But he could not do it today. He had trouble getting his finish. He had a pretty rough Fortress game that we saw. It was like a 4-12 or something like that. Yeah, Optic KDs in general are low. Obviously, they got beat 11-3, so it's hard to expect the KDs to be high when you get beat that badly, right? Anyway, damn, bro. There's a lot more that you can look into with the stats on Halo Data Hive. I can give you guys links if you care to go check this stuff out yourself. But they do a breakdown of like OBJ statistics and whatnot as well that I'm not going to get into. It's safe to say that was a pretty dominant scrim at a SR, and it puts them in a comfortable position going into Arlington. We know their first seed for Arlington. Optic got work to do, man. God, thank you for the gifted to know me. Let's go. 54 total in the channel.
Halo right there. That is just
Damn good Halo.
My God.
Nomi, welcome to the way. We're out here with 1627 at a 1700. I'm going to be grinding all week with any content that I can get, any scrims that I can get, guys. So if you're hanging out on YouTube, please sub. Keep tabs. We'll be here for Arlington doing the same thing. I'll be streaming Arlington. Giving it max passion, regardless of the result, right? Damn good Halo at SR, for sure.
Oh,
Tavis code.
Good Halo right there.
The Dutchie.
That is just damn good Halo. My God.
Let's go. Thank you, Tavis. I appreciate the gifted Dutchie. Welcome to the way. Big plays, guys. So there's more happening in Halo right now.
Halo right there. That is just
Damn good Halo.
My
Let's
God.
go. I see it twice. We'll have you covering the face scrim. Is that currently happening, right? So that's the thing, is we got other matchups currently taking place. Even though I know Optic was the highlight today, there's a we'll have you covering the face scrim. There's a Forge tourney going down right now. There were phase scrims. Apparently, Trippy is... Has he started? He's in matchmaking, so I don't think phase has started. So we might go from this to phase. I have to get off at like 8:30 though. I can only stay on for another hour. Hasn't started yet. Okay, I won't watch the whole thing. Has SSG played SR in scrims? Yeah, a few times. Not as much recently, but generally is pretty confident. You know, SR has been dominating all their scrims. If we go back and look at the Halo Data Hive scrim statistics in general, right? Like with all their matchups, they had an insane one versus TSM yesterday. What am I looking at here? 11-3. View all series. What, bro? (15-1) TSM. 11-5 Nemesis. Nemesis giving SR more trouble than Optic in recent scrims. That is interesting. Nemesis has recently entered the conversation for top 6 and maybe even top 4 if they're, you know, if they're playing hot on the weekend. They're a good wild card in the mix. The #1 European team right now. Optic had the 11-4 over SSG recently. That was the last time they scrimmed. I could see Nemesis surprising us and getting some upsets. Interestingly, Optic went 13-2 over Nemesis in scrims. These teams play better and worse from day to day as well, right? Sometimes you get off days, sometimes you get good days. It's hard to know. Shopify with a 14-1 over Triggers Down. Like, I've never seen a scrim actually close with SR unless it was the Optic scrim that they played last time before the Kson Invitational. That was 7-7, right? Woodham POV is looking like top tier, bro, for sure. The amount of stuff he gets done on M&K while maintaining a high accuracy and outputting significantly more damage than anybody else in the lobby. He's generally like the main slayer in the scrims he plays. Very impressive POV. It'll be exciting to watch him come Arlington, for sure. This is the LVT Forgehub tourney that's going down right now.
Down inside the hill in Wootum. They stopped the triple cap pretty quickly. They're starting to work on C. It's about
SR's never
halfway.
lost a scrim. No, they've tied with Optic, and that's it.
Overshield is coming up soon as well, so that's going to be a point of contention.
What was the series?
Too.
It's right underneath my webcam. It was
11-3.
I'll keep it on screen.
So FaZe/Nemesis might have an opportunity to get this OS.
Such an interesting sequencing.
That's a good idea,
these,
Chili Dogs. I
these hill
didn't think to do that.
rotations. They had the trip cap, but
too late now.
FaZe Nemesis was able to break that trip cap without getting a slay. And then because after, right, they break that setup and then they start getting slays after they break the setup. Look how fast they're able to put a trip cap of their own.
Chat, we got a hype train incoming.
Come
on.
Very
35 seconds to maintain the hype train on my Twitch.
FaZe Nemesis took complete advantage.
Yeah, it definitely feels.
Just saying.
You can definitely
this is a Forge map. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is called.
There's
it's pretty interesting looking. Looks nice, honestly.
But also at the same
this is a Strongholds on an ASIM Forge map, bro. This is what we need at HCS.
Sure to kill those players off of spawn. It seems like both teams having a bit of a difficulty doing that.
I wonder how the performance is on this map.
Of course, the lead for FaZe Nemesis. Precision playing his life as long as possible. He's got 3 players to deal with, though. That's not going to happen, and it'll be FaZe Nemesis that starts to score.
I don't think he even knew that there was 3 players there looking at him. He's just trying to do his most in that situation, but FaZe Nemesis, they've really started to
we need an
find
ASIM
themselves on a roll
ball
now,
and Strongholds, and this looks like it could work.
Right there. That is just
Damn good Halo.
Oh my God.
Barbosa, you go with the gifted to Drackle Tempest. Welcome, Drackle.
And SLG will get
helping the hype train continue here. It's timing out, though.
Rotation
I appreciate you,
for FaZe
Barbosa.
Nemesis. They went for C instead of trying to fight over at B, but they're going to go 3 down because of it, but the complexity
Map does look
was
pretty
down.
vertical.
SLG's the only player alive on the map.
And he's taking the high
So we're
ground,
looking
too. He's
at
making sure that
FaZe
these
slash
2 caps
Nemesis.
he has
This is why the
are
FaZe term is
caps.
not currently happening.
Triple cap has been
This is
gone
lower
for a
bracket
couple
final right
times,
now.
but
You got half of Nemesis with SLG and Woodham, plus
definitely gonna
suppressed
work
and
out until
falcated
he
on
ends up
FaZe. It's
dropping
crazy.
and going down.
All
The
of
minute he
Complexity,
drops
Mental
that
Precision,
big
Huss, and Sparty are playing in this tournament as a unit
Be
together.
taken by Complexity, but instantly it's
If they lose to
it's,
half Nemesis, half
reset.
FaZe, I wonder what that
Back
means.
and forth here once again. Sparty
Then again, it's 4 in
in a
maps.
position to stay alive
Nice live
here.
out of Sparty. That
Ends
was
up getting the
beautiful.
mine in
Jumps
the
up for
gap
cover.
battle and playing his life really
Staying
well.
alive while using
And he
repulse.
gets
Yeah.
it because of it.
Collecting the
I think
hill.
his teammates sniped that player that he sent off the map, by the way. So another next level way to steal
no,
with
what?
that repull is really helping Spartan out. And these engagements, precision.
goodness.
Are you kidding me? He just dropped down and smacked him with the sniper.
It's just a beautiful flick too. It's from the bottom right to the top left. That's not an easy flick to hit on the head of a player.
Preview
and
2.
He does it just like that. Looks easy as pie. 2 caps
Complexity
here still
dropping
for
like
FaZe
flies here,
Nemesis,
bro.
and
150
they'll continue
and counting.
to score nearly double the score here of a Complexity so far.
How do they combo without designated callouts? That's a good question. I have no idea.
Spartan up high.
On my X, bro.
I love the attention to detail. Trying
I don't
to
know.
figure out
Depending on
where
how much
these
they
players
care
are
about these
hiding,
tournaments,
but
like there's
really
$5 grand on
Spartan's
the
just
line for these tournaments, right?
perplexed that he can't
Shout out to
outfind where
Warholic,
this
and
pressure's coming from.
I'm
He
not
left
sure
a
who else is on that
one-shot
Forgehub
to hunt down
team,
that player, and SLG
but
will
they
stick
put down
alive. I
some
don't know,
serious
Spartan
cash
just didn't see him.
to get pros to try these maps out.
Maybe he just didn't want. Maybe he just wanted to make sure this
So,
triple cap would stop.
If they want that
actually
money,
don't
it might make sense
know the
to
mentality
figure
there,
out a
but I
couple of
will
callouts
say
before the tournament,
it's
you know?
continuing to mount the pressure that is continuing to come through here, and SLG,
Even though they're raw,
is
like
going to
game
make the
sense
pressure
kinda
even worse with that sniper.
keeps them
Finally
aware.
goes down. It's an opportunity now for Complexity to maybe get a bit of power weapons.
It's the curve rendering in the Forge objects. Yeah. Why do you think midship performance? Yeah, it's the curving. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of curved surfaces on midship that the Covenant pieces don't work well with the GPU for some reason. Or polygons.
You think you have safety behind that pillar? That
This
grenade
map,
pad
alternatively, though,
otherwise,
could perform better. I don't know.
he went
I like
back
the
to
snow
same
effect.
spot. I thought Falcon might just
We
hit him with
need
another
snow
remote
themed
deck.
maps like this, right?
Well,
Like
it
the
is
map looks
Complexity
nice,
now.
honestly.
Again, they have these 2 caps, but they just
It's a
can't
castle,
hold on
bro.
to 'em. And it's power-ups and power weapons coming up once again. This is not good for
It'd be cool if they
Complexity.
could make
find
that flag up on the
themselves
top look like it's actually
again.
blowing in the wind.
Getting the
Looked like it was
power-up,
static.
Getting that overshield. And it's SLG gonna play ring around the rosy with Sparty. This is such a
And we got all
good
these
play.
maps,
Look
and at the end of the
OS
day, we got Fortress
completely
because performance is so
melted,
important,
gone,
and
dusted. Precision, the last player
Forge,
alive, though, he
unfortunately,
goes down. It's 4-deck
doesn't go
Complexity,
hand in hand
but
with
did delay
performance on
long-
Xbox.
long enough.
And that all
And also,
happens,
just
right,
because a
with that
map looks
overshield,
pretty doesn't mean
Spartan was able to
it
stall
plays
because he
well
had that,
competitively.
threat seeker, but the problem is they're just not getting the slays to facilitate.
But yeah, also the
pressure
process,
that
like the
they
time
want
it
at the
takes to
moment.
test the
Every
map
time
and actually get it
it's
into
trade
the
after trade
playlist
after
and whatnot.
trade, and these
Unfortunately,
trades
is a
are
slow
really
process, I
just
guess. I really don't know.
preventing them from getting the space necessary to prevent this game from swinging so heavily.
I hope
for
Optic
FaZe
bounced back
Nemesis.
quickly. and get right back to the scrims before Arlington. I don't know. Like, there's only so much work you can do between now and when they head over there. Then again, they could scrim all the way till like Thursday if they'd want to, technically, because they're right next door. These maps are brand new. New maps take months to even after they look finished. Assuming they play perfectly. Interesting. Yeah, it's a shame that and Timmy, you would know way more about that. Timmy's a forger in the community, guys. Would know way more about that than I do. Safe to say, it's it's a process that requires a lot of patience, unfortunately. 11-3. It's under my webcam, Reggie. Favor SR.
Either, right? You have a team that is comprised of 2 different teams put together that haven't played together or haven't played with each other.
Heard once Mid say that map testing and inclusion to MM rotation can take up to 6 months. Woo.
We're looking at Arlington and saying, I think this
that is yeah, I don't know. That hurts to even read, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
And of course, all of that kind of mixes in. So it's going to be phase nemesis.
Strategic play out of Optic to let the dominant win go to SR's head and catch them off guard with extra heat at Arlington. I like that mentality. Optic strategically fumbling the scrim in order to set expectations low and then subvert our expectations at Arlington.
On the side of complexity, 20 kills, but honestly just not enough to deal
That's
with.
some high-level mind games right there.
Yeah, Falcon was so impressive in this game as well. I was his challenging.
One thing I will say though is, depending on how well Optic are able to study and sort of regain, I guess, like as a result of this loss, they at least have material to work with off their losses to use to improve. And then maybe surprise SR come land, if that makes sense. Like SR having won so many of those matches, they'll still VOD review it though too and figure out where they went wrong. But there's more room for improvement on Optic's side to surprise SR, I guess you could sort of say, you know, like
getting their rematch against TSM. Will the momentum be enough in the grand finals? And you can see the series layout here. We're gonna start with, of course,
fumble from Bound and Ball. That was it, bro. That was the whole scrim right there.
We'll have the grand finals.
That was definitely Streets, though. I do think that if he had just had that ball in that round, like, who knows how that Streets game could have gone. So that was the end of that series, I guess. First Complexity, FaZe Nemesis going up against TSM. If that was the lower bracket final, this would be the grand finals? No? Maybe? Might have enough time to get through this series, depending on how competitive it is. Did you guys see some of the clips I posted earlier? Hold on. Oops. I put together a little, that reaction was crazy. Had a snake bite. Nicely done. Finds 3. 4. My God. What an over. This is from yesterday. It's infamous in org. That reaction was crazy. Had a snake bite. Nicely done. Finds 3. 4. My God. What an over. Holy shit. And then this is my legend breakdown. If you guys are on Twitter, please give it an RT, bro. Here, this one with Legend. Legend hit this play in 8s the other day.
No scope me. He's bottomless having church.
Thank you, all develop. Nice. Beautiful 5. Jet 2 is doubling up. 2.
Oh my God.
He's not done. He's not done. Yeah, he's not done. Oh my God.
Holy fuck.
It's funny game.
He's gonna be A.
He's gonna be A, guaranteed.
On the box, Harvey. On the box.
Nice,
on the
nice,
box. Okay, yeah, he's playing big right.
Chalet. That was clean.
Bottomless having church.
Okay, so this 1v1 gunfight, perfect shots, right? But look at his strafe and his movement that he sets up as he fights this out, right?
He's bottomless.
G slides in, keeps a low profile, stays grounded. He's not going to jump here.
Church.
And then he's going to strafe. And at the tail end of his strafe, he's going to hold crouch and jump from a crouch position. This gives him a low altitude jump. He then lets go of crouch in the air, so he's in a stand position as he touches the block, allowing him to hit the block at the earliest possible frame to connect into an instant G slide after he gets the kill, right? So the way that he's moving, he's doing a short jump, perfectly touching the block, G slide forward for the kill, drop, look for the cleanup. This one's easy. Sniper collection.
My God.
That's an insane flick. Sets the reticle in a comfortable position beside the target, sees the shot in his mind, and then a right stick flick while walking to the right there. That's just talent. But he has it set up at head level, and the execution, like he sees and can feel the shot before he hits that. Like I know that for a fact.
My God.
Because he's done that a million times.
My God.
Holy shit.
Holy fuck.
Having the reaction speed to catch that is so clean, man.
My God.
But if ever you have your teammates wrapping from B to A like that, and you get a kill at screens, you should always be ready for back tower. If not dummies, you should be ready for back tower. So he flies out. Like the reticle, the angle that he's thinking about as he comes through here is going to be that back tower elbow, because he knows back tower is the next set of spawns, if not dummies, right? But dummies is an open possibility if nobody's got a direct beeline on it.
My God.
They are then spawning B guaranteed because does his team spawn out?
My God.
Holy fuck.
His team spawns out. Look at the perimeter the spawn system gives to the map here, right? This is crazy. This is Halo Infinite in a nutshell. His teammate's behind him with the ball. He's in OS. His teammate spawns in front of him, and then the next team spawn is freaking back tower. They now have a full map setup. Like, this is kind of the crazy thing about Infinite, why the game plays so quickly, is because the spawn system just gave him map control. Now it's guaranteed that the open spawn is B for the enemy. Domino spawns, yeah, basically. And if he doesn't kill, like if he misses this snipe, instead that domino spawn happens for boo-boo. So if he whiffs this snipe, instead his teammate spawns back tower, and then his back tower's teammate spawns mud, and then they have like that's their perimeter now, you know? And like the more that you can understand and like predict that, the easier the game is to read. But him simply getting that kill and moving this direction,
holy fuck.
Full map control. Crazy. Sick clip though. Kind of cool, right? Yeah. Hopefully that's fun. One thing I tried to illustrate with the top down here was if that team spawn is happening, see how it's wrapping this direction? That's also maybe an indication from the game that Renegade is getting pushed out in A and somebody could be hiding like rat tunnel in that general area, which I tried to explain. Look at the perimeter the spawn system gives to the map, right? Because the perimeter created with the spawns is it's gonna create the perimeter the farthest away from available action, basically. So if it's creating it that direction, then it means that the push is coming from A side, basically. If it's creating it the other direction, then it could mean there's a push coming from tower, alternatively. Here, right? This is crazy. This is Halo Infinite in a nutshell. Because there's actually one player that's lingering and alive in this situation, I think, because Boo Boo died twice in the overkill shell. His teammate's behind him with the ball. He's in O4. This is kind of the crazy thing about Infinite, why the game plays so quickly, is because the spawn system just gave him map control. Now it's guaranteed there. So yeah, indication that, so like there could be somebody lingering here heading this direction. The spawn will try to create a perimeter farthest away from the danger. So it's going to go that direction in response to the fact that this guy could be lingering in this area. So if you see something like that, you can actually read the game where that last player might be lingering, and then him being there will set the team spawns this direction up through the upper lane. Guaranteed that the open spawn is B for the like that. Yeah. Anyway, pretty cool. Which Alex is live, this one right here. So AJ Ewok TTV. Welcome, thank you. Got like blueberries and strawberries here, bro. Like that right there, right, Cup? Thank you, man. The cool thing about that video is I whipped it up like in half an hour. I did it live, and then I just a couple little edits to trim out some of the ums and ahs and shit like that. And then we just added some simple replays. Normally, I'm painstakingly recording and trying to like perfectly explain every little nuance of what's happening. Like, sure, I missed some things I could have said, but the point got across and the important information was relayed, and it was done in a way that I'm happy with, you know? I used to overthink that shit to the extreme. Optic got SSG'd. That's what we're calling it. What do I think Optic need in order to win against Shopify? Play slower or play faster? Just continue to play off of each other better, like be on the same page in their decision making. when it comes to holding advantage states, when it comes to fighting back on the map when they're at a deficit, and also just, you know, keeping their vibes and mentality locked in and energized so that they're like as confident as can be in their 1v1 fights, because they're going up against a grueler. You know, their opponents just continue to, I don't know, I feel like SR is relentless, right? Even when they're winning, Optic has to try so hard. Like when we watch the Aqua Bomb game and how intense it got to the finish, they're just like nading the bomb, trying to keep SR off of it, fighting from a disadvantage. Like, this team is really good at that tug of war, you know? Like, they're just relentless. Thank you, Gut. Yeah, not that I need to point this out and gas myself, but this honestly meant a lot to me, bro. I don't know, like, this is me just like, maybe, I don't know. I'm not trying to get like an ego, but... So Puckett, like, randomly was like tagging. He was tagging Nameless and Alleycat on some of my breakdowns. And I guess he was trying to show it to them. Because apparently, I don't know what's going on, but CDL are coming up with some new content, maybe? I don't know if this is like intel. But they want to do some analytical content, I guess. So then I sent him this video, and then he said, thanks, dude, been gassing about your analytical content, taking inspiration for some new COD segments. From Puckett, bro. That kind of like made my morning, I'm not going to lie. That was pretty cool. Hands a go. Hell yeah. What do you mean Puckett, though? What are you talking about? If you listen to Puckett's commentary back in the glory golden age of Halo, he actually did know the game very well. I mean, the strategies and sort of like macro play of Halo was a little bit more cut and dry back in the day. There's more nuance to like everything that can happen in Halo, and it's harder to understand and break down and explain and whatnot because of advanced mobility. It's like chaos now. But the way that he explained the action back in the day was like elite, bro. There was a very like sort of like effortless nature to the way that he casted it. Natasha liked your content? Cool. Nice. Yeah, it's just like, you know, validation from the universe that you're doing things that are seen as valuable, and, you know, sometimes you kind of need that motivation. Keep grinding. Yeah, for sure, Gut. Show this map on stream when it didn't have any colors? Which one? Hey, let's go, Sam. Damn right. The difference is SR avoids 1v1s as often as possible. They are very difficult to lock down in a 1v1. They are, like, incredibly confident when they do match up in them, but very seldomly do you see them actually 1v1. That is true. They play extremely well off of each other. But when you watch somebody like Last Shot's POV, the pure damage efficiency and ability he has to like wrap around the map and get into different engagements and like awkward positions and output important damage, like they play off each other super well, man. And few players have that speed and flexibility. Like, I think Legend and Bound kind of match that in speed, but I don't know. It's just a really good, like, they just look good from a chemistry perspective all around. What? Jess? What do you mean? It's like Heaven Architecture and Doom Eternal. Yes. There's some interesting creative map design coming out from the Forgers in these tournaments. Maybe some inspiration for the HCS team. The one on the mini screen. I tried this before it had color. Oh, yeah. Wait, this one? I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know. I don't really remember. Oh, yeah. You're right. I remember. I did. Yeah, I tried the early version of the map. Yeah, and then they added, they made some changes. It looks beautiful. Some subtle color changes and lighting and whatnot. No, it's this one, right? Yeah, it's this one before it had color. They're playing this 4v4? I thought it was like a 2v2 map. Yeah. Played FFA on it. Probably a pretty chaotic 4v4 map. It looks good though. But what does that mean? 3-face mask? I don't understand what that means. Oh. Well, no, so Puckett was sick though, like recently or something. Like I think he might have had COVID, like when you came to one of the Halo events. So you had a good reason to be. He's protecting, I guess, you guys. Like he literally had some sort of. He was down with an illness at one of the events that he worked. I remember. So I think that was the reason that he was masked up. 3-face back sounds extreme. I don't know what that looks like, but I'm pretty sure he was sick, either very recently or like I think like it was just coming out of a sick. I don't even know. I guess if he actually had COVID, he shouldn't have been there, but I really don't know the circumstances. Why do we care about a person doing it? Why do we care what he chooses to do as long as he's not bugging anybody? I'll be honest, man. Whenever I go to Halo events, like that's how I got COVID. I went to Kansas City and I got COVID when I came back home from Kansas. You get sick at those events, bro. Especially if you're Puckett. Like people want to shake your hand, they want to interact with you and say hi to you and stuff. Like, your immune system might not be used to all that. I don't know, man. Like, try not to judge, as long as it's not hurting me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's gonna happen no matter what you do. The internet. I think what's unfortunate is just how, like, everybody's just kind of reacting from their own experiences, making it very difficult to have a proper dialogue about anything, because we're all just kind of sharing our perspectives without full understanding or empathy for other circumstances or where people are coming from, which is understandable, but it just leads to like this like one-sided conversation from every angle and a bunch of fights that like could be navigated so much better if not for the way it works on Twitter. It's very difficult if something goes down to approach it properly from a stance of like empathy on all sides, because if you share how you were wronged in some way and you don't consider all the variables, then you end up hurting somebody else who has their own personal experiences. It's like so tricky on the internet. Right, Juan. Sorry, I see your messages, man. You're talking about Dragon Ball Z now, bro. You guys watching any of the new anime? Yeah, I mean, not blind empathy. Like, it's tricky. You have to really just, I don't know. I'm not just like empathy for the sake of it. It's just like trying to be very holistically like understanding and considerate of everything before I like share my opinion on something. Oh, I haven't seen that yet. That looks good. Lazarus is the new anime by the people who did, what's it called? Cowboy Bebop, right? There you go, guy. Sure. Where are we at? Did it start? Yeah, it's finished, bro. It started a couple hours ago. You can go back in my YouTube VOD if you want to see the whole thing. It ended 11-3 SR. It was dominant. This is the Forgehub tournament. We made a just a switch over for a little bit. I'm going to get off at around 8:30. 11-3 SR. Yeah. Go back and watch it on the VOD, bro. It was, yeah, it was a grueler. And as it went on and SR continued to pull away, it got harder and harder to witness, you know? Gives you Cowboy Bebop vibes. Okay, cool. I'm sure it'll be a good one. There's this one that I watched. It's got like a 40-minute first episode. It's about slaying demons or something, but not Demon Slayer. Charitable, but even charitable sounds like, I don't know. It's just not trying to like blindly. Anyway. I get what you're saying. Seek first to understand before being understood. That sounds good. Yeah, I like that. Understanding sounds good.
Level 50 XD roar.
Sounds good, Mega One.
All because of how he's continuing to put in work. Needs to be touched though.
No problem, Sleep. Appreciate you too, man. Thank you for hanging out.
Last shot with the perfect in-place kick. They can make it out of them. They're literally being trapped in that white space. Oh my god! Renegade finds the kill.
Can't be stopped. Yeah, baby. Give me the Halo.
If you look at the timing there back of lane, to get that melee damage, the double finners. You're gonna be impressed with the shot to the over. Headshot, but he's probably. Oh, look at that shrinking! Holy shit!
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the grand finals, the Forgehub $5,000 4v4 tournament, and it's now two teams that remain, FaZe/Nemesis, and of course TSM. And you see, FaZe/Nemesis having a bit of a rough start to this game already. They go 3 down, and TSM take control.
All right, TSM going to have the winner's advantage coming from the winner's side of the bracket. They'll just need to win one best of 5, whereas FaZe Nemesis won't only have to win this one.
OC controllers? What are OC?
They're going to take the
overclock controllers?
Lots of time
Does overclock matter now that we've got what we've got?
It will be FaZe/Nemesis that gets the kills.
Stays hustling this bag? Yeah. What are they called? The swindlers? That's what Optic was calling them, the swindlers.
Player, especially with that hill being on the top of the map, he can.
They're grinders for any sort of money they can take in the scene, right?
He's got to find his targets first.
These Forgehub tourneys have been a payday. Payday for TSM, bro. They're always locked in. They probably practice this. I don't even know, man. They come in, they steal the payday. Up against FaZe Nemesis is a grueler of a matchup, though. They're gonna have to work hard for this. War Turtle. Yeah, sort of you did, bro. It was 11-3 SR, bro. It was pretty crazy. SR dominated.
Already creating space on the spawns. He's already aware of where those spawns are. But yeah, this is going to be a factor for a lot of this game. The players falling off the map. Regardless, it is TSM that take that.
Wish HCS brought as much energy as LVT. They had it in H5. The commentary in Infinite just for HCS ain't it. Are you sure about that? Because did you watch the case on LAN? That was fun.
But TSM did score the first blow here, and with that, they
what is that? His total sub number?
Decent position to fight.
Wardy popped off yesterday.
The big thing
and Hardy.
Don't get too caught up
Hardy
into that hill. You see how they're playing around the
They've been
map.
super
They're more
supportive.
focused on getting the slays, the power-ups, and getting away with them. But wow, stolen. SLG was able to get that camo, but Soul Snipe immediately puts them down.
Deleted by Soul Snipe. Making 3 in a second. Finding Falcated. Good damage on everybody. This is giving me Warlock Wizard vibes. What's going on here, right? Is this some sort of like elaborate Warlock map?
Getting away with his life.
Yeah, screw those LVT guys. No, he was saying the HCS guys, Eli. He was saying, here, he said, I wish HCS brought as much energy as LVT. He was actually saying HCS was the problem, not LVT. They had it in H5, but the commentary for Infinite for HCS just ain't it.
to get yourself some of this.
He's
time.
saying LVT got the passion that HCS don't.
But for them,
Yeah, Onset and Bravo are top tier.
Big deal. If they're able to eventually take this hill away and drain most of that clock off, they'll have that opportunity to play for that win.
No, I think he's talking about the sub
instead of score.
Connor, what's up?
Lower side seems to work so
Thank you again for the code yesterday. Another awesome stream, no problem. Truly look forward to these whenever they happen, even though I'm hurt from the scrims. I feel you, man. Yeah, Eli, how you feeling coming out of that scrim? Onset and Bravo are probably the best duo in Halo's casters.
It's really alleviating the pressure of suppressed at the moment to allow him to stand in the
5 for 5, you're out. I like that energy gut.
It's going to be respawns for TSM.
I like that. Sounds like gifted subs being talked about.
Chip away and put damage into the pushing players. It will be one hill now for FaZe/Nemesis, and they'll tie the
Ali in the chat. How you doing, Command
That's
Station?
fantastic from FaZe Nemesis.
Did you play this? It's happening, no! Damn good Halo. War Turtle with the 5 gifted. You go, brother. Oh, clean. Killian, Kenny, Paul, Avenger, Vic, Piss City. Go with 5. Let's go. Control Alt Delete. Honey Alone, Green Besker, Zenith, Cruzy, welcome to the way. Gut, War Turtle, you freaking goats. Can we get, Eli's got one? Can we get Command Station a gifted? Somebody get her a gifted. Pretty please. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. You freaking goats. Somehow we don't get the subs when we're locked in casting. We get it after.
Possibly want to work with. And unfortunately for him, close quarters engaged.
How do I get the transparent chat on screen? War Turtle, thank you. My God, let's go. 5:30 in the channel. Welcome, Ali. I don't know. Hold on.
While getting all this time
it's like it's a source in my OBS.
So it's going to be more hill time. Another assist for him, and still control for TSM. Suppress and
chat box. It's this chat box source.
Lots of terrain to cover if they want to contest this hill in any sort of
Streamlabs.com widgets. It's a widget from Streamlabs.com, I guess. The chat box, and I linked it through the OBS studio sources.
They will go 4 down though, so we'll see what FaZe Nemesis can do.
So you got to go to Streamlabs.com, I guess. There's probably a tutorial that helps.
That TSM put in.
Migrating all our old podcasts from the other channels to our new one from various timelines. Lunchbox is going to be the next one within the next week. Cool, Eli. Yeah, I think one of the biggest difficulties for you guys is just having everything in one place, even though I know that you're sacrificing growing your personal platforms, maybe, but it would be easier for the viewers. It's kind of tricky.
He's now going to go towards bottom center. Questionable play here with the snipe in his hands, but
maybe re-upload everything to one spot.
The repulse will run out. No more
I don't know.
Use. One bullet is sniped to use. Instead, he pulls.
It's kind of evergreen content too. Some of it at least.
Second down and no shields, and goodbye, Druck, once again.
All right, well, let's think. He
add-on from Streamlabs. Yeah.
Wanted to. I can't think of a reason why. I think maybe he thought he could stand on the edge.
Maybe.
We'll get you some new subs on the new channel when you get it set up.
This is like one of the most Halo.
I'll go tell everybody to sub on the new channel.
Bottom mid area like this. I think this is like, can you think of another game that has
that we thought he had a repulse? I looked away, bro.
Like this bottom room
now that we've been locked in for a full scrim cast, I kind of want to catch up with you guys. Multi-tiered Warlock. That's kind of what it looks like, yeah.
I should say
it is a multi-tiered Warlock with pits, with death pits in the center, right?
I mean,
a lot of different locations you can fall off the map in the center, it looks like. Kind of cool.
Yeah, Sanctuary.
All the previous episodes uploaded. Let's go, Connor! Damn good Halo. Connor, you go, man. Ivory Guard, Crop Dustin Me, Original, Marty, and IB Mr. Clean. Welcome to the way. That's a big 5 gifted bomb out of Connor. Thank you, bro. 12 subs in the channel. Hell yeah, Connor. Appreciate you, man.
Getting that blow right back.
Yeah, Eli, so SR coming out that confidently in the scrim. I assume you were predicting Shopify to be the winners of Arlington, but if you weren't, I imagine that changes your perspective a little bit. Any thoughts on that? Like, I know they were playing in an HQ and Optic wasn't, so they have like maybe that in their court.
No, I think there's a
kind of simulating a land environment.
You can kneecap jump your way back up. That was cool. I don't know how exactly.
5 deaths off the map. That makes sense. I mean, getting used to it. They look insane. My prediction was SR winning, Frosty MVP.
Works,
Yeah.
and he gets the kill on top of it. Stays alive.
I can see that.
And continuing to put damage down.
Optic got some work to do somehow. Some cramming.
My goodness gracious, they can't move. And because of that, it's a
Yeah,
lot
pretty crazy,
of hill
Broward.
time here for TSM. All of
Pretty
FaZe
crazy,
Nemesis
man.
stuck on the other side of the map. Camo coming up shortly as well, and they just continue to fall as TSM gets time, gets top control, and continues to get slays. It's Talik on the top of it.
That's a scary level of
Trump was
dominance.
able to get away with camo, and what's dangerous now is not only that this hill is going to go to them, but they have a real opportunity to get this next hill in quick succession because of the power that the camo sniper affords them.
This is a good little combo here. Shocks in the back pocket, right? Sniper, camo.
He does. The first kill goes into Wu.
A lot of responsibility for Druck. 2 dead on his team here as well.
It's a kill in the feed.
Cherish up the left-hand side. Druck whiffing every bullet, bro. He had some easy lineups right there, yeah.
For real, bro. That's me on the stick.
That was uncharacteristic, I'm not going to lie. He got a stalker. Now he's got an insane combination, bro. Stalker, snipe.
Both of them in his hands, both precision weapons.
This is something you would never see on an HCS map.
Is that going to hurt him is the question. He's taking some attention, but he stays alive.
Yeah, he really is just like me. Like,
Here's the new title leader channel. Hey, let's go. Chat, if you're here, I'll link it on my YouTube.
Weapon on the map too. Let me get
I'll give you a sub too.
Stuff. I'm going to hit this next one and so far TSM and
hey guys on YouTube, please go sub to Eli's new YouTube channel for Ty the Leader. They have a podcast for Halo. They have Lunchbox interview coming up. They've interviewed Formal. They've had a lot of really high quality interviews with top players and personalities in the scene. Sub now. Do it. I'm gonna do it right now.
There will be a lot of hill time here for TSM, though, and the Hill Guardian for Cherish, who's been in the hill this entire time.
Let's get him over 500. Get him over 500, guys. Quick.
Looks like TSM.
They're at 461.
To finish off this hill, and all of FaZe Nemesis continue to pile in, but it's not going to be enough. The fourth hill goes in, and TSM
Go, my minions.
1-0.
That was
the cash up.
Such a cool map.
How much I get for this, bro? I want a bag.
In this tournament, this is a newer
He's
map.
1,634 subs. Don't come easy.
It's a warlord / warlock map that has verticality to it, which I think makes it such a unique design.
TSM, the Swindlers, back at it again. They get game one.
Players, I like
this 4-stack in the Forgehub tourneys are the final boss of the Forgehub tourneys, man.
This time around, but TSM going to be
my God.
First, so they're just 2 maps away
from
taking home the championship today.
These fuckers.
No, I'm not falling. I'm making my teammate. I'm making. Oh, sorry.
The map count in the scrim was 11-3. Has the Mongoose ever been on a ranked Halo map? Maybe in like classic Halo. That's definitely been tried.
I think we saw a lot of
going third all year, second. Wait, going after either FaZe or SSG. You think so? You think they're gonna get upset by FaZe or SSG now?
So cool because this
as well
feels very inspired by some of the classic Halo maps, right? Like
we've seen other teams have bad scrims before, like FaZe lost a scrim to C9 or something recently. SSG got dominated by Optic in scrim recently.
That's not how that works.
The only one who hasn't had it happen to him is SR.
Works for you either way.
Oh man. Well, again, it's
pop on the Eavesdrop podcast. That would be cool.
It's so tough. It's like trying to stay up.
I love it. It's tough. It's tough to stay on the map. You have that high ground. You don't know what's below you, and you learn as you go on. So play the map more because I agree that map is beautiful. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The grand
Let me check to see if you guys are actually listening.
By 1, and of course TSM are on that winner's
we got
side,
7 new subs. Come on, we can do better. Chat.
It's been a great
go click that link.
Today. Lots of game 5s. Will we see one here in this grand final series?
You lurkers.
Plenty of experience.
So this map has been talked about by pros as a potential like addition to HCS and ranked. This is Guillotine.
Ripping players.
It's ASIM map. It's good for Strongholds and Oddball. We're playing Slayer on here right now.
A little surprised.
This is a pretty cool one though.
He wants to stay in this front lines with the bandit and
unnecessarily intricate DAP routine.
You see it all the time with these top players consistently.
My guy.
Space, right? You see them, maybe not do something you would do or someone else would do, and you just see them take the space instead and allow their teammate to get that power weapon.
Reminds you of CS:GO, yeah, a little bit.
It's a great way to secure
30-second DAP routine, bro.
Your team's favor.
Why you say guillotine like that? Wait, how you say it? How you say guillotine?
My goodness gracious.
Chat's freaking back backpack. What is it? Backseat game in my pronunciation. I can't even talk anymore, bro.
Struggling on just
trying to grammatically correct me, correct my pronunciation.
Nemesis have been able to sort of
when I say tomorrow, Jack gets upset.
Reactionary from TSM and
guillotine.
Reactionary can keep you in
really
the game for a while, but
guillotine. Oh yeah. Guillotine. Yo, bro, I can't even speak.
Play at your own.
It's like guillotine, isn't it? Yo, hold on. It's guillotine.
Nemesis are playing at their own pace,
guillotine, bro.
Unfortunately, the pace too slow. They were stuck in the corner.
Yeah, I gotta
both go down, but a bit of a counter push here by 2 players.
Nah, that was just a fumble out of me. That wasn't even like accent. That wasn't even Canadian accent. That was just like.
And it's a counter play by Suppressed team.
That was just a fucking fumble out of me. Hold on.
Killing spree for Suppressed.
Heads up play from Suppressed as well. He faked as if he wasn't going to be in that fight. Came right back to the help and. Well,
guillotine.
No. Guillotine, bro. Chat, you bastard.
Guillotine.
Hey.
Guillotine.
That's right, motherfuckers.
Guillotine.
Go back to school.
Opts to take that lower side.
What the fuck?
Flank here. This flank can definitely
That's right.
Out, or they can all turn and burn him. But look at this. It's perfect timing. And it's a
how's Google wrong?
3 down. Talik, the first one to spawn.
Google's wrong, bro. I don't know.
Right
maybe that's the Canadian way.
Really gonna hurt TSM unless Talik is able to
type French
really
pronunciation.
And, wow, you see, Cherish, she got that split.
How do I do that? Learn to pronounce. There's probably, like, depending on where you're coming from, right? As a Canadian, it might actually be fine. Like,
guillotine.
Wait, why is this one saying guillotine, bro?
Guillotine.
Bro, what the fuck? They can't get it right. Wait.
Guillotine.
The fuck? Guillotine or guillotine? Where's the, are borrowed from other language, they'll often keep their original pronunciation regardless of standard English rules or how they're pronounced. So despite standard English rules, guillotine is pronounced similar to how the French would say it, guillotine. French-speaking English say in... Bro. It sounds like at some point it was pronounced that way, though. This is a contentious topic, I see. We've struck a chord.
Advantage at the same time as these power weapons coming up.
3 dead. Is Cherish
Google
with
triggering millions.
OS is up soon as well. Again, disjointed is the side of TSM right now, and it's
chat comes here for Halo content. They're thoroughly disappointed. This is unacceptable. I was blocking the Halo.
Here for them.
I'm a terrible host.
They get a bit of a, they get a couple kills. Still a 9
I'm Canadian.
kill lead here for FaZe though.
Our Canadians supposed to know French. We learned French up until grade 9. Yeah,
was definitely the priority, and Falcon
but then immediately eject it from my brain after it's I don't need it anymore.
Some of these remaining pushes, I don't. Falcon is
guillotine.
That Talik is somehow alive in a way. He's still not down. Talik is in that front line, just trying to stay alive, but.
Better show up to the SR headquarters with a guillotine.
Was taken down.
Whoa.
Falcon was waiting for that opportunity to present itself.
TSM just
Rebellion.
Seems so the 8 ball here. And,
Rebellion.
Not able to
I said I'm Rebellion.
Not really able to come off a spawn. You see a lot of like the staggered spawns really happening.
You say the same word over and over, it starts to sound like freaking vomit, word vomit, gibberish.
It's just constant staggers over and over by TSM. FaZe are doing a great job of making sure that does happen. Druck on his own again in a 2v1, and now
bro, FaZe rinsing these guys in the Slayer. Hold on a second. Swindling the swindlers.
Than we are for TSM.
You got Woodham. You got Boot Camp. Woodham and SLG playing on some local Texas setups right now.
Throughout this game, they've been able
a little
to
reverse swindle action going on.
Connected.
Is Optic getting worse? No, I don't know. They just lost to SR today.
SLG's got 12 to his name. Suppress and Woodham combined for 14. Like that connective tissue is really helping them.
Limited all the French learning to make room for some damn. No, it's just like French is something that we learned in elementary school to grade 9, but it's just not ever used colloquially in the circles that I frequent.
This is just
in any of my schooling.
At this point, Wu-Tang's
It's
been,
not like Spanish in the U.S., which I feel like is used a little bit more frequently.
You see how powerful it was in his hand. Ed was 17 to his name.
Goodness me, 17.
I think this map has too much occlusion. Can you define occlusion? For 500, please, Alex.
Disjointed gameplay out of TSM.
We're on Jeopardy.
To find their footing. Like
Any player interviews coming up? I'd hope to have APG or like Elabite or something come by, but it might not happen
another map by War
anytime soon at this rate. We got Arlington in less than a week, so I assume people are pretty preoccupied in prep for Arlington.
And 9, and you talked about
something is hidden or obscured from, like define it in a way that makes sense in context with the map. How often you see a player? Is you saying to do with like the lighting on the map is too bright, or there's too many objects obscuring the vision on it? Bad sight lines? I don't know.
Like one-on-one engagement.
There's definitely there definitely is like
it's next player come in from either.
There's a lot in the center of the map to force you to rotate. It wants you to kind of move in a circle, right?
Pretty consistently throughout that.
Yeah, how open it is. Yeah, true. That's a better way of saying it.
Very good.
We're about to witness the best Halo MK performance ever this weekend, probably. Yeah.
A shout out to SLG and Woodham in particular.
And we got Scoob and Rice popping off too. Is that 17 kills out of Woodham, right? Top Slayer.
He's also just one of those
Woodham off that Texas ping, bro.
And this is really the changing point of the game, right? This flank that SLG is able to hit with.
Look, I don't care what the scrim stats say. We're coming in rooting for Optic in Arlington and their regame. Okay.
We never saw them quite recover from.
I'm not listening to the scrims.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look at the series layout, it's going to be game number 3. And again, that's Nemesis Bomb. Next up after that,
generally speaking, TSM, I find, are weaker in Slayer as a team. They're very efficient in OBJ. Nemesis Bomb might be a good clapback opportunity for these boys. Smash the like button if you haven't done it already on YouTube. Thank you, Radiant. I know a lot of you guys have left at this point. We're sitting at just under 500 on the stream. If you're tuning in for Optic, the scrim is done. You can go back in the broadcast and watch it back if you like. If you're an Optic fan, you might not want to see it. You might want to avert your eyes.
Definitely a
avert your eyes. Kensei, thank you, brother. Welcome.
Put everything else behind them, right? This is a reset.
You missed KCP. This is basically KCP. You mean like the orc,
right? If you want to take momentum, this is it. Although FaZe Nemesis just had a dominant game of Slayer, it's very. You never really. I don't think Slayers ever provide the same momentum as like a game 3, right? It's very
Trump
easy to
eco
be
for
like, we
Woodham.
just lost control.
Woodham would be a good asset on a top team for sure.
Game 3 bomb, right?
He's definitely making a name for himself.
A long time. Like this is truly the chance to
one of the few like young guns
and to swing it into your face
that have yet to get that like high priority pickup.
Well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is game 3 bomb, and we're gonna be, of course, watching FaZe Nemesis. Two-fourths of FaZe.
Nah, I don't play Age Empires. Is it good?
Right now, by the way, landing and preparing
11-3
for Arlington
was the map count. SR
later this week, I should say, against TSM, a team that has consistently won tournaments.
Yeah, below my cam.
5-time, I believe, champions now.
I could see him moving to the U.S., but I don't know if it would be like a good strategic decision to house a European player in year 4 of Infinite.
It's gonna be tough.
Root him for Woodham.
Roster is not playing around, and you can see that in that Slayer. It's a very big, decisive win.
Game 3.
Slayer, can they do it again
on board with Falcated.
On Nemesis 2.
Is that a sniper he just jumped past?
We
can debate it.
Sniper has not seen any of that
action. 1v1 squaring off with Talik bottom mid here. Druck in for the sniper. Shuts him down. Snipe pick up. Let's see what he can do.
Not before Druck was able to find the advantage.
This game looks so damn boring.
TSM early.
Get the fuck out of here. No. What do you mean, Jay?
Great
you talking about like the whole game or just this specific map?
Nemesis. They're gonna shroud screen to potentially get that sniper, and it's in the hands of Wutum now.
I mean, this game sucks, bro. I don't even know why we watch it, honestly.
The body shots just enough, and the headshots even better on a drone.
That was dirty out of Woodham. I'm not gonna lie. This guy's
cleaning it up.
This guy's cleaning things up. That's 4 dead.
Gets thrown off the map as all 4 go down for TSM.
Where's the bomb? They gotta move it.
Nemesis, they're very ready for this reset.
Yeah, Woodham's bomb came in the chat the other day.
Forcing that bomb forward.
Does she not show up and land?
Moment of silence for Suppress.
The ultimate support.
Very unfortunate.
The speed this guy's just snapping body shots, right?
Gonna avenge his friend.
The observer can't even keep up with it.
Another kill here. Now it's TSM in control.
Why switch off the POV? What was that, bro? What was that? What was that decision? Woodham gets a double. He's still popping up. Let's go back to him when he dies. Yeah, for sure, bro.
the beauty of this gameplay, the movement to try and stay
No shots
alive.
to observer.
Ball's
Rookie
gonna be the
mistake
one to
right
come
there.
out on top of that one.
Trying to pay attention to what's going on with the bomb
Camo,
plan. I get
very
it, but still.
soon here in about 20 seconds.
And it was the early death from Suppress where he threw himself off the map. I think really stopped phase.
This map is what,
there.
Nemesis or something? It's like a rework of the Nemesis
Once he
map.
lost that number, it was
Looks pretty.
easy for TSM to battle back and to
Classic
offensive. And that's the
You had one job, Observer, and it was to observe.
the offense, right? When they're able
The
to
correct
push up on the
POV.
map. If they're able
Unacceptable.
to continue this trend, I see this bomb game going their way.
You must anticipate the highest profile POV
Have
and
that
observe
camo,
it.
So at least that's going
With perfect
their way
timing.
at this point in time. He's got 2 players.
Woodham with the camo eyes. Oh, no, no,
He's
no.
playing this very slow. They don't know where he is. Lots of pings come out. That's going to be the 2, obviously the 2 marker there that showcases 2 players are in that position. He'll try to get this staggered player. This is exactly what you need to do.
Have a good night, Chad. I'm out.
Guarantee these kills.
The whole
Jarvis is
game,
playing
brother.
this camo
Okay, Jay.
very well, but that bomb is
Nice
not
knowing you, bro.
moving just yet. It's 2 down for phase, and that bomb finally gets picked up.
Man, information is key.
You should have seen the scrim
on these
earlier
games.
today,
It's
man. You
Terrace
should go
is
watch the
putting
Optic
all
SR
the
scrim if you want to see like
information
something
possible.
entertaining.
Teams said, hey, 2 players here. We can swing in on the right side, 3v2 the other players, and then eventually move this bomb up. And the big thing is, right as they're getting those kills, the other team, the other players
Electrifying
are moving up on
observers?
the
What
map.
the
So
hell?
you're taking
Like
more
monkeys in a
control
lab?
of phase
What?
While all that works out. Now, obviously, the most important part of the game is the follow-up execution. And
Yeah, that was a
just
big one
wasn't
for
there. You see,
sure.
they
Off
just
the
took
over.
that ball
Yeah.
Off the, I think off the lift. It is
Definitely
it's
still
going back
kicking
and
himself
forth
years
off
later.
that lift. They are setting it both
Map
ways.
count was 11-3
Back
SR.
and forth out the
It's under my
left. It ends
cam.
up, of course, on the phase Nemesis side. And for those that are just joining us, of
It's safe to
course,
say, regardless of the
TSM
map that
is
you
going to
play,
come from that
Assault
winner's side. So it is
is
Nemesis
Grueler,
gonna have
right?
to
It's
win
hard to
2
get a
best
plan.
of 5s.
SH1507, welcome. Appreciate it.
The question is, do they have enough momentum to do so?
Why do people
TSM
hop on if they don't like the
still
game?
seem
They probably got a
control,
recommendation to
even though
watch it
phase
from their
Nemesis
YouTube
lose that
homepage.
Last game in Slayer.
And then he clicked it and he's like, fuck this.
Still down low.
And then decided to voice his opinion
It's gonna go down off the
unapologetically in my
lift
chat.
again, onto the other side. You get used to seeing that
Which
bomb.
is the internet,
Move
that's
on.
fine.
There we go. It's coming back. I mean,
Interesting.
it's
So you could
like a
throw the bomb
father and
across
son
lift to
in their
lift.
early years just playing
Gonna get
catch.
caught here by
This is
TSM.
Crazy how much we've seen that bomb.
2v1 right now.
Sides to
Woodham
the other.
with the camo coming up. Gonna try to reposition. Cleans up Druck for the triple. Make it 4 dead. Suppress on top of camo.
It's going to be clean. That allows that camo to come up as well. Wutum's going to go in very quickly. Wants to aggress forward, but a bit too aggressive there. Not really able to do too much after that.
Scrims are done,
Triple as the
DT.
spawns
This
come
is
up on that
a
side of the
Forgehub
map.
tournament in grand finals right now.
That is just that bomb is finally off. Where we won't see the passing through the lifts anymore. As
Yeah, there's a
Terrace is
false
taking
sense of
control of FaZe Nemesis's
power
base.
kind of that you get
This is
behind the
been, you know,
keyboard.
The big part of the game for both sides. We've seen one player kind of
Tips for mid to low Onyx players.
infiltrate and try to live in the back base. Wutem's been that player for FaZe.
Eli would be a good guy to
Nemesis.
ask.
We've seen
But I would
multiple
definitely
players take
like be
their
reviewing
chances
your
with
own
TSM getting
gameplay
those back bases, but there's no one that's
and be watching players
facilitated not
like
the
pro
fly, but the
players
bomb
and picking up
on
on
the map
what it is that
while
they're
that's
doing
happening.
that
That's been the
differs from
missing
you, right?
part
Can you? Is there
of
anything
the
that you're missing in your
equation,
game
and
that you're
I'm
not working
curious
on?
who's going to be
Figure
the
out what it
player
is and
that
figure out how to
gets that
practice it.
timing down, right? Gets control of that
If you
bomb
see something
as the
like
kills
last
come.
shot do it, you're like, I can't do that. Like,
We'll have
why
to
not?
see, 'cause that ball
Learn.
continues to stay top center here.
Oh,
Soul snipe.
I just thought about it. There's a grapple on this map, right? I'm pretty sure there is. It's like underneath. If you get the grapple, you could go
Something
off
like
the
that.
lift, grapple the bomb.
yeah, I
while
mean, but if you're
going
a low to
through the
mid tier
lift.
Onyx, you should have hopefully some awareness of what your team is doing on the map because you've got an Onyx somehow. If assuming you're talking about arena.
So you might have just
But yeah, everything you do in the game is based off of whether or not you have teammates alive and where your teammates are.
no one really able to find those kills. No one really able to find an opportunity.
In 2 weeks,
It is
hopefully,
3 dead
if
for
you
FaZe Nemesis, but look, no
book a
one's
sesh,
there
I'm down. Hell yeah.
from TSM to pull that flag in, and it's Falcated making things very difficult. He finally goes down. And it is TSM that seems in control here, but the bomb still doesn't move.
Golf, yeah, golf doesn't really look that
open,
interesting to the
middle of the map's open, right? So it's tough
uneducated
just to
viewer
stand
for
up
sure,
there.
right?
Someone needs to be able to take advantage
That's
of
a
their
perfect
slays
example.
and just move that bomb right away. And it just has not happened for either side. And Soul Snipe, he's a little preoccupied with the sniper coming up. Big fights on the right side of the map. And with that trade out, this could be an
His
opportunity.
DPI, yeah, it's 1600 DPI, but I think he slows it down somehow. I'm not sure how that works, but he got 1600. His POV as an MK player is more chaotic than anyone's I've seen, honestly.
How did Falcon just do that?
Yeah, you didn't expect to see that at all.
We're cutting out of these
Falcated,
gunfights
it
midway
looked
through
like,
here. 1v1.
potentially those two players from TSM could have
SLG getting shut down by Cherish from down low.
And unfortunately,
Are we going to have another session? Good question, War Turtle. Probably sometime this week we could.
now in the hands of Truck.
Has to be before Arlington.
And it's all about what kind of damage
I can hit you
do
up.
with this snipe. Again,
I literally go from this straight to my schedule coaching. It's easier when I have it scheduled because I have reminders and stuff, right?
Once again on the top side of the map,
I'll figure something out. You definitely deserve more time.
Falcated as well, but unfortunately Falcated way too confident to back off of that fight, and he takes him out.
And once Falcated got 2 shots up, he was never going to de-challenge that. You saw the over-aggressive.
Yeah, low-key, right?
This is what I want
Yeah, having played Halo, you got an appreciation for it that other people probably don't. Same thing with like golf, I guess.
For these teams is so far they've been focusing on the slays first, then the bomb. Just move that bomb up as you get the slays. I think you're going to be in a much better
Easier said than done, Tools.
Well,
Safe to say TSM has been trying to do that the entire game. And it's still 0-0. Did I gym today? Of course, yeah. We did back day today. Not too crazy, though.
And it's going to be Talik who ends up tossing it off.
How about you,
I would assume at some
Terps?
point, but right now just holding it and staying alive.
I think he's trying to get lost in the sauce right now. It's swap over to
It's about your decisions that make you a high-level player. Well, it's not just the shot, though. It's the movement, too, right? Like, if you see some of the tech the last shot pulls off, not many people are actually doing what he's doing. Like, you can chalk it up to, like, strategic plays, but if you're not, like, perfectly hitting the G-slides that he's hitting and the late jumps and all that shit that he's doing, like, that is an area of your game that might be missing. If you want to emulate that gameplay specifically, at least.
To move this while the camo's in play. This is their
You
opportunity.
do have to have mechanics.
SLG gets caught out pretty quickly. There is a
And you have to have good strategic awareness. It's a combination of everything. Figure out what it is that's holding you back. And work on it, ideally.
Back all of TSM off the bomb, but still more slays have to come through. And a beautiful shot by Talik
Under my camera,
off
yeah.
the top there. But is it enough? 3 down once again. Suppress the last
Yeah, I've been
player.
watching
They
way
have
more
to get
than
this
playing.
bomb in.
I got to
It's
keep
taking way too
playing.
long. Finally, the bomb is arming. There is a player on the top side of the map, though. The spawns come out on the right side. There it is. It is a bomb play.
Got to get Eli to carry us.
They will lead 1-0.
Man's too busy working full time.
Yeah, right. They got it there, and it was almost heroic efforts from Falcated that stopped that bomb. But
He does, yeah, super high accuracy. He had the highest accuracy in the scrim today, 66.
Perimeter spawns are so heavy.
Well, moving
it's
as much as he
actually
does.
not that big of a deal to just stay living on the opposing side, especially because you have
That bomb plan is big for
access back
TSM
to
with
that
only
base
3 minutes
with
on the
your own
clock.
lift on your side. So
It's going to be a
it's
difficult
almost
battle
the inverse of what you
to
see
get
in some
a
of
counter
these bomb
plant here.
maps
That's a
where,
crazy kill from Cherish
once
with
that
the
initial
commando.
push dies, it's very hard to get that bomb in. It's
Bro,
almost
hugging
you
the
gotta
floor with the
get that
crouches.
bomb there, and then you can almost win the battle of attrition against the home team. Something that you don't see every day.
Yeah.
And with those lifts, it's very easy to get that bomb there. Talik's still lagging a little bit. You can tell his kill feet and his feed. Utem, though, going to push forward here. Wants to try and aggress this bomb. It's a bit too aggressive, though. All TSM ready for him, and because of that, it's going to be 2 down. At this point in time, off that's 3 dead, you can push that bomb into the lift and then start to get space on the map. That's
It's just an
exactly
interesting
what Talik's gonna
dynamic
do
in this
here.
map. Being
No
able to
one's
just
really in
throw the
position, though. All
bomb
of
to the other
TSM
side of the
end up
map like
going
that.
down. We might see a ping pong once again.
I'd like to see
But I guess they can
Talik keep
throw
that
it right
sniper on
back,
that
which
box.
is
He
exactly
needs
what they
to put
did.
up.
This is kind of
That
shenanigans,
sniper
though,
was
right?
such a
Like,
strong
you
weapon
have to have
have
somebody
just
anchoring the
blocking
base
the
at all
potential
times,
bomb
basically. Because if
threat.
they ever try to throw it, you got to throw it back.
Talik opts to take a different angle, and because
Hold
of
on,
that,
2
he takes
dead.
way too much damage.
3 dead for
Goes
TSM
down.
right now.
Cherish, the last player
Cherish through
alive,
center
trying
map.
to
Definitely
push
dead.
in
That's going to be a
stop
1-1
this
tie.
one, but there's no one
Nicely
stopping
done.
this one. Wait a minute, it is stopped. Falcated picks it up, though, pretty quickly and arms the bomb. It will be
Hit it first thing in the morning.
now with OS coming up.
Steel mace circuit,
a
push-ups,
temporary
pull-ups,
reprieve,
kickboxing,
unfortunately,
Muay
for
Thai.
TSM, and
Damn, bro, that sounds intense.
SLG with now getting this next camouflage. This thing
I just
starts
did
to look much more
bent over
dangerous
barbell
for
row
TSM.
with 2 different like
Shots by
variations
SLG, though.
from like the T-bar in the corner as well, or whatever it is.
Make
The one in
things
the
even more difficult for TSM.
Anyway.
TSM going
I don't know the name.
Kind of crazy here, trying to get
lat pull down, seated rows, pull-ups, push-ups.
Cherish gonna fall as
Started
well.
with pull-ups and push-ups.
2v3 on
And
the map
burpees.
currently. And just massive damage once again out of suppress. Talik with that snipe in his
It's
hands,
over,
but
Joseph.
Suppress
Yeah.
doing a great job
This is a
backing him up,
Forgehub
making
Grand
sure he's
Finals
got a factor
in the Forgehub
and
tournament.
continues to pressure this map.
TSM playing
Really
half of
solid by
FaZe versus half of Nemesis.
How much damage can
And then
he do?
apparently
And
FaZe
can
is
he live
scrimming
the
after
question.
this.
Suppress always loves to do the fake out where he looks as if he's running away from a gunfight.
Any
but
reason
really
not
he's
to put it on the
doubling
lift?
back, and
Probably not.
That
No, I
double
mean,
back might have just been enough. With that kill, there's so many players from FaZe now.
bro, back to back, play it. They didn't get it. How did they not get it? There's no way they didn't get that.
Started because Cherish lifted
That looked
over
clean.
and threw 2 plasmas on top of the
Somehow
bomb
Ford had them and
carrier.
save it with 1
They
minute
killed
left.
the bomb, and they continued to slay. That was a sliver
Comfortable
of
pull-up
bomb
number?
left,
I got it
and they
easy.
weren't able
10
to
would be
close it out,
easy,
so we're
I
still
guess.
tied at 1.
Was able to win
Once
his
I get
fight,
past
though.
10,
He's
it
trying
gets
to keep
pretty
this bomb
uncomfy for me.
Forward on the map, TSM.
Assuming
they
I'm
had
doing
the
like
option
actual
to
form,
just
good
lift
form.
back over right away. Instead, they're opting for the slow but methodical pace. They'll get themselves.
So
in
I
these
try to
high
like,
ground
full
positions.
extend the
Ball's
arms
ready
all the
to
way
move
down.
forward,
Take my
but
time with it.
FaZe Nemesis striking first.
No,
It's
no.
gonna be a fight for the sniper instead.
Oh, using the shot for the sniper. This might not be a good idea here.
I could
Both
do
teams
many
fighting
more if I
for
don't do it
It
like
is 2 down. Soul Snipe ends up
fully,
falling.
you know what I mean? Like
Sniper now in the
up to
hands
code
of
or whatever.
FaZe once again.
Chin over the bar,
Suppressed too with it.
full extension, right?
Bomb taken by FaZe
And
as
slow
well.
descend.
As they push that bomb forward, FaZe Nemesis looking really solid in this game, really starting to gain that momentum and getting the slays that go along with that.
Yeah, suppressed with that sniper has been just chaotic for the side of TSM. Cherish being that only player alive now. And Bomb is ready to lift. So what we're seeing right now is that Bomb's hiding in their own base.
But this is TSM,
It's
but
just
this is
getting
still
ready to
half a
lift
phase
after
in
they get
Nemesis,
those
though.
kills.
Yeah, Woodham
SLG double beat down. He got
and
2.
SLG are
They'll send the
arguably
bomb back,
the
but
most
their base
individually
is
skilled
fragile.
players in
You
Europe
see
right
FaZe
now.
Nemesis take advantage.
So I'm
They've
not super
implanted
surprised that they're
themselves
having
deep
trouble.
onto the opposing
But it's
side.
tied.
Now it's just one player that needs to bring that bomb back.
This is a Forgehub tournament. They're playing on Forge maps made by the community for $5 grand. Optic and SR are not playing in this. They were scrimming instead.
Overtime currently.
It could be a little bit of both. It could be Optic not playing well today. It could be that SR is that good. It could be also SR are in the HQ in Toronto together side by side. That helps.
Oh, they shot the lift down. I forgot you could do that.
That's right. Yep. It's
Wait, you can shoot the lift down? What does that mean?
He knows Soul Snipe has that sniper.
So the
He ends up
lift,
getting the kill on
the lift is
press.
deactivated when you shoot the thing?
Still 2 minutes left though.
This is live, yeah.
Dude, I totally forgot.
No.
That's
This is
such
a live
big,
tournament for
great
5K.
play because once you get that bomb,
How long I've been
over,
exercising?
you
I don't know if I exercise religiously. I try to go almost every day.
If you take down that lift, it reduces their access
I don't know.
to your own base. It's just really something that I'm
At least
surprised
5
we waited
years,
till
bro.
This long to see people shooting down those lifts, especially the ping pong that we saw earlier with that bomb.
Zelda, thank you for the follow.
Bit aggressive there. It's gonna be.
I definitely could have
again,
accomplished a
2
lot
down
more
for
in that time,
TSM,
but I'm
2 down
not
for
dissatisfied
FaZe.
with where I'm at, you know?
Wutum looking for an opportunity to do something here. It is Camo that is coming up. No one really in position to stop him at this point. 2 TSM
Respawns
members
after 30 seconds
trying
once
to
you shoot it
angle on
down,
him.
right?
He's gonna try and stay alive. He might have popped the camo. It might seem like he did, but regardless, it's still a fight ensuing, and it's 3
God,
down
making it
for
work
FaZe.
for it. That's a
Make
4
that all
dead.
4 dead.
Where's the bomb, though?
TSM,
We got lifts everywhere. I like the inclusion of lifts on these maps, though. Like, we don't see enough of this in Halo maps.
Going down early, though.
One like that is cool,
FaZe
you know?
Nemesis, this isn't going to be an easy spot
The
to take
full
them
cross
out
the
of.
map lift is maybe a little
One
bit
dead for each squad.
gimmicky,
Soul Snipe
considering
has
how
to
good
try
these
and
pros
get
are.
SLG off this angle
The
here.
cool thing about that lift,
He'll
though,
do
is
that.
how
It'll
it's
be
kind
2
of,
down for
despite
each,
being in the
though.
center of the map, it's like
I'm
low
not really
profile,
moving.
kind of
Looks
hard to
like
get
it
good
might be
shots on
7,
it, you
10
know?
seconds here, so someone's got to pick that up. Otherwise, it's
Nice.
going to
Off the map he goes.
make this even more difficult. 3 seconds is the reset. He picks it
Ooh,
up.
I love that.
Over.
Did he catch it?
is SLG.
SLG gonna grab it. Oh, and then drop it immediately
He's
off.
gonna toss it right over to SLG, who tosses it off the map.
It's actually stayed down low. Cherish was able to grab it. That's 3 down.
Probably War Turtle, yeah.
He goes down. It's Falcon SLG. They spawn in the back. Cherish needs to drop.
But it's not just about having the money. Like, there's a lot of...
It's a fight of attrition. Cherish and Druck win their gunfights. It's just
There's a lot of planning and stuff that might have to go into it, getting the team together that you would need to broadcast in and whatnot, I assume, right? Depending on what you're trying to put together.
The spawns come out, they get out of the hill.
12 seconds. We got OT, though. It's about to happen here, too. 3 dead. Pal on top of it with the defense, throws it off. And he goes off with it.
Left, I believe we're going to have a reset here. There was nothing else.
You'll have the money and I do everything else.
That's what it will be.
I probably could put an event together with a little prize pool. I would contribute, too, though.
Word. TSM had the opportunity.
What I would need is maybe like a production team
think that they need
willing
to,
to support me, though.
It felt like that the detonation was almost guaranteed. Instead, they opted to overslay, but you're in the opposing base. We'll have to go back to these final moments.
It could happen
and
someday,
see
for sure.
exactly how it was done. Where this all started, Druck trying to be a little bit cheeky with it. Didn't know that SLG was up high. That bomb gets sent back down, but not off the
Tournament
map.
life
Allowed Cherish
on
to
the
grab
line
it
here.
and put it into position. We see the spawns coming on the right side. They kill Wutum as the
That's
next
Cherish with the
spawners
plan,
come
okay.
up. those spawners get that back ramp spawn, which is a bit surprising to me. I think that's because
That guarantees it.
is a little bit further on the left
TSM
side.
in win
They're
position
working
off that
those
plant, huh?
overslays, bombs in, suppressed. Up high, he goes down. So
Chaotic.
that's all 4 down. The spawn comes immediately to the
Oh, they
right.
don't get it.
It felt like he got down.
What
there
happens here? Did that just go to like a
that the
tie?
zone went back. If he just goes back up the ramp a little bit, I think he's safe.
So it ties.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I maybe he did think that the zone was a little
Oh my
bit more
God.
extended there because it does look like he looks down at it. But the pressure was very quick off of the spawn.
Shyway
Look how far
5K.
back- I feel like they don't realize
Hey.
how far back you can be with the bomb.
Well,
If he
the
just
K
goes
part
back
is the
that
rhyming
ramp, I
part.
think
It could be
he's
Shyway
completely
12K.
secure.
Still sort of rhymes, I guess.
I believe you're right. But you can see the bomb gets tossed over the ledge.
Shyway
here,
2K.
and that timer goes to 0. So because we were in overtime, I believe it is the first bomb plant wins here. A little bit of a reset for Nemesis 2.
Yeah, I think one of my big things I'd like to see changed with the.
There's no way they're resetting this, are they?
I don't see the reason as.
I had to go at
why it
8:30,
should be
guys.
A 3-minute overtime. You know, it's like if it's gonna be next score wins, just put 15 minutes on the clock and let it go through. Because I still think with how much time, with how much control TSM had, like. There's time for them to still get that bomb arm.
Eli,
It's just
fire up the
clock
live
that played
stream.
a factor. The other part though is like right, same situation. If FaZe gets a couple kills there, like they could have easily translated that into a counter of their own. So I would like to maybe see the
vicinity.
overtime rules change a little bit for bomb, where because there is no like actual overtime period. I mean, just
Looked like he had the plant, but
but
threw it out instead. I think he was getting swarmed. And what do you mean? Like Falcated was the one who saved it at the end there.
Them not knowing
You got a date?
is
Cool.
where
How's
the
that
bomb
going?
Area extends as well because he could
Is
have
this
been
like
safe on
you
that
got
ramp, but
like a long-term thing
it's,
going right now?
in the moment decision that does not work out for TSM. Now we get to replay it once again, and it'll be first bomb.
I have coaching at
ends
9:30,
up
guys.
winning, and yeah, you said it yourself. I think FaZe were in control of majority of that game. Towards
My
the end.
lady
Finally,
is
it was
in
TSM
Asia
that
until the end of the
ended up
month,
stamping
so
their feet
no
in.
date nights
It
for
just,
me.
wasn't enough, and the
Until
Snyder
last
spawns
week of
definitely
April.
didn't help, right? There was constant spawners they have to deal with while they were trying to plant the bomb, and they didn't have enough resources to deal with.
Steady
those
since
spawners,
September.
so
That's amazing. Happy
we'll
for
see
you,
if they
Eli.
can take control here, or if FaZe Nemesis will be the ones.
This man's
to take
killing it.
control, and you can see a little bit of the stats here, as you can see that he reached that first score. 37 kills for Soul Snipe though in that game, the highest kill count. in the
Exposing
game,
our plans.
That previous bomb match.
I didn't know it was Bandos.
Yeah, it's
Cherish had the plant, but still threw the ball out last second. I don't know. It didn't look like they were like about to cap it when I checked it, but I'd have to go back and see. Looked like they still had about halfway to go, and they were getting swarmed.
like that. It seems really, really hard to do so. One thing to note, I mean, look at Tolik's stats throughout that game. He had 20 assists, 23 kills, 23 deaths. I think we were seeing a little bit of a connection issue with him. I'm curious whether his internet's holding up right now, because if he can translate a little bit more into those slays, right? Because right now he is putting damage down. He's helping his team, and those assists are really high from TSM. But I think if we see him in that more main slay role that we're used to seeing, I think that this TSM roster is gonna hit their next level. You know,
Bro, I have a lot of DMs I've
Absolutely,
forgotten
yeah,
on.
You saw him rejoin the lobby once again right there. So
Try not
definitely
to think
having a
about it.
little bit of internet issues, and hopefully it gets cleared up in time here. We are in the grand final, so you know, it'd be perfect timing for it to clear up right now.
Actually,
as we get into
reminds
this
me,
next reset,
even
for
as
those
I
guys
say
that are
that.
just joining us, it is going to be FaZe Nemesis that are coming from that lower bracket. So they're going to have to win 2 best-of-5s in order to win this tournament. TSM only need to win 1 best-of-5. We are also at a reset in this map in bomb. So right now it is first bomb plant will win and take this game number 3.
first bomb, always love that. And we actually saw a bomb plant pretty early on in this game. The first time around, it was TSM that struck first. So we'll see if they can replicate that success and potentially take a 2-1 series lead. Remember, TSM only needs to win 1 best-of-5, whereas FaZe Nemesis, they have 2 ahead of them. Getting a 2-1 lead,
I don't know.
is pretty important.
Do I take that long to reply? Not with you. I prioritize you, Eli.
Sooner than later.
100% agree.
Yeah, I hear you.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is, of course, going to be Nemesis 2. Obviously, a little bit evolved from Nemesis 1.
You got to fax it to me, bro.
Considering it's the second version of this map, but it's definitely playing really well. I enjoy this map. I enjoy the lifts and the ability to.
You better enjoy it, Tim. We got a whole new 12 minutes of it. I guess just 1 plant to win, right? 12-minute OT.
No more ping pong.
Camo still sitting up there, and off that 3 dead, it should be easy vantage to get this.
TSM though that do go 3 dead. They get the spawns, but Falcated gets the camo.
Oh, that. There's 3 players in the back now. One thing to note, FaZe has their bomb. They're. Was there an issue? That was.
Looked good.
Huh. I don't know what happened. Maybe lag out.
Yeah, not too sure.
Brother.
Not too sure, but we're going to have for you the reset of the reset of the reset coming up next. So regardless of that, I'm really...
No, we won't. I won't be there to witness it. Okay, chat. This song is epic. Wow. Let's give some love to Lacinity, who is streaming a watch party just like myself on Twitch. If you're currently lurking on Twitch, please give her a follow and support. She's been very dedicated, supporting LVT, putting up content for you guys. Definitely worthy of your follow. GG's Timmy, Sir Bandos, Eli. Look at all the mods in the chat, bro. What's going on? Thank you guys for hanging out on the YouTube chat. I appreciate you all. If you guys tuned in for today, we had a 11-3 SR Optic score. Pretty damn dominant. That's the info we have to work with going into Arlington as well. So, quite the dialogue. GG's Warlord. You can go back on YouTube and watch the VOD. If you haven't liked, haven't subbed yet, please do. I appreciate y'all. Have a good night. 162 viewers over to Lacinity. Ulek, peace. Vision, peace. Just book. See me next week. Oh, sick, Vision. Let's go, brother. Sounds good. Hopefully it wasn't directly on top of Arlington. We might have to have a talk. Anyway, 167. Go give Lacinity some love. Thanks, you two, for hanging out. Eli Vaughn, Mark Nuya, later. Viltrumite, Dragon Banisher, Papa, Blue Dubs. This music is epic. Good night, guys. All right, peace.